Possible? Watch me.
Watch me. You think I can't break this ground?
You think a girl can't do it?
You think I can't dig deep? You think I can't tear down these walls?
Clear a path
Build bigger
Go off-road?
and turn your lawn?
into my territory?
You think I can't make them possible?
Possible? Watch me.
Watch me. You think I can't break this ground?
You think a girl can't do it?
You think I can't dig deep? You think I can't tear down these walls?
Clear a path
Build bigger
Go off-road?
and turn your lawn?
into my territory?
You think I can't make them possible?
Possible? Watch me.
Watch me. You think I can't break this ground?
You think a girl can't do it?
You think I can't dig deep? You think I can't tear down these walls?
Clear a path
Build bigger
Go off-road?
and turn your lawn?
into my territory?
You think I can't make them possible?
Possible? Watch me.
Watch me. You think I can't break this ground?
You think a girl can't do it?
You think I can't dig deep? You think I can't tear down these walls?
Clear a path
Build bigger
Go off-road?
and turn your lawn?
into my territory?
You think I can't make them possible?
Possible? Watch me.
Watch me. You think I can't break this ground?
You think a girl can't do it?
You think I can't dig deep? You think I can't tear down these walls?
Clear a path
Build bigger
Go off-road?
and turn your lawn?
into my territory?
You think I can't make them possible?
Possible? Watch me.
Watch me. You think I can't break this ground?
You think a girl can't do it?
You think I can't dig deep? You think I can't tear down these walls?
Clear a path
Build bigger
Go off-road?
and turn your lawn?
into my territory?
You think I can't make them possible?
Possible? Watch me.
Watch me. You think I can't break this ground?
You think a girl can't do it?
You think I can't dig deep? You think I can't tear down these walls?
Clear a path
Build
out here and getting to see how big the event's grown to and everyone having fun, so I'm excited to be here. Tomorrow's where it's all one and done, so I'm really looking forward to it. I think got a pretty good game plan. We'll go out there and do my best, and I guess we'll see how we are at the end of the day.
It's time for the Little Will Juniors to take on Hattah 2017. Riders as young as 7 will take on the 13.4 kilometre loop, and the leader will have to complete 6 laps before everyone else is called in to finish their race. And bikes as small as 65cc's and up to 200cc are going to have to work hard through the sandy sections, and stacks will be aplenty. Prologue winner Max Phillip got a great jump and a small lead over Luke Chellis and the rest of the flock. The train of bikes is rapidly growing as Hattah's famous grid system is smoothly feeding everyone onto the
this, right?
Should be.
I've got it in my head, mate.
Yeah.
The Hattah Desert Race is something really special to this region. It brings thousands of people through our backyard, pumps millions into our local economy and gives locals access to one of the best events in the country. At Mill Quarries, we've always been about supporting this community. We've worked in this community for over 25 years. So when the opportunity came to become the naming rights sponsor of Hattah, we didn't hesitate. We're proud to put our name on it and we'll see you out there.
You feel most alive where you feel most at home. And this is living. Bobcat, the company that changed the way the world works, is coming home with a quality compact tractor built to match your quality of life. This isn't work you have to do. It's work you get to do. So get it done in a tractor that's all you. See your dealer or visit bobcat.com.
The new Segway Powersport ATV and UTV side-by-sides have arrived. The Schnule ATV range is engineered for rough conditions on Aussie farms and built tough to work alongside you with exceptional towing and hauling capabilities. Need more grunt? Our 1000cc side-by-sides lead the pack with safety, technology, and come in a 3 or 6-seat option. All backed by a 2-year factory warranty and a nationwide dealer network.
You think I can't break this ground?
You think a girl can't do it?
You think I can't dig deep? You think I can't tear down these walls?
Clear a path
Build bigger?
Go off-road?
And turn your lawn?
into my territory?
You think I can't make them possible?
Possible? Watch me.
Watch me.
The Hattah Desert Race is something really special to this region. It brings thousands of people through our backyard, pumps millions into our local economy and gives locals access to one of the best events in the country. At Reel Quarries, we've always been about supporting this community. We've worked in this community for over 25 years. So when the opportunity came to become the naming rights sponsor of Hattah, we didn't hesitate. We're proud to put our name on it and we'll see you out there.
You feel most alive where you feel most at home. And this is living. Bobcat, the company that changed the way the world works, is coming home with a quality compact tractor built to match your quality of life. This isn't work you have to do. It's work you get to do. So get it done in a tractor that's all you. See your dealer or visit bobcat.com.
The new Segway Powersport ATV and UTV side-by-sides have arrived. The Schnule ATV range is engineered for rough conditions on Aussie farms and built tough to work alongside you with exceptional towing and hauling capabilities. Need more grunt? Our 1000cc side-by-sides lead the pack in safety, technology and come in a 3 or 6-seat option. All backed by a 2-year factory warranty and a nationwide dealer network.
You think I can't break this ground?
You think a girl can't do it?
You think I can't dig deep? You think I can't tear down these walls?
Clear a path
Build bigger?
Go off-road?
And turn your lawn?
into my territory?
You think I can't make them possible?
Possible? Watch me.
Watch me.
The Hattah Desert Race is something really special to this region. It brings thousands of people through our backyard, pumps millions into our local economy and gives locals access to one of the best events in the country. At Reel Quarries, we've always been about supporting this community.
This is living. Bobcat, the company that changed the way the world works, is coming home with a quality compact tractor built to match your quality of life. This isn't work you have to do. It's work you get to do. So get it done in a tractor that's all you. See your dealer or visit bobcat.com.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Miller Quarries Hattah Desert Race for 2026. Greg Raston, Jeremy Cowley with you live here this morning. We're about a 45-minute drive south of Mildura. This is an iconic race. We've had a huge amount of rain in the lead-up.
Yeah.
And this is going to be a very interesting race in 2026 as a result of that. Welcome.
Yeah, well, it's awesome to have you here, mate, especially have this race. Of all races, the desert is definitely calling all the riders at the moment. It's very wet, but I think it's going to turn it on for them. We're going to see a lot of interesting kind of results from it.
So juniors are the first offering of the day, if you will, and we have a jam-packed Saturday for you as well. They have literally just done their sighting lap of the course. They are about to do prologue. They will go racing today, and our juniors are divided, or look at that. What a sight. Unbelievable.
The sighting lap has just got them absolutely covered already, which is great to see.
And they're frothing in the same breath, aren't they? They're so excited for this. Riders briefing wrapping up a short time ago. So some final mentions from the great team of volunteers and officials here that make this whole event possible. Some 250 plus have worked to bring this together, to turn this rural area, as I say, about a 45-minute drive south of Mildura, not all that far from the Hattah Township, to transform it into this iconic annual race, and we'll set them off when it comes to their actual races in waves. But this is Prologue. This is about kind of setting the lineup, isn't it, for the race proper?
That's it. Also, we had a sidle lap just before. That's why they're obviously covered in dirt. It's very wet out there, but they kind of get it dialed in. They're able to see how the bikes are going to handle it, but also get them kind of filled up, get them warm, because it is quite cold here this morning. They don't want to kind of go out straight away. So it's great to see them now lining up for it. It's going to be interesting. They're the little wheels, so it's going to be quite hard through the mud, but it's going to be a lot of fun as well.
What are the kind of messages from the proud mums and dads that are here to these young ones before they set off? They're full of adrenaline, full of energy, ready to tackle this, and there are some proper elbows out young racers in this.
It does. It's great to see. It's great for the future of the sport as well. Yeah. This is all going to come through. There are a lot of kind of local kids and a lot of kids that travel from a long way away to come and do this. So it's great to see that hunger, and then they get to hang out as well with their pros and the guys that they will look up to as well.
From as far away as West Australia, where you were originally from. We weren't all that long ago in terms of the dirt bike racing community in Fink in Central Australia. We've got people that have come from that part of the world too, don't we?
Yeah, it's crazy. And Victoria obviously holds a lot of the riders that come here, but it's great to see that it really does spread all the way up to far north Queensland. There's a few riders from there as well.
So you'll know Jeremy Cowley, of course, from the iconic Dirt Bike Burrito podcast. He's a regular there. Lots of great interviews in the lead up to this race to talk to some of the stars who'll be in action tomorrow for that grueling almost 4.5 hours of competition. But today we sort of celebrate the juniors at the beginning of the day, and as Jeremy said, small wheel, big wheel. We'll talk to you about some of the age brackets or divisions within that, if you like. And then as the day progresses, there'll be a sighting lap for the stars that'll be taking place tomorrow. That huge contingent that'll be in the main event tomorrow. There'll be prologue for them, and then something a little special to kind of conclude the day, and that is the top 10 shootout. A lot of pride on the line for that.
A lot of pride, and a lot of people just hanging out as hard as they can. It's a great way to see the riders, and also it's a good way to see kind of how they're setting their bikes up for the day, because by the time we get to that end of the track, it's just absolutely destroyed. It's whooped out. There's a lot of big ruts in it, so a lot of guys will use that as a way to test to see how their bikes are going to handle that chop that late in the day, especially for tomorrow.
Yep. In the lead up, some of the guests that you spoke with, the likes of Brodie Waters, they're having an unbelievably good run there at the moment in Honda colours, and the thing that intrigues me in all of this is because of the downpour. We've had some unbelievable rain in these parts in the week or so plus leading up to that. Some of the little lakes and things around us here are quite full. It means the track conditions are different perhaps to what we've had in recent years. Do you opt for something that is tried and tested that you favour, and do you deviate from that a little bit, knowing the kind of mud and the way the track will change?
It's a great footage right there. You can see how it clumps up as well. The front tyre, rear tyre is just going to get absolutely coated. And like you can see the front tyre, especially in this image here, is almost gone. So what guys and girls will do when they come into corners is going to be a lot different, because they won't have that traction. They've already got a slick now on their front instead of that kind of muddy tyre that we've got originally. A lot of times they use a sand tyre. We're still kind of going for that motocross tyre, but it is going to be an interesting kind of to see how that evolves through the day. When it comes to suspension, we'll get into that a lot later on because that's obviously changed a lot as well. From what the bike was set up for a drier Hattah, the wet one is almost completely different.
When they do the sighting lap here, just before they set them off for their prologue, the main thing is it's an acclimatisation, it's a last-minute look, and it's done at low speed, isn't it? So what are the sort of things that a young rider is, having done the riders' briefing and things, what are they looking for when they do that?
Well, it's good. I suppose at a young age, they're probably not looking at much. They're just trying to, you can see them always trying to overtake the pace car. But here, they'll be just looking at how the corners are forming up. Also, you don't get to ride this track through the year. It's only through Hattah you actually get to have access to the track. That's why I think Hattah is so great. It makes it very equal. You only can come and race it this time of the year.
So unique.
Yeah, so I think when it comes to this, they're actually just seeing how the corners are forming, and they're trying to make lines as well because it's pretty groomed out there compared to what it's going to be later on. So they're going to see if they're going to take a wider line, an inside line. They're going to see how the dirt is forming and where the water's kind of forming as well in those corners, because that's obviously what's going to zap a lot of the power out. And these bikes are only little as well. They don't have that explosive torque to be able to get them out of corners, to be able to get them out of the deep sand. So they're going to have to try and find lines to be able to keep that momentum.
Now, has been a lot of work in conjunction with some of the landowners locally. I mean, the Mallee region is known for its true grit around life and farming and so on. They're going to be tested, these riders, from a true grit perspective this weekend. But the point I was going to make, Ken, Curbsy, all of the kind of tight-knit, very small and dedicated team that have worked on track preparation, they have been busy because of the weather that's been thrown at us. They've done a great job, haven't they?
Yesterday I think they were even out cutting some sections of the track away because the water filled up. I mean, we see we're in kind of the red sand territory out here where the water does kind of dissipate, but it can be quite thick deep down. And what happens with the bikes, it brings it up to the surface and then makes the puddles really deep. So a few sections have been cut out to kind of deviate, but there's some sections, especially at the back side of the track, which have these long straights. They are going to be soaked because they're in a bit of a lower lying area. So that's what we were saying before about it's going to be interesting to see. Yeah, the corners are definitely going to blow out, but the straightaways are going to have these big, deep ruts that could catch a lot of riders out if they're not on their toes.
Lovely winter's morning here, barely a cloud in the sky, about 8 degrees at present. And when you drove, some people have camped out in the area. Naturally, it turns into this mini city in many respects, a pop-up, if you will. And the row of lights driving southbound from Mildura this morning, the trailers, the four-wheel drives, it's a tremendous atmosphere and a great sight, isn't it?
It's beautiful, and especially because the colours at the moment are so rich. So, obviously we've had so much rain out here. Everything's really green. It's just beautiful, and it's a great time of year. But you're right, it was cold. I know last night at Scrutineering it got pretty cool as well. So it's kind of that time of year when you know racing's happening because jumpers are out.
Now, Johnny Contract will be joining us during the course of both today and tomorrow. He is a staple, if you will, when it comes to this event. He's done every one of them, knows it intricately, and in addition to the cap that he wears around ensuring everything stays to schedule and stays to time. We're running almost minute by minute here at the moment, but that is done in conjunction with the challenges around the track condition that we've got and so on. But Johnny will be chiming in along the way and providing some of the stories from around the venue, from some of the riders as they come in. During the day we'll be able to talk effectively pit stops as well and what they do in that process. And in the centre of the track here, they're about to be released, set off for their... and we're underway now with the first of the wave of competitors tackling Prologue for our juniors. And look at even just a little...
Yes, you can see here that puddle is forming, how we're talking about. That's what's going to catch a lot of riders out, especially when it gets a bit faster, because they'll just get bigger and bigger. And you can see how that sand is just so thick at the moment, it just zaps all the power out. And we talked right there, you can't rely now on your front wheel as much. It is going to make it a lot more difficult to race. Unfortunately, you had to crash in front of the camera, which poor little fella, but that's all going to be part of the race, and that's really what's going to kind of divide the riders this year. Oh, another one straight down and over. It's going to be so slippery, so hard out there for these riders.
unmistakable sound of some 2 strokes. 4 strokes will permeate the venue throughout the course of the day as well. It's nigh on impossible for us to see some of the numbers, even after the sighting lap from the, I'm talking about the front plate on the bikes. You can thankfully see some of them down the side or on their jerseys. But wow.
Luckily, the transponders kind of can get tucked away enough. But yeah, once that first kind of lap through, it's really going to make it hard to see the riders.
I think the 92 was that Archer van Middeldijk rather that was one of the first to have a little moment there before. You're watching our Prologue coverage. Thanks to Miller Quarries and all of the team there. We've got some great supporters that have helped bring this event to life. That's brave straight through it.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you just got to go straight through the middle, and it's going to be one of those races where we see different lines get chosen compared to, oh, there we go. It's going in real skatey.
Tyler Hamilton on the 413, I think that was, the Yamaha YX85. Just the contrast there, the beautiful kind of rich green in the background that Jeremy was talking about before. And look at how damp things are there for them as they continue. You're watching Prologue here.
We could see in that footage before, you could really see lines start to be formed in the track, which is interesting as these are only very little bikes and they have very small wheels compared to the big ones, and the power's not there to deliver such a big rut. So it is interesting to see kind of how that dirt's forming up. Usually when it's drier, obviously the ground's a lot harder. It gets a lot more things called square edges, which we'll get into a bit later on. But here, because of that moisture in the ground, we're going to see some pretty big ruts forming even before the seniors take off.
This is going to be, I mean, as you say, the more use that it has, look how, just to get drive or traction there is a little struggle, isn't it? Picking a spot, picking a line is going to be a thing, isn't it?
Well, you're going to definitely be choosing different lines than you may be comfortable with. And also there's things like cross-riding where your back and front tire may not be on the same page and they want to go on different ones. And that's a big problem out here, especially when the dirt gets really soft like this. You're going to get cross-rided, which causes some big crashes. And it's all about trying to make sure your weight stays as far forward as you can going into the corners, transitioning into the back to kind of get that drive. We ride a lot differently to the Americans who may be watching this as well. They'll be a bit more kind of over the front of the bike, whereas we like to hang off the back. That's why we have things like those little foot lockers, like the steg pegs that we have.
Yeah.
They kind of change the position of how you ride. And here is going to be key to get through.
Saw the 117 of Damien Middlemas there a minute ago. That's Joe Howard, I think, on the 53 of the Gas heading off there. Now, this avoiding, they've taken the option of avoiding that little slightly drying pool of water to the right of us in terms of our viewing point. 53, that's Joe Howard we were talking about before. Just looking for confidence there on the turn in, hey. I mean, and it's so tricky because you've done the sighting lap, admittedly. Now you're trying to apply more throttle, more speed.
As you saw him, he kind of came in and gave that throttle a bit too late. With these little bikes, the power delivery is really violent. Like, it comes on really hard. We talk about power band and things like that, but these little bikes, I mean, they've got probably more power than some of the 250s out there as well. They are absolutely dialed, but at the same time, it's all about getting them down, and the small wheel does hinder that a lot. Here you can see kind of they want to choose out wide to get away from that throttle because it needs that a lot of the power out of it. We'll struggle to get through them. Also, they just don't want to have a come off now. It's going to be hard, and the big one later on down the track is going to be making sure the bike doesn't fill up with mud to overheat.
Yes.
That can definitely happen here. The exhaust is going to get completely coked. It's
down, no one.
Another one. It's going to be that corner.
That basically, since we've been underway with the first of our waves of Prologue for the juniors, that has really been the tricky corner so far, hasn't it?
Well, it's the first real tight one as well. Like, we come through some nice sweeping corners. That's the first one they're really going to see how that sand plows up. A big part of this sand is when it gets wet, it rolls. It doesn't just slide, it kind of rolls. So what happens is your tyre will really kind of, unfortunately, get pushed across, which wipes out your front tyre. Look, we had a crash right at the very start too. That mud is so thick. The big thing here, though, the mud doesn't clump like it does, say, in a red clay or somewhere else. The mud won't clump to the bike. It just kind of sticks and then falls off. However, that means when it gets around your exhaust, it will dry and become hard as rock. So that's going to be, thankfully, the moto parents out there have probably got their own gurneys, but this will be happen to be something they will do every time they come in from a lap.
So from for some of those teams, those parents that you spoke about, once we've completed Prologue here, what happens in that regard? It's a pretty serious systems check and tidy, basically, isn't it?
Well, it will be for these ones, yeah, absolutely. They'll probably try and get as much mud as they can away from that front exhaust. They'll try and clean it from their radiators, all those kind of things. Also, they want to make sure they don't foul plugs and things like that, because they're two-strokes, they run very rich, so they'll probably change things like that out. We'll see how their rear brakes go as well, especially coming to the main race. They may decide to change it. The sand here, when wet, will be very, very hard on gear, so I know the pros will probably change out their chains, they'll probably change out brakes pads, things like that, because there's a lot that needs to be done in regards to making sure the bike lasts the full day. And so the juniors, they may go for things like that. And they may even change things like hand grips as well, because they'll get absolutely soaked and they just won't dry out.
It's those little things, isn't it? I mean, rider comfort is so important on a day like today, but there is a level of just, grin and bear it. Just get through it, basically, and try and look after the body, look after the bike as much as possible. Use some smarts on a day like today. So the Prologue course, the distance is probably, what are we talking, around the 7K mark. Once we get into the racing, for junior little wheel, I think the track length is roughly 15 Ks, and for the big wheel, maybe 23, thereabouts.
That's it, yep.
And obviously we have the governing body in Motorcycling Australia overseeing things here. But the track work that has gone on here, and it's required, as you can appreciate, because the rain has meant that some aspects or some parts of the track have been more affected than others. It's required some last-minute changes. So to the landowners and the people that are involved here to make those switches to enable us to keep the correct distances and for the race to happen, we're enormously grateful. But everyone's in the same boat. We're all coming into it kind of blind in that respect.
Well, you're right, and it's not just about kind of making sure the race complies to all the MA regulations. It's also make it so the riders have something to enjoy as well, and push them as far as they can, because it's not all good about having an easy race, and I don't think a lot of them will today, but it's also about pushing these riders. And I mean, the level of riders over the years has got so high because of races like this. I think we've got so many juniors now who are racing overseas. I mean, we've got the Championshires, things like that, who have just absolutely come all the way through the ranks and nailed it. I think this is a reason for it, because Hattah and other races like that have just kept pushing the boundary of what riders can do.
Love it. 715 we saw there on the replay a moment ago. Leland Myers, the Yamaha. Next group are being sent off here at the moment.
It's also great to see these tracks, because you can start to see how it's forming up. The small wheel track is obviously its own entity as well. The big wheel and the seniors have a larger track to go around. So you'll see little sections come in and out. We're seeing that sand really start zapping the power of the bikes. You're really seeing those bikes. Look, we're looking at them paddling. We're looking at their feet down. That means it's getting deep. I mean, there could be a point where we're watching riders go through where their pegs are scraping, because those ruts are just so incredibly deep.
Unreal. Crazy. 56. Ash McPherson aboard the Husqvarna. I want to say a huge thank you to the Live It Live team as well, and to Toph, who's directing for us today, to bring you these live stream pictures and the amazing drone shots that have become in recent years the trademark, haven't they, for this event, in terms of the way that we cover it. They will, when the racing proper happens, disappear beyond our position here in the what is, as I said before, this area has been transformed into a full pit area, and it's the central focus of the race.
Well, now we're getting some footage as well from the back part of the track. Obviously, we can see all the amazing sweeps out there, kind of doing their bit, making sure the riders are safe, making sure the track's not too bad, but we can really see out there how wet it is. We can see water all through the track, even in some of the inside, these corners at the very top of the screen. That's that water that's going to get drawn up through the day, and it's going to just make for some interesting racing, especially if we look on the left hand, the middle of the screen here, we can see that kind of colour. We can really see that it's going to start pulling out.
Yeah.
That's where those flat corners that we're looking at, that's what really makes the riders. I mean, Corey McMahon is renowned now for being one of the flat track specialists out here, and those flat corners really bring it in. But those flat corners are going to go away if those ruts really form up. Whoa, whoa, he was all into it. All the berries, all the day. That was awesome.
Full beans. We love it. It is hard. It is a handful for them, but they're so pumped up for this moment. Kind of 12 months in the making for many of them, isn't it? And wonderful night last night at Red Cliffs for the big teams and the stars of the show to do some autographs, and the turnout was amazing for scrutineering for all of the competitors. And these are the young ones, and that's
down.
Yeah.
It was a bit too much on the throttle before, but the technique he's got, his dad has taught him so well to be able to lift that bike up because it gets heavy. That was a beautiful work.
Nice work. Tyson Munro aboard the Kawasaki, the KX65. Get it going again if we can. And away.
Oh, that was beautiful.
Good, tenacious. We like that.
It's great as well this year. We're not going to have the dust. So, I mean, that's great for us for viewing. A lot of people on the track are really going to love that part, but it's going to make it for one absolute slot fest. And you can see at the start, those little wheels are just carving it up, just absolutely making a massive mess, which is great. It's going to make it great for the big bikes when they come out. It's so important, obviously, from last year to make sure that that position that you finished last year is going to set you up good for the day today.
The whole lap, particularly, I mean, you just tell the way then that because it's choked with mud, the wheel doesn't necessarily want to bite and turn, that unnerving, like a circuit racer would call it understeer, and then this kind of happens, doesn't it? You know?
Yeah, we call that tucking the front. It's because your front just kind of washes out in front of you. It's really hard in this stuff, and you saw him, he kind of backed off that throttle to try and balance the bike out. Sometimes with this kind of, especially this mud, you've got to hold the throttle on. You've got to use as much momentum as you can to drive that bike through. Otherwise, you'll see what happens. That front tire will dig in and absolutely push you into the ground.
Momentum is your friend, basically.
Momentum. That's the key, which is a very hard thing to tell your brain and your wrist to do the same thing at the same time. So sometimes it doesn't work, and unfortunately, he'll learn that this weekend and make sure he holds it on the whole way.
The 588 that we saw there was Sonny Glenn aboard the KTM, the Bigfoot Civil entry.
This is a great corner. This is just outside our box here. They come over the top of the hill, and when we watch the top 10 shoot up, this is a beautiful shot because the power that comes through this hill is absolutely phenomenal. The speed. These juniors are doing great. You can really see them holding the lines coming through, but you can see here that it'll be just absolute carnage and full power. A few years ago when Daniel Sanders was here doing it, it was an absolute spectacle to watch, and he's obviously one of the riders here at Hattah that's done so well and gone overseas, so it's great to see him. And now we've got Lyndon Snodgrass coming back as well from overseas, which has been absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, it's so good to have the... And when you talk to some of those riders, I mean, if for whatever reason in recent years they've been away with international commitments, they are dialed in wanting to know what's going on with this race. It's a huge draw card. And then I think they're, relaying to their international colleagues wherever they're racing about it, what it is like and so on. Just to tap into something you said there a moment ago, just the roll call of winners and place getters in the main event over the years. I mean, it is star-studded from multiple wins for Toby Price. You mentioned Chucky there, Daniel Sanders. Corey McMahon is our most recent winner, and we celebrated the number one plate holder last night. I mean, Callum Norton the year before. There's some really cool riders over the years. I mean, I think of Wonka, Brad Williscroft. He had a couple of second place finishes there around the turn of the century, and then finally got that breakthrough, I think, in about 2006. So some really good names over the years.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, the names you just said, even just if you wanted to talk about the last run-up, Corey McMahon, Callum Norton, hardest working guys you'll find out there, and have had heartbreak out of here. It's always kind of been their one to miss. So to see them on the podium has been phenomenal, especially this year with Callum Norton coming on a Ducati. That's a massive talking point all through. Huge. And he managed to put that in the fourth fastest time, I think, which is crazy for a new bike. So it'll be great to see exactly what he's going to do. And also all the other riders, it's always a stacked field. They always bring so much international recognition over to race Hattah, because it's one of those races where I think a lot of people can do it and still be kind of central and localized for a lot of people, and kind of just hang out with their mates too. I think last night we got here early, and it was kind of all the pros hanging out, talking to each other, just kind of getting back to what they used to do as juniors, kind of talking and hanging it off each other.
It is a bit of a kind of an equalising or humbling sort of race in that regard, but held in the highest regard by the motorcycle racing community. To win this one, is enormously special. What we're watching at the moment are the aspirants, those that one day hope to join that roll call of winners we were just talking about there before. The shots from our drone give you that sense of what we were talking about before, the pockets, the way the water has swelled in those dams, those lakes and so on that are around us. So quite naturally our track, which is weaving its way through the centre of the shot there, is damp in lots of places. You will have seen from those drone shots as well, lots of motorcycles that are placed around the outer perimeter of our course. They have lots of great measures here, the organisers, to ensure that we've always got a way of keeping track of the riders, and we've got ways of dealing with things. If there's a chain breaks and a rider is, getting them safely out of the raceway.
I mean, not even that. I think we can laugh about it now, but Sam Bashir a couple of years ago ran out of fuel on the track. So there's a lot of those kind of things you don't really see. I suppose also at the back part of the tracks and on the main racetrack, there's actually a lot of hidden trees, a lot of hidden tree roots in the ground, and that can cause some massive accidents, massive incidents out there. So it's not always just the high speed in the sand. It can also just be kind of the hidden things in the sand that get brought up that can really kind of put a rider on their bum.
Waiting to give you some times as well when they conclude their prologue lap, just getting the MyLaps, the speed hives sorted for you, and we'll bring you up to speed on that as they come through. We are focused on junior prologue, small wheel. At the moment,
it's just so great to see drone footage like this. It just really kind of highlights what the riders are going through, and also that concentration, that level. We're watching their elbows up just to try and keep that bike as stable as possible. It's a great shot, and I'm so glad we're able to do that now.
Yeah, absolutely. So we can tell you some numbers now. So Ollie Kale on the 282 with a 3-minute 33.31. That's the best of the times that we've seen so far in Prologue. Pretty handy number for the youngster over that sort of distance.
Well, that's great, especially their first kind of real push lap as well. This is where they're really kind of putting it down. They're trying to figure out how their bike's going to work. They may go back now, do a few changes that may stiffen the front up a little bit, depending on how they feel. Obviously, when it comes to juniors, though, they don't really know how to translate sometimes with how the bike is, but the dads and the mums definitely will have seen and go, okay, we're going to stiffen this up. We may put some more kind of help in the rear of the bike as well to try and make it settle, but there's really not much you can do outside of that for these little fellas. They're just going to have to go out and ride it.
What have we got? A staggering amount of them too. I think was it 104 or thereabouts? And we're in different divisions as well, 2 different age brackets. We've got different partners for that, for those divisions, if you will, too. So thank you to M1 Tyres, Sunnyland, Decentralised Demountables as well, who've been great supporters. And then on the big picture, of course, to all of the team at Miller Quarries who were out in force last night and with us at Red Cliffs for our scrutineering, and that's an all-important part of the weekend too. It's not just a celebration of what's to come. It is a proper systems check for the organisers when it leaves the motorcycle. On Friday night, we are absolutely certain and know that timing equipment is going to work when they come out here on the loop, doesn't it?
I guess it's also a great way for the riders to make sure that they've got everything covered as well. I mean, It's always a very, very kind of hectic lead up to a race like this. You can lose focus on all the small things. So scrutineering is a great way to kind of centralize yourself, make sure your bike's all great, all your gear. Obviously they look for helmets and chest plates and all those kind of things. So it's really important. And for you as well, you got to really see the whole workings of the motorbikes and kind of got to feel it as well.
So Ollie Kale, Chad Warland, Nico Marchant, Stella Harding in the top 4, and some of the gaps aren't that much either. No. I know it's only Prologue, and we've talked in detail about the tricky conditions that they've been confronted with. This is going to be fascinating, isn't it?
Oh, it's going to be great. I think it's great to see the times so close together. I mean, we're not looking at the split that far compared to some years where it's drier, because it is kind of, I suppose in some ways, a bit humbling to have it like this, because it does level the playing ground. I mean, a lot of the riders could be really good in that fast dry pack, which is easy to hold it on, but here in the wet, it's a lot more technical to ride, and that's, I suppose, where these riders are really going to have to start focusing.
It might be middle of the day or late in the day in the United States. Thank you for being with us. If you're tuning into our live stream coverage, maybe it's evening in Europe and you're on board with the live stream too. Wherever you're tuning in, you're watching the Hattah Desert Race for 2026. Ollie Kale, best of our runners for Prologue from Chad Warland, Nico Marchant, Stella Harding, Ollie Brommel, River Taylor, Dean Henry, and I think it was Cooper McNally there? I couldn't see the 7th or 8th spot. So timing rolling through here. There is a Rust in the field. Jack Rust.
Mate, he's taken up after you.
Must be a decent relative.
he's going to do really well this weekend.
But he will. Probably, unlike me, he can actually probably ride. So good stuff. Nice to see them getting out and having a crack at this. Big welcome to all of the families, as we said before, who've come massive distances. And we're going to get a decent crowd here as well. I reckon the areas that surround the central point of the course, where we'll see some of those pit stops unfolding a little later in the day. The hills just to the side of it will get lined with folk watching on, won't they?
When the seniors are here, when the top 10 shootouts here, you will not find a spot on the hill on that kind of last few corners. It's beautiful. It's an awesome sight to see the amount of people that come. And I guess even the juniors see them hanging over the fence, watching their favourite riders come through.
Righto, just to recap the numbers for you. As we said before, Ollie Kale with the best time that we've seen in that prologue for small wheels, a 3-minute 33.31 and a gap of 0.176 there over Chad Warland, Nico Marchand on the 763, third quickest. Then it's Stella Harding, Ollie Brommel, River Taylor, Dean Henry, Cooper McCulley. I might have said McNally before. I couldn't see it as the timing page turned over. Cooper, my apologies there. Ted Smith and Parks Cranit there, I think, rounds out the top 10 competitors from our prologue there for small wheels. We can give you a little sense of what's happening in the rest of the day. We will do that on the other side of a break as you continue to watch our live coverage from the Hattah Desert Race for 2026.
The new Segway Powersport ATV and UTV side-by-sides have arrived. The Snarler ATV range is engineered for rough conditions on Aussie farms and built tough to work alongside you with exceptional towing and hauling capabilities. Need more grunt? Our 1000cc side-by-sides lead the pack in safety, technology and come in a 3 or 6-seat option. All backed by a 2-year factory warranty and a nationwide dealer network.
You think I can't break this ground?
You think a girl can't do it?
You think I can't dig deep? You think I can't tear down these walls?
Clear a path
Build bigger?
Go off-road?
And turn your lawn
into my territory?
You think I can't make them possible?
Possible? Watch me.
Watch me.
The Hattah Desert Race is something really special to this region. It brings thousands of people through our backyard, pumps millions into our local economy and gives locals access to one of the best events in the country. At Millwall Quarries, we've always been about supporting this community. We've worked in this community for over 25 years. So when the opportunity came to become the naming rights sponsor of Hattah, we didn't hesitate. We're proud to put our name on it and we'll see you out there.
You feel most alive where you feel most at home. And this is living. Bobcat, the company that changed the way the world works, is coming home with a quality compact tractor built to match your quality of life. This isn't work you have to do. It's work you get to do. So get it done in a tractor that's all you. See your dealer or visit bobcat.com.
The new Segway Powersport ATV and UTV side-by-sides have arrived. The Snarler ATV range is engineered for rough conditions on Aussie farms and built tough to work alongside you with exceptional towing and hauling capabilities. Need more grunt? Our 1000cc side-by-sides lead the pack in safety, technology, and come in a 3 or 6-seat option. All backed by a 2-year factory warranty and a nationwide dealer network.
Jeremy Cowley takes a deep breath, and that is because we're about to go again. Greg Rust with you as well. You'll be joined by Shannon Moyler and Johnny Contract during the day, as well as our coverage of the Millwall Quarries Hattah Desert Race for 2026 continues. We've gone from junior small wheel to junior big wheel now, where they have just completed their sighting lap. They are about to set off and contest Prologue. When we look at some of the timing for the small wheel competitors, the front running, the outright numbers that we shared with you before, completing the 7K lap or the loop in about 3 minutes 33 seconds was the best number that we saw there from Ollie Kale. But further down the field, for those that are maybe coming for the first time, or maybe these sorts of conditions aren't to their liking necessarily, it took others in the order of 9 minutes.
Yeah, definitely shows that kind of skill level depending on where they are as a rider. Also, how new they may be to it. But it's also great to see girls so far higher in there as well.
Definitely.
There are some absolutely quick women out here, and it's very good to see the junior females are really coming through as well.
Did you highlight there, I think Stella Harding, top 4.
Absolutely.
Outright. That's an outright number, let alone some of the class positions. And we can run through some of those as we go from the real... the littlest of the little. Sometimes when you watch them on the bikes, you wonder how they even throw their leg over it. So Ollie Newton, great job on that Prologue lap for the 65cc 6 to under 9. And then it's Louis Tuddenham, Paddy Tuddenham, and Nixon Stafford. Jack Westbury rounds out your top 5. Let's go to 7 to under 9 now, 65cc. Harrison Redfern. Did the lap in 4 minutes 36.89, but top of the class there from Jack Brommel. For, what are we talking there, 65.9 to under 13. Parks Cranard from Mitchell McConaughey. Leyland Myers, who we saw there before in the 7.15. I think Leyland might have had a little moment there, but recovered to be third in class. So that's a nice performance. Nate Cresswell and Oscar Cloden round out your 5 in that class. We go to 85cc... and that's 2-stroke, and 150cc 4-stroke, small wheel only now, so 9 to under 12. As we see, just about, you can hear them, they're away now and running for big wheel there. So just to come back to that, Ollie Kale from Chad Wallen, Nico Marchand and Ollie Rommel. They're your top 4. River Taylor, I think, in the 5 there. And then finally, for small wheel, girls 7 to under 12. Stella Harding, we highlighted there before, from a top 4 outright. A great lap there, 3 minutes 36.50. That is really good. Quickly, Cadence Corney, second fastest in the class from Asher Wilson. Annie Rickus and Elvie Pilkington rounds out your top 5 as the focal point for us now becomes Prologue for big wheel. Can we just, Jeremy, just a quick little moment for the memory of Cody Breen, and to the Breen family. Was 17 years of age, a top 25 outright junior big wheel finisher last year, a friend, a competitor, a sportsman, and an inspiration. And if you've got the event program, you'll note a beautiful photo there of Cody, and a nice sentiment, if you will, and that is that the dust will settle, the race will finish, but the memory of Cody Breen will ride with us forever. So thinking of Cody's friends and family as we get very much into going wide open in 26.
It is. It was a very sad kind of weekend through racing, and unfortunately it was horrible news to hear that. So it's great that we're going to obviously continue his memory on, as a lot of riders do here in Hattah, but also across the world as well.
We'll keep you updated on times for big wheel here, and as the day unfolds for you, we've got the 2 signature races, if you like, for the junior contingent, both small and big wheel to come.
It's their day today.
It's their day.
It's junior day today. We talk about the Prologue and the top 10 shootout, but junior day Saturday. And I think that's a great thing about Hattah and why it will last for so long. And it's so big because we just have a day dedicated for these kids to come, mix it with the best of juniors, but also hang out with the olders.
To your point, Corey, Callum, all of those guys that we saw last night where we recognised the top 10 from last year, there were some really nice moments where, I'm paraphrasing here, right? But some of them said things like, I was that kid one day, and that little moment of me spending a second with Callum and talking about his bike or getting an autograph. I mean, that's the stuff that drives these youngsters today. And on the flip side of that, to your point, Jeremy, they are big about this being the junior day, aren't they? And making sure they get their moment in the limelight, if you will.
And I guess it's a great way to mix up different disciplines of riding as well, because we'll have enduro riders, MX riders, and some form of desert riders all come to this to kind of match and see exactly how they stack up. Because as we talked a little bit before, it's not always about that sprint format that motocross riders bring. It's really about that endurance that a lot of the desert and enduro riders bring. So I think this is a great way for juniors to really test their skills amongst themselves.
Man, 2026, based on what we're seeing already, is going to be a bit of an ultimate test of endurance, isn't it? They're going to need all of that.
Oh, it's great. The dirt's definitely forming up, not as square-edged as usual. I mean, this dirt won't hold those edges. It's going to round out a little bit more. So it is going to be great to see these ruts form and exactly how they're going to manage it all the way through.
So I think first of the time starting to come through with that RJ there maybe crossing the line. We'll just confirm the numbers for you once we can double check the timing. As you can appreciate, it scrolls over and adjusts the timing because we have so many competitors.
Plus the riders going out, riders coming in, it can get quite lost. And then there's riders that cross the line at the same time that may not have started at the same. It gets quite hard to kind of make sure we fiddle it all together. And also, we've also may have different transponders as well from different events or different clubs as well, so it's quite hard.
I think they all get an individual or a unique number for this event, doesn't it? So I mean, if you're on, I think it was 827, we saw there a moment ago, there is only the one for the event, isn't it?
That's correct, yep. Also the plate colour, things like that can really determine exactly where they are in the field as well.
Is there a preference on a day like today? The heart goes back to the early days of two-stroke competition, four-stroke. Well, is there something, or is it a matter of just personal preference?
Mate, we don't get into those discussions. I mean, there's a two-stroke, four-stroke. We don't start that kind of war. I mean, I'm staying well out of that, but it is different. I guess a lot of the top riders here in the older classes will have four strokes. That's just the way it is. But the preference for two strokes is quite strong because they've come a long way. Unfortunately, I think four strokes are always going to have it in the desert. I think they're always going to have that power, that torque to be able to lift them out of that deep sand and keep them on top.
One thing we will talk about is, I guess, rider position on a day like today too, the sort of things you might do on the bike.
Yeah, you can just see how they took two separate lines there on the live feed. Both quite high in regards to where their body position is on the bike to keep that front wheel as heavy as they can going into that corner. They really need to keep that weight to make sure that front wheel doesn't wash out. But it's all about the power, keeping that power into that bike, keeping it as much drive as you can to keep that front wheel going through it. It's going to be very difficult as well.
Riley Mullen from RJ Penny, Lachlan Devlin, I think it was, or Devon there, round there. Your top three at the moment, but the times may change there as the prologue continues. Will anyone bank or complete? We've got one down there at the bottom of the screen. That left-hander isn't it?
It's getting you. It'll get you. As I said before, especially if you're coming out for the first time into this kind of racing or even into this track and the way it's formed up, it can catch you out. Inside the corner as well, it's going to be quite difficult. He's going to have to really kind of get that bike around.
The 55? Is that Thomas Neck? I'm trying to double check the number if it was the 55 there indeed. So gets it going again. That's the main thing. Great work.
I think it may have been Paige actually.
Was it?
Paige
was it?
Kitchen,
Sorry,
yeah.
thank you. I
Yep.
couldn't
One of the
pick the
female
number.
riders.
Well played.
Yep.
Thank you. Apologies, Paige. Oh, it's so tricky. Another one.
Look at that. Look at that beautiful. We're talking about corners right now. Look at that rut and how it's forming up. Very kind of rounded at the top. It goes in, but look how thick that mud is. It's just going to kind of play a havoc with a lot of that tyres. A lot of the way the bike's going to set up is going to be dictated by this. And you can really see that when they go through this kind of wet section, they're going to be legs out, paddling, trying to keep that bike as straight as they can in some sections, especially if they don't have that confidence going through the deeper mud.
Just listening to the motorcycle on approach. This is the one that's caught a few of them out. Not afraid, using that left leg as well to keep it propped up and keep on the...
He went for a different technique as well. He kind of rode the back brake all the way and slid it in to try and settle the bike down, then put the power on. That's quite a brave move in the conditions he is. I guess he's from more of a motocross background where he really wants to fight for that corner, but it was good to see it kind of work from here. We're looking at the screen as well. Look how slick the front tyre looks. Like, you could almost say that there's no no grip in that at all.
Riley Mullen did it in a 3-minute 28.626. RJ Penny, 331.2. Elijah Newton has jumped up there, I think, to third at the moment. And we can probably break it down, as you can see left of your screen there too, on the totem from a class perspective there too. So
Lorna Locke for the girls, absolutely swinging off it. That's amazing to see. She's now on the Yamaha team with Jess Gardner and things like that. So it's so good to see her get picked up and push forward.
is there an argument for, I mean, you talked about momentum being your friend there before and so on, and trusting in that, but is there an argument as well for not conservative, that's not the right word I'm looking for here, but just to be smooth or as consistent as you possibly can on a day like today without necessarily going for that outright or breakneck speed?
It is hard. It's a hard balance. When it comes to Prologue, you want to have that explosive speed to be able to get you up before it. It's not good to kind of have that longevity over the whole track. They will push harder, and we'll see a lot more of the motocross guys and girls push to the top for Prologue. It's kind of their what they do. When it comes to the race, so you will see a little push at the start, but then they'll kind of go into their flow state, is what the most of the riders will state it, and kind of find a rhythm that they can then set into for the duration of the race. In that last lap, though, they'll really be pushing it. Their bikes are definitely going to be tuned this year for the last lap because of how rough it's going to be. So I know, talking to a lot of the suspension guys, they're actually making sure their bikes are set for the absolute worst of the race. And a lot of the guys are saying that the first 2 laps are going to be quite difficult to ride the bikes because they're just not tuned for that kind of terrain.
Got you. How sapping will that be from an energy perspective as well? I mean, that's the other thing you've mentioned about the need to keep a little something in the tank, something in reserve for the final lap or 2 of the race. I mean, if it is so physically exhausting in that first part of the race.
They'll use a lot of the bike to do the riding, and a lot of times these guys will actually just train to make sure the bike does the work for them before they start pushing, because when they start pushing, that's when it's all about your body position, your core, to make sure that weight is at the front, and then back across that back tire to get the drive. So a lot of times in that first kind of instance of racing, they're going to use a lot of the bike to try and pull them through it, and not ride lazy, as we would say, but ride in that conservative state. It's been quite interesting to watch them this week as well. Really start learning to ride in a different technique through the mud, through the sand, choosing lines that usually we're trying to find wide lines on the side of the tracks which can be smoother away from the ruts. This time they're really trying to find ones that may just stay a bit drier, a bit tackier, so they can actually, one, spin that rear wheel up to expel that dirt, but then also push the bike a lot harder in the corners, try and get that weight as high as they can, with the bike getting as much angle as it can as well.
The 810 was Darcy Hanksberger there on the Suzuki 85. It's a wonderful ride across both days too, kind of battle of the makes or the brands,
so
isn't it? I mean,
so many.
A lot of bragging rights and all of that too, isn't it, off the back of this race?
We have a Suzuki there. It's great to see them. I mean, Honda obviously have been really strong in the desert. Brody brought them back about 4 years ago to Fink and has been really flying that flag quite high. And then obviously this year Honda put so much money in through it. Peter Kittle kind of got behind Honda. Oh no, that's not a good sign. Oh, it's locked up. He's got to put it in neutral, or is it locked? Oh no, that's not a good sign.
The body language was one of I need help or something.
Oh no, you
got it.
Oh, there we go. Oh no, he has that's struggle. I mean, we all, I suppose, remember the footage now from Corey Hammond at Fink pushing his bike, you know, the 1.5K or something like that. So this is another one, just straight to the side of the track.
Riley Mullen with the best of the times in this one by 2.6 seconds from RJ Penny. Elijah Newton rounding out your top 3 in outright terms. I've been giving you the breakdown of classes there on the left of screen on Totem from time to time too.
It's actually great to see the times as well. Once again, we keep talking about how close times can be and how they push it. The track is rough and tough. I mean, they're not that far from last year's times at all.
That's actually quite impressive on balance then, isn't it? So, you know, admittedly they've done some work here and right throughout, well beyond race week, but it's certainly from a track works perspective, it's required a lot of that little team who've done such a great job this week.
A lot of the motocross riders will prefer this terrain as well, like that muddy kind of beautiful, we call it red velvet. Like, it looks like a red velvet cake, that chocolate cake. It looks a lot of the motocross riders, this is what they ride on the weekends, is that really kind of formed up wet track. So, I mean, they're really going to capitalize on this.
Coming up into that left-hander that we've spoken about.
Beautiful.
Yeah, nicely done.
Beautiful body. You can see that his bike was really far leaned over. He's kind of going with it. His elbows are really high. That's helping to drive that front wheel into that rut, push it through the corner. That start, though, that's going to catch you. You can see a lot of the times they're trying to balance that clutch, the power coming out of it. That bike really wants the wheel stand. We've seen a couple of them do it. Oh, absolutely perfect. Look how far back
he was, yeah.
Just swinging off it, trying to keep that drive into the back of the bike, keeping that front wheel light as well to kind of skip over those ruts so we don't have that cross-riding effect that we can kind of see some every time when people get a bit lazy. It's all about that control, making sure you feed that power enough that you can get it out enough, get it sideways enough, because it does seem a bit silly, but sometimes drifting that bike can really help get extra power.
Riley Mullen to confirm by 2.6 seconds with the fastest time in Prologue overall. There's your class results right now on the totem for you on the left of screen there. And that's another example of what you're talking about.
Yeah, just trying to find that grip, trying to make sure you have enough power. Oh, beautiful. That was, well, you could see how he just compressed all his suspension to that corner, loaded up the clutch. As soon as he felt that bite, straight off on the power, pushes the bike out, and he kind of shoots himself out. He uses that momentum coming into the corner, holds it into the clutch, holds that power, holds the inertia in that motor, releases it, and just shoots him straight forward. It's a very risky move. It's a very risky move, because if that corner or that berm doesn't hold you, you are going to be sliding all the way onto the floor. So it paid off really well from there.
233, I think, was Archie Pollard there before coming through. 176, about to set off. Those goggles are going to get a workout today, aren't they? People are going to be needing spares during the pit stops and a decent...
A lot of them will have the
tear
quick,
off?
Yeah, no, not tear off. They're like a quick clean style goggle. They're a bit of a, I guess, like a windscreen wiper that kind of goes across your goggles. A lot of them run that. It's kind of the only way to do it here, especially with this kind of mud. The other thing we're going to talk about is, and we'll later on get into it, is peppering. Now, peppering is a big thing here in the riders, and it's one of those things it gets overlooked so many years, but peppering is the fact of being behind another rider and getting absolutely sprayed with rocks and sand, and it can strip paint. You look, some of the guys who've been here for a long, long time, their front forks are completely stripped. Like, it looks like it's sandblasted. Their front number plate will almost become all gone, because it just, peppering is a thing. And we'll look at some of the riders after the event, and they'll have red spots all over their chest just because of the sand.
Bill Rickus is in the top 5. Lachlan Devlin. Hamish Finch is in there as well. New fastest time was that? We'll double check that for you. I think that may have been a new quickest time. It just popped up as we were chatting there. Jacob, I think, but we'll confirm the surname for you. There may have been a change at the top of the outright numbers for Big Wheels Prologue here for our juniors.
It's going to happen. It's going to one of those things you can't always just assume the ones at the front are going to set the fastest pace. They will have a good run because the track won't be as carved up, but at the same time, there's a lot of these dark horses throughout the course of the day that will come through and steal it away.
Higher or wider line on that occasion there, I think. So interesting, just a little glance too as the riders come in there about what might be the best option to take for them.
It's also always great as well to kind of look through the riders list to see all these last names as well, because there's some amazing riders out there who dads have been here for a very long time, and it's always great to kind of see them line up, and now the moto riders are the moto dads helping push their kids along. I think we had Todd Smith out there, Michael Burgess. There's been so many amazing names, Ryan Branford. I mean, these guys are just absolute legends, and now they're bringing the next load of kids along as well, and hopefully getting them up to the same level that they were.
recap just if there was from an outright perspective. I think we've got about 230 odd competitors out there at the moment. Mitch House now 307.738 from Nate Munro, Levi Rossi, Lachlan Vincent, Riley Delaney in the top 5, then Jacob Brewer. We have seen a decent amount of change there in the last minute or two in outright terms here for Big Wheel. There's some reasonable numbers starting to pop up as well.
Oh, absolutely. Those lines are getting absolutely cut now that we can really see exactly what they're going to be doing.
Just to recap there too, we were updating you from a live timing perspective for big wheel classes. We did pop up the totem on the left of screen there, but just a recap, I think, for small wheel there from some of the results that we had a little earlier. We've run the prologue for those competitors. They are now prepping, gearing up, getting ready for their big race on Saturday here at the Millewa Quarries Hattah Desert Race for 2026. Still waiting for the last in that queue, and there's still a decent queue to come through there. Yeah, still a ways to go. 2 by 2 they head off.
It's always hard as well, the last riders will start getting cold. They're kind of getting a little bit in their head too. They're watching everyone come in, and now we're watching them all come in just absolutely covered in mud as well. So they know, oh, we're in for a bit of a run this time.
When you're talking about dads like that have got experience from Hattah over the years, how valuable is that? And do the young ones always listen?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No, we're very lucky at the moment. We're kind of staying with the Bramford and kind of seeing how his team is working. Plus, Schdule from STE, we're kind of camped up with them, and it's been so good to see the amount of juniors just coming through. We've talked to guys like Oscar Harris, whose young one is coming through as well, and is being absolutely. Oh, it's just been amazing to see. Oh no, that's not good.
Couple of competitors coming past us on the back of the trailer there. They're okay is the most important thing, but they were looking pretty dejected, and I think the bikes have either had something mechanically go wrong, or maybe it's that incredible. Just to recap here, Mitch House on top from Nate Munro, Levi Rossi, Jet Avard up there now, Chase Weston, Lachlan Vincent, Malachi Middleton, Riley Delaney, Cooper Danaher. They're your, I think, top 9 that we managed to rattle through there. But some of the names that were at the top of the order early on in this prologue have been shuffled down a little as we bring you. So Declan Smart is in the top 10 outright as well. Nice stuff. So some of the later runners are getting some good times out of this.
Absolutely. I mean, it's been great to see the footage too. We're really seeing an overview of the track now. We're seeing how it's forming up. It looks really, really kind of, it doesn't pre-steam it, but it seems quite smooth at the moment. I mean, the track seems to be holding up. I was expecting it to be worse, to be honest, with all the braking bumps. Obviously, these are smaller bikes, so it's going to change a lot more, but it is interesting to see how the bikes are kind of forming up, and they're not coming in as bad as we expect as well in regards to mud, because here the mud doesn't clump, as I keep trying to say. It won't have like this horrible heavy effect on the bikes. It will just kind of stick to the parts where it's going to dry. So that can be a good and bad part, because obviously that's now going to create a lot more wear on components, chain guides, sliders, things like that. It can really play havoc. KDMs are known for doing seals as well around certain shafts, so and these things need to be looked at when these riders are coming in.
A light coating of makeup, is that what you're trying to say?
Oh, mate, there's a lot of silicone spray. You know, it was funny, we were talking a lot of guys last night, and they're doing a lot of silicone spray around their parts of their bikes, because it's the only way to make sure to keep that moisture out. I know certain bikes, can't say which ones, but certain bikes do not like water, and they're renowned for not starting if they get wet. So a lot of times they'll do a lot of silicone spray around certain areas, especially around like the air tank and things like that, to try and keep all that away to stop the moisture going in.
Yep. Help keep it clear.
Yeah, keep it clear.
Greg Rust and Jeremy Cowley with you here on the live stream as it continues. For those of you that are diving in on the conversation, thank you, and we'll try and update you on some of the class results for Junior Prologue for the Big Wheel division. different age
beautiful.
brackets.
You're really seeing that section out there. We can see that wet section to the left has really started moving across. So it'll be interesting when the bigger bikes come through, bigger tyres as well. We're talking between a 120 and a 140 size tyre, which is once again another controversial topic that I don't want to start a riot out in the paddock for. But a size of your tyre can really change how the bike handles. Here, I think they're going back to a 120 because of the type of dirt, but a 140 is also known as a desert tyre, quite a big, wide tyre, a lot of grip, but can really play havoc with how the back end will settle through the ruts.
If you have not seen this before, the Millawa Quarries Hattah Desert Race is Australia's largest, most challenging annual off-road motorcycle enduro, always, traditionally held on the first weekend of July near Hattah, south of the regional hub of Mildura in the kind of top left-hand corner of Victoria, about a 500-kilometre drive from Melbourne. Beautiful part of the world, this. And as we detailed, if you've just joined the live stream, we've had a bit of rain in the run-up to this year's race weekend, and that's made for some challenging conditions for today. And tomorrow, it's Mitch House with the fastest time from Nate Munro, Levi Rossi, Jet Avard, Chase Weston, Nate Waldy, Lachlan Vincent, Malachi Middleton, Riley Delaney and Cooper Danaher. They're your top 10 outright for Prologue for our juniors big wheels. The number to beat is a 3-minute 7.738 for Mitch House, and he's got a second in the pocket too in terms of the number that he set in that Prologue run.
What an absolute ripping time for the
Beautiful.
young fella. Felix Burgess is another absolute awesome young kid that's coming through. I mean, he's not young, he's a big fella now, but his dad, Michael Burgess, Dakar rider. So it's great to have
that
obviously,
generational.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And Michael runs a lot of the rally schools now and trains pretty much, all the top rally guys. He actually trains them in his school, just based here in Australia. So
nice.
Felix, for him to come through and really push it. I mean, he's a big kid though. I think they just feed him full chickens now. But he's a big kid and he's a big fella. So it's good to see exactly where he's going to go in the future.
I had a very funny conversation. A colleague of mine was on radio with the great rugby league caller Ray Warren one year on Triple M, and Ray was asking about MotoGP, not our dirt bike riders here, but asking about MotoGP, and I think Ray's question was along the lines of to my colleague, what are they feeding them? 65 kgs. So, but you need every ounce of strength for this race. I mean, that probably leads to something. When you were talking about him there a moment ago, I think he was sort of, in outright terms, let's say 20th or thereabouts. It's only Prologue. We need to keep that in mind, isn't it?
Prologue.
So we're talking about, kind of, if you wanted to use a parallel in another kind of racing, it's like a qualifying basically, isn't it?
That's it. And it doesn't gauge a true rider. I think we've talked about it before how there's multiple disciplines here, and that's very important that people need to remember, is that here we have motocross riders, enduro riders, and kids who specialise in this desert form of riding, because there's so much other desert racing that we don't see, especially in South Australia and up in this area too. It breeds crazy desert speed riders. So it's really important to understand that Prologue we can get super excited about, and we can kind of see these times and say, yep, this is what this is going to be, but come race day, it can be completely changed.
Got to keep in mind too, Prologue track is designed to give you that fast snapshot that Jeremy was talking about there before, but when we go racing, the lap is for the for our junior small wheel, it's twice the distance basically, isn't it? So and it's even longer for these competitors. So we do need to keep that in mind. There are around the course, as a part of the build, there are all sorts of key markers. That was something that they talked about in the riders' briefing this morning. So it's very clear where you're meant to be in terms of staying on the track. Particularly, we don't want people venturing off if we're going into a section of crop, for example, and so on. There are arrows or markers in that regard. And if we come up against an orange circle or particularly a cross. A cross means you're basically off the course, I think, doesn't it? So
absolutely,
turn around, wrong direction. Rather.
You can see here how easy it would be to kind of just cut straight across to the left instead of going around. But as we keep saying, it's also about the riders trying to find that little inch sometimes to make it a little bit quicker, a little bit smoother. And so we're trying to bring that all back because obviously, well, that's a great shot, a great absolute shot. But you could, if you went a little bit to the left and right of that track, it may be a lot smoother than straight down the gut, especially coming into corners. So we're just trying to keep the riders together, trying to keep it as fair as we can because you could really see these corners getting blown out. You've got to take it on this shot here to the right, kind of cut straight through. So there's these little things you've just got to be wary because I'm not partial to a little shortcut if I can find one.
Listen to you, full competitor mode there. I love that. Always looking for the advantage.
But it's like that for all racing, isn't it?
Totally.
I suppose that's the great thing about racing because it's not just about riding, but it's about, and I love to explain racecraft. It's not just about riding the bike. It's being able to see those 1/10ths everywhere on a track that you can pick up.
And so how that makes a difference.
It's either going to help with your fatigue or it's going to help with your speed, which is so important out here because I don't want to have to sweat. I don't want to have to ride hard if I don't have to. And if I can find a bit of track that's a little smoother, then that's what I'm going to take.
Mitch House, the fastest of the riders at the moment in our big wheel division for junior Prologue. We're almost at the tail of that group, still to set off. Huge field of competitors in our junior contingent. And I think in terms of total entries across both days here, it's like 877, I think, is the number roughly. That's
too many.
Absolutely massive. Oh. Yeah, and the number that I gave you before, just around our volunteer support, was probably a little on the conservative side. I think it's actually up closer to the 300 that we have, and there are football clubs locally that kind of stop footy for the weekend to come and support us and assist us in the running of the event. And they'll be very busy tonight, where we essentially take the city that you see here today that is about Prologue and our junior competition mainly, and we move across the road for tomorrow's big one, don't
absolutely,
we?
Yeah, absolutely. It's. I think for people who never been to Hattah, it's interesting to think that one side of the road is for Prologue, the other side of the road is for the race, and they're not incorporated either, which is a great thing about Hattah, is that you get to have two completely different kind of tracks put together. And a lot of other races they may incorporate a bit of Prologue, which is fine and great as well. But here it's just two completely separate things. So it also means that your first lap on race day is a lot smoother than what it is now. So you can't just have your bike dialed from the start all the way through the weekend. There will be people changing a few clickers here and there. Sprockets will get changed too, because you may not now
to allow for that.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to change your front, rear sprocket because, there's some amazing mixes, and that's a whole science that we don't want to get into. It's black magic pretty much. But, they will change a lot of these little things to then go suit tomorrow, because tomorrow there are sections out there where the bikes will be absolutely pinned. Like, I'm talking as much noise as that exhaust will put out, that is how fast they're going to go. And here, they don't really get that opportunity. There's a couple of little sections, but not like tomorrow will be.
Given its uniqueness like that, some of the competitors, particularly those, those almost pros, if you will, those experienced competitors, they will walk it, won't they? Is that right?
Prologue.
Prologue.
Yesterday was a very busy day. I think there was all the juniors come out there with their little bikes, and all the pros come out with their little e-bikes. It is quite important for them to kind of see exactly what's going to happen. They'll grab the dirt. I know there's a lot of kind of older guys. Josh Green, I love that fella, but there was always a Green report, and people will talk about the dirt and how the soil's looking. So they will definitely have come out here yesterday, have a better look around, and just see exactly where things are going to kind of hold and exactly how they're going to set their bike up as well.
Thank you for the little bit of vital clarity there too, because I think we keep everyone off the main course, don't we? No one's been on it, so which is
and that's what the level playing ground is at here. Nobody can go pre-run it. Things like Fink and stuff like that, you can go pre-run it for weeks and weeks, months if you wanted to. Here you can't. You've really just got to bring what you brought, show up and have fun. That's really the only way to do it.
Love that.
Yeah.
So we continue with just having a little look across. I reckon we've got maybe 9 or 6 competitors perhaps left to run and to be let loose for Junior Big Wheel Prologue.
Well, we've got all the parents and supports now crossing the track, so that does mean we're at the very end. They've opened that up again. That will only be open, obviously, when it's once everyone's left that pit area. So, no, it's definitely getting to the last one. And you tell you what, you almost wouldn't want to be these last riders, because it will be absolutely chopped out. It will be, it'd be woeful. You've been sitting there as well now for a good 40 minutes. Just sitting there waiting, everyone else had their run. So,
are there little things that they've been taught? Maybe dad will remind them, or mum, before they set up, just around not overheating the bike and stuff like that while you're in the queue and so on.
This one will be just monitor your clutch, manage your clutch, don't overrun it, don't get it too hot so you get fade. It'll be a lot of make sure you sit forward, make sure you cover that front wheel, let's get that weight down. And I guess it'll also just be trying to run and have fun. Yeah. I know it sounds so silly, but
that's a great reminder.
Have fun and breathe, because I know we laugh, it's 3 minutes. If you went into that paddock and asked how many times those kids take a breath in those 3 minutes, I don't think any of them did. They would just be holding on, focusing, and then, oh, no.
Man.
Oh, it's completely upside down.
Hopefully can get that bike started. Doesn't everything look okay?
Yeah, it'd just be kind of one of those slow laydowns. Just in an awkward spot. Luckily, he's got some leverage on the hill to be able to get it started. First kick, off he goes.
I need to double check. Is that Reed Hayden maybe on the
Yamaha?
157?
Yeah, that's it.
So good job.
So we can see down on this shot is great. We can see that this section does open up. It is quite fast and flowy, but it will still not hold a candle to what's going to be tomorrow, and the straights as well.
Great shot for us, but little time for the rider to take that in. How far? I mean, competitors often talk about looking up, looking down the road, and thinking things like that. Are there from a vision standpoint, what are they working towards here?
You're for that kind of stuff, you're looking about 50 to 100 meters ahead of you.
Gotcha.
If you can see your front wheel, it's too far. It's too close, sorry, because you don't have enough time to react. So for those kinds of things, what those guys are doing, they're looking as far forward as they can. They're trying to pick the ruts, kind of scanning up and back. Then they're seeing the corners, trying to pick the line, driving through the corner, keeping that head up, keeping that head as far forward as much as they can. Because, as I said, if you can see your wheel, the reaction time you're going to have is just not fast enough.
Jeremy Cowley from the Dirt Bike Burrito podcast. You can find that on any of the regular platforms with your mate Alex too. I should make the point. And catching up with all sorts of people. I've mentioned about rider interviews in the lead up to this, but it's not uncommon for you to talk about other people in the industry.
We do, absolutely. We try and bring everyone in. I think it's an industry that kind of gets overlooked sometimes, and so we try and bring as many people as we can to
tell
highlight
the
their stories. That's exactly it. And also the struggles it takes to make events, because it's not easy.
So House with the best of the times that we've seen, a 3-minute 7.738, and it is only Prologue, but that's a little confidence booster going into the big race for Junior Big Wheel. Just watching the last of our runners starting to filter their way through. It is so tricky, so trying, these conditions. How much will it improve? How much will it change during the day? The impact of all the bikes riding it here.
Also how comfortable the riders are going to feel now coming in from that lap. They've got a little bit of break now while the small wheels go out for their race, so the big wheels can kind of come in. They'll obviously food, they'll fuel themselves, they'll get their bikes cleaned up as best they can, try and see exactly if anything's going to work, and hopefully reset and be ready to go after that.
So we'll run you through the top 10 here in a moment. It's we've got a few people watching on, I think. There's a couple of people in London, I think, that are watching on. So just to recap, Mitch House from Nate Munro, Levi Rossi, Jet Avard, Chase Weston, Nate Waldy in the top 6 there, Lachlan Vincent, Malachi Middleton, Riley Delaney and Cooper Danaher. They're your top 10. Declan Smart just outside the 10 there at the moment. So I think is it Gary Leeson? Yeah, I want to say good day to Gary Leeson there as well. So to all of our international viewers watching on the live stream, but especially to Gary, who's I think been a race secretary and things, hasn't he? So thank you very much. And I don't know what time it would be over there. It'd be late in the evening, wouldn't it? So probably 10:30 or thereabouts at night, maybe, if I've done the quick conversion. Not a good conversion.
Quick math. That was good. That was quick math. Oh, it's heartbreaking. As I said before, it was interesting to see the little kids on the little ones. They put their backs to the bike and then lift up that way. It's kind of what you need to do when you're in that smaller stature. A lot of females do it as well. They kind of put their back to the squat down and push it up. I think he had a bit of a moment before as well in that first corner. So these conditions are treacherous. And now we're seeing all the sweep riders. That was the last rider. So now the sweep riders will go out and make sure the track is completely clear.
Gotcha. We will then grab a commercial break and we'll start to get set for the big race of the day, the junior small wheel, and we'll be covering with Johnny Contract some of the pit activity that happens for you as well, and there's a bit of an art in all of that, or a process in all of that, and some of the big teams have been set up well ahead of, in the dark when we were wandering through and having a little look this morning. The easy ups were done. All the equipment they might need on a day like today is ready and at hand, isn't it?
Yeah,
So,
a lot of them as well come up yesterday. They start setting up while they do the kind of the junior walk around. We can see them line up through the pit row. It's really exciting. It kind of gets the mood going, the atmosphere, and also, as you said before, when you drive in, it's such a spectacle. You kind of drive across the two lakes. You look over. We have the sunrise. There was all these moto tents everywhere. It's just one of those really events that kind of gets you all kind of welled up and excited to race motorbikes.
I love it. You can feel that my colleague here is pumped for it. We hope you are too. We're going to grab a quick commercial break in our coverage here. Come back with more live from Hattah right after this.
You think I can't break this ground?
You think a girl can't do it?
You think I can't dig deep? You think I can't tear down these walls?
Clear a path
Build bigger?
Go off-road?
And turn your lawn
into my territory?
You think I can't make them possible?
Possible? Watch me.
Watch me.
The Hattah Desert Race is something really special to this region. It brings thousands of people through our backyard, pumps millions into our local economy and gives locals access to one of the best events in the country. At Reel Quarries, we've always been about supporting this community. We've worked in this community for over 25 years. So when the opportunity came to become the naming rights sponsor of Hattah, we didn't hesitate. We're proud to put our name on it and we'll see you out there.
You feel most alive where you feel most at home. And this is living. Bobcat, the company that changed the way the world works, is coming home with a quality compact tractor built to match your quality of life. This isn't work you have to do. It's work you get to do. So get it done in a tractor that's all you. See your dealer or visit bobcat.com.
The new Segway Powersport ATV and UTV side-by-sides have arrived. The Schnule ATV range is engineered for rough conditions on Aussie farms and built tough to work alongside you with exceptional towing and hauling capabilities. Need more grunt? Our 1000cc side-by-sides lead the pack in safety, technology and come in a 3 or 6-seat option. All backed by a 2-year factory warranty and a nationwide dealer network.
You think I can't break this ground?
You think a girl can't do it?
You think I can't dig deep? You think I can't tear down these walls?
Clear a path
Build bigger?
Go off-road?
And turn your lawn
into my territory?
You think I can't make them possible?
Possible? Watch me.
Watch me.
The Hattah Desert Race is The Hattah Desert Race is something really special to this region. It brings thousands of people through our backyard, pumps millions into our local economy and gives locals access to one of the best events in the country. At Reel Quarries, we've always been about supporting this community. We've worked in this community for over 25 years. So when the opportunity came to become the naming rights sponsor of Hattah, we didn't hesitate. We're proud to put our name on it and we'll see you out there.
You feel most alive where you feel most at home. And this is living. Bobcat, the company that changed the way the world works, is coming home with a quality compact tractor built to match your quality of life. This isn't work you have to do. It's work you get to do. So get it done in a tractor that's all you. See your dealer or visit bobcat.com.
The new Segway Powersport ATV and UTV side-by-sides have arrived. The Schnule ATV range is engineered for rough conditions on Aussie farms and built tough to work alongside you with exceptional towing and hauling capabilities. Need more grunt? Our 1000cc side-by-sides lead the pack in safety, technology and come in a 3 or 6-seat option. All backed by a 2-year factory warranty and a nationwide dealer network.
Rightio, we're down here with the team at Cassons to have a chat to them about the rebirth of what is an iconic brand that hasn't been around for a while, but more importantly, now we're starting to lift profile on it. So, Nath, first things first, welcome to the Hattah Desert Race.
Thank you very much for having me. It's been awesome.
So give us a chat about Cassons. Who are Cassons?
Cassons are a Australian distributor for a whole lot of different products, from Arai and Scott, Gaern. Massive big company and have affiliation with, a lot of bike shops throughout Australia.
We can't miss it. The Scott logo on your shirt, the cap and so on. How good to have, those iconic goggles back in the Aussie landscape, so to speak.
Yeah, it's been fantastic and the response this weekend's been really, really good. And we're glad to have it back and, be distributing through Cassons. So can't wait to, move forward.
Nath, of course, you're aware that this event is a very grueling event. Visual is really important as part of a number of things that the riders have to be aware of, and protecting that vision with a brand like Scott is really important. They've been doing that forever and a day. It's their bread and butter is what they have been doing, and this would be a great event to test them out then.
Yeah, definitely, and this is why we're at this event. You don't get this many people here looking at the brand, talking about it, and getting everybody behind it. So, and yes, eye protection is one of the, the best things that you need, and Scott goggles are great.
A little look ahead to the weekend. Firstly, the reception here tonight for, for scrutineering, the roll-up of the riders. I mean, great vibe, isn't it?
It's amazing. It's fantastic. We've been doing it for a very, very long time, and, it gets bigger and better every year that we're attending. So, keep bringing it on. So.
No, thank you so much for your involvement here this weekend. Looking forward to associating with you guys over the weekend as well.
No, thank you for having me, and enjoy and have fun.
What a cool guy, eh?
Absolutely, and great to see them supporting the event. Thank you very much.
Well, down here this evening,
See this, boys?
Go find your commentators.
Back again?
Go find your commentators.
They're coming to me apparently.
They're down there at the commentary hut.
Yeah, I got told to stay here. So
That was a while ago by Rowan.
Yeah.
Yeah, double check it, bro.
The outside of all corners are strictly no-go zones for all spectators. Do not stand or sit on the outside of any corners at any time. Don't be the reason this race stops.
Yeah, junior four wheel. Junior four wheel. Forward start area is now clear for you to come down. Can you make sure you wheel your bikes down there? Wheel them down, you can start stacking them up in order from one all the way through. My understanding is that there's something like 100 and plus riders. We'll have the one line and not run two. The junior small wheels, you start bringing your bikes down, lining them up in order from position one to the very end, all in the one line. All right? Thank you very much.
One line, Dave.
Big thanks this weekend to the team at Racing and Patrol. The big connection to this race. The key values are pretty simple.
Oh, you got it?
spot.
Yeah, do that, Sam. You're in the slot pit. Oh, he's having a good one. You're right.
We're in the starting area for the first of the junior main events of the weekend for the Milwaukee Quarries Hattah Desert Race for 2026. Greg Russ with you here. This is an unbelievable sight and atmosphere. We have had some works that have been going on here, courtesy of our track team here, to try and, I think, get it down to a base. Let's bring in Johnny Contract here as well. You've been busy this morning. How's things been? I mean, the runs that we've seen so far in Prologue have been superb, haven't they?
They have been, Greg. And look, to be honest with you, we've had a really decent challenge in the Lead Cup for the week. We've had a lot of rain. The majority of the track, to be honest with you, Greg, here for the junior component has been in excellent condition out there. In actual fact, I think we're going to see some really cool racing over this today in both the classes, small wheel and big wheel. But more importantly, I think we've had this challenge down here at the start line. We lost a little bit of time earlier. We pulled some of it back. We've lost a little bit again here, but that's fine in this part because we've mopped up what we've needed to. It's a solid start. I think the challenge now is to go through and talk to some of these top 10s, including some of the girls as well, just to see what's in front of them. And I think you'll find that they're itching to get cracking.
Absolutely. So a snapshot for you, about an hour of competition to come, around about 6 laps for these competitors. And before the start proper gets underway too, we pause and remember and reflect on a young rider. And then we'll, of course, have a bit of theatre, I guess you could say, the traditional welcome or opening to things with the Australian national anthem as well. So, right, let's wander over and talk to some of the riders, shall we? Ollie, g'day. It's nice to chat with you. Firstly, how's the morning been? And this is the kind of big moment. How are you feeling?
Good.
Yep. Tell us about where you've come from and let people know about your lead up and your build up to this and how much you're looking forward to it.
I came from Narromine, which is like 8 hours away, and I'm pretty keen to get into the race.
Good on you. We're keen for you to go racing too. Hey, in the gap between things, when you're talking with the team, perhaps family and so on, what kind of feedback did you have after the Prologue lap? How tough is it?
Just don't give up, really.
Okay, don't give up. We like that. We like that. Let's keep on moving here. Hey, Chad, great work in the Prologue lap. Tell me, have you got nerves? Is it pure excitement? How are you feeling at the moment?
Yeah, a bit of both. A bit nervous and excited.
Okay. Righto, where have you come from? Let people know that are watching on the live stream all around the world. This is a pretty cool moment here from a rider's perspective, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I come from Condobolin. It's about 6 hours away from here.
Love it. So big trip for you. This is a pretty special one. What was the kind of final bits of chat or maybe advice from family and things before you headed out here?
Just get out there, give it your best and try and stay in the top 3.
Good on you. Nice piece of advice. Go well today, you guys. Hope you have a fantastic ride. Nico, welcome. Are you excited for what's to come here and for, around, it's going to be roughly sort of 6 pretty tough laps, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited, a little bit nervous, but yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Cool. What about the kind of competitors that you're up against here? Do you think about that at all, or you just sort of ride your own race?
No, I just try to ride my own race and not think about it that much.
All right. We hope you enjoy it. Are you ready?
Yep.
Good on you. Nice big smile there. Let's go to Stella Harding here now. Super job by you in that Prologue. How are you feeling ahead of the big race here?
Yeah, pretty excited. I just fell off in Prologue, which wasn't really good. And yeah.
Tell me about that, and I guess then parking that and just getting back on the bike and getting the job done. On that basis, you've actually done very well.
Yeah, I could have got better, but yeah.
Anyway, hey, so tell people where you've come from and so
on. Narromine, New South Wales.
All right, hey, have a fantastic race there today. We can probably keep going with a couple of others. I don't know how much time we've got, Johnny, so just keep me honest from a time perspective. Hey, tell me your name, tell me where you're from, and how pumped you are for this.
I'm Ollie. I'm from South Australia. I'm keen for this race, and I'm ready to send it.
Yeah, we're keen as well. How tough are you anticipating this is going to be today?
With the rain that's come down, it could be pretty muddy, but we'll see how it goes.
You reckon that's something that will suit you?
Yeah, I'm pretty good at mud, and the sand will be good.
Righto, you have an awesome day.
Thanks.
Cool. Let's go to River Taylor here. We're wandering down kind of the top 10 in the wake of Prologue this morning. Hey, you got the jacket on. You're all set.
Yep. Just excited.
Excited. Where have you come from? And tell me about how much, I mean, have you been looking forward to this kind of for the past year? This is a pretty special race, isn't it?
Yeah, I come from Victoria and I did Cassidy the other week for a practice for my first off-road race and I'm pretty excited.
Nice. That was your first one, did you say?
Yep.
Nice. Hey, you've done a super job on that basis then in the prologue. Go well in the race. Dean, let's come to you. Hey, this is an awesome sight. Hey, all these people that have gathered here for this race. Do you kind of put that out of your mind and just enjoy the riding? What's going through your mind right now?
It's kind of just for fun, really.
Fun.
Yeah.
What, do you do anything else for fun, or this is the best fun?
I do some other sports.
Hey, how tough are you anticipating this today? And not just because of the track condition. There's some damn good riders here, aren't there?
Yeah, it's probably going to be pretty hard.
All right. Any final messages for the 6 or so laps to come? How are you gonna tackle this? Keep a little something in reserve for the final few laps.
Just give it my all.
Give it your all. Hold it wide open. You go and enjoy yourself there. What about you? Tell us where you've come from and how amped, how excited you are for this.
I came from Victoria in Mildura. I'm really excited for this race. This is my 5th year doing Hattah, and hopefully I have a good run.
Yeah, we hope you have a great run too. You've got to kind of balance, I guess, riding with some smarts, but in the same breath, being brave enough to hold it wide open too, don't you?
Yeah.
You're looking forward to it?
Yeah.
Cool. Righto, you go well there. And we'll go to Ted Smith here. Hey, man, there's some unbelievable mud here. You like those conditions?
Yeah, they're all right.
They're all right. What about the race proper today and the roll-up of people we've got here? I mean, we should really pause and thank all the different teams and the mums and dads that have all kind of helped to make this possible, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
All right. How are you going to tackle this one?
Hopefully move up a couple spots. Yeah.
Good on you. Move up a couple of spots. Enjoy the race there today. I reckon I just need to keep a little eye on the schedule here. We're going to go to Johnny very shortly because we're going to get into the national anthem and so on. So a little breather here and the kind of the pre-race ceremony not too far away.
So we want to clear the...
You don't need the venue one?
That'll go to the live stream as well.
Cool. All right.
I've grabbed our mic back.
I'll throw back to you. So I can see what's going on here while I'm talking to that, and then I can just throw straight back to you. So back to Greg and Jeremy in the central. Good on you, mate.
Rightio, down here this morning, as you can see, we're ready to go racing, but there's some really important parts we need to get across. And one of them is something that we need to provide as a mark of respect. And if I can take this opportunity to make sure that we've got a little bit of silence around the place while I go through something that's pretty important and pretty close to our hearts. And we talk about living part of the memory of young Cody Breen. And bear with me while I go through some of these points because it's pretty important we get these across. Some riders are remembered for their results, others are remembered for the way that they make people feel. Cody will be remembered for both. At just 17 years of age, Cody had already achieved more than many riders dream of. A talented athlete, dedicated friend, and a proud member of his community, he approached everything in life with courage, humility, and an unwavering love for riding. Hattah had a special place for Cody in his heart. As a junior competitor, he embraced every challenge the desert presented and continually pushed himself to improve. Year after year, he returned stronger, faster, and more determined than ever, earning the respect of not only fellow riders, but officials and spectators alike. The loss of Cody has deeply been felt throughout the motorcycle racing community and far beyond. Our thoughts remain with his family, his friends, his teammates, schoolmates, and indeed all of those lives enriched by knowing him. As riders line up this year, may they remember a young man who chased every dream with determination, embraced with every challenge, and lived life and passion with purpose. Forever in our hearts, forever part of Hattah. The dust will settle, the race will finish, but memories of Cody Breen will ride with us forever. If we can now take a moment of silence in respect for Cody Breen.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free, with gold and soil, dwell for toil. Home is good by sea, our land abounds in nature's gifts. Our beauty rich and rare, in history page let stage advance Australia fair, in joyful strains and let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Put your hands together for Taylor Ann. Thank you so much, Taylor, for coming down out of Alexandra, which is down near Lake Eildon. Thank you so much, Taylor. Wonderful rendition.
Thanks so much for having me.
Good-o. Have you ever had a chance to say start your engines?
Start your engines.
Yeah, good boys. Rightio, vacate the area. Engines on. Everybody out, bar our competitors. And what an amazing event we're about to have happen. And Greg and team will throw to you now for central commentary for what's about to unfold for our 2026 Miller Quarries Hattah Desert Race for our junior small wheels here today.
Johnny, well done, and you can hear the energy in his voice. We'll be catching up with him throughout the live stream coverage here today. Greg Rust and Jeremy Cowley with you in the commentary box. A few fist pumps going on, last minute catch-ups with mum or dad before they venture out of the centre of the track here, just beyond our commentary box. We're to the right of that big screen there, basically. And Jeremy, the road directly outside of us here, Banuna Road, which we're about 50-odd k's south of of Mildura, and in the morning they're all lining up in the dark to get in. Right now we've had a steady stream of cars, the volume of spectators as we build up for the senior competition this afternoon. We've got junior big wheel to come. It is a great atmosphere, a great vibe here at the moment, isn't it?
Absolutely electric. I mean, just to see it, to be a part of it, see all the dads run away, watch those kids getting fully pumped up. It's absolutely phenomenal. It's such a big kind of grid to be taking off as well. So it's so cool to see everyone just here and ready to go. What's going to be a big day for these young kids.
This is it. Basically 6 laps, an hour of competition to come. The course distance, they've done their sighting lap already for the course, 15 kilometres for these junior small wheel competitors, and there are some gritty young racers in this group who aren't afraid to get the elbows out. This is going to be a decent test for them, and what I love the most is the energy or the determination by the senior competitors to ensure that the light is shone on these riders and our junior big wheel riders today. This is their moment. This is their day. Hattah something very special for any of the races, and we are underway and riding. As that vehicle slowly makes its way past, that is the cue to go. And we've got them lined up based on how they completed this morning's Prologue competition. We'll update some times as they come through. What a sight that is. Great to see the fans all lining the edge of the course there. Look at the wheel spinning going on.
It's just so much.
Awesome.
It's just chaos. It's a great way for these juniors to kind of get that experience as well before they go into seniors, because this is how the big girls and boys start as well. So it's great to see them have that kind of mini kind of exposure to it, and they really get to feel what that intensity is like. And unfortunately it doesn't work out, as you can see kind of in the screen. Someone's had a bit of a come off, but it's all about getting back up, getting that bike up and getting off again.
Shout out to our Live It Live crew, not just on the drones, those on the ground that are getting showered at the moment. Mega.
That cameraman probably looks exactly the same as some of those bike riders. Filthy.
Great scene. It's something pretty rare when you think about it in motorsport. You've got to look towards, say, I don't know, like an Erzberg rodeo in Austria or something along those lines to capture a bit of that style of start with that huge pack. Got a rider down there on the left-hander. You could see another one down, number 2 down maybe. Ooh.
We can see this is really where that kind of those bottlenecks are going to, you see their little legs down. I mean, they're young kids too. These aren't old adults. These are like 6 to 9 year olds, and that's a big race for them, especially the little ones. So it's so great to see them out there really pushing themselves as well.
We have a great team spread out all the way around the course just to help in those moments. Keep an eye on the competitors. Great chance to really hold the bikes wide open here. What a shot.
Beautiful, isn't it? This really gets to see kind of how big and beautiful Hattah is and what really goes into this race.
The earth, the rich red earth, and there are pockets, parts of it that you can see that look deeper, darker, that is still holding a bit of that water. We need to say to Ken, to the Kirbys, that there's a whole lot more than I've only outlined a couple of them on the track team. They worked really hard here in the gap between the end of Prologue and some of the sighting laps and so on to get this area here in front of us. I think they've cut it back in terms of to get it down to the base a little bit and maybe try and get some of that moisture sodden or soaked earth out of the way if they can.
Right down to the hard pack, because obviously that's the dirt sits up, it's quite fluffy, but it can zap a lot of power, and we have a lot of these riders come off. So it's really important to try and skim that away, try and find that hard base for the riders to go across.
Mega shots here. We've got lots of people tuning in from around the world just commenting about the quality, the clarity of the drone shots that we bring you. And the Live It Live team don't just work around motor racing, they use these applications, if you will, for all kinds of things, for inspections, for telecommunications towers and more. Oh, looking very close between those two as they came through the right-hander right up against the far left-hand side of the course there. If it wasn't banging bars, it was very damn close.
These little kids know how to absolutely rip, and they've got all the energy in the world right now. Those riders on the left-hand side of the screen in the high-vis there, your sweep riders, they're the ones that are kind of making sure if there's any riders down, they can get picked up, or also try and clear the track as well if there's any kind of debris that gets brought up, because it is a live track. This is still a farm in some ways, and things can get brought up. A lot of rocks and definitely branches, things like that.
Well, we take a little look for you at just how things unfolded at the start. If you haven't seen the Miller Quarries Hattah Desert race before, this is what happens. So keep an eye on the side-by-side as it moves its way there. We've got some great support from Segway this weekend as well. They gradually move past the competitors who are all lined up here based on the results of our prologue from this morning. And once that vehicle has passed their point, they're off. They're on the gas, aren't they? And away we go.
That's it. It's a balancing act because you want to kind of keep that line as close as you can behind the car to follow you, but then you also try not to take the person next to you out or get taken out as well. So there's a lot that goes on in this, and you can see kind of they bunch up, and if you're not fast enough to get away, the person next to you is actually going to be able to push in front of you. So really getting a jump at the start is super important here.
The start replay brought to you by all sorts of great partners. You can see them bottom left of your screen, including STE Engineering. I think that's Stewie in the team, isn't it? So
that's
they're
right,
hugely proud of this region, an ultra-professional team that he runs himself, and they are potentially podium contenders this weekend, aren't they? They've got some really good runners in that squad.
They've got the brothers Levi and Cody Stevens, so they've got them. I mean, they've had a huge amount of people go through their ranks, and Stewie's just one of the most down-to-earth great guys to have a part of not only racing but Hattah as well. And I think he went to the footy club. I saw ST Engineering there. I think he's got his fingers in many pies.
Love it.
Yeah, big love to him.
Good character too. So fans now starting to take up some, and that area up there where you can, there's a little kind of rise or a small hill there, you get a decent sort of vantage point there, don't you?
Well, you do, because from directly in front of us, and then the booth where the bike saws took off.
Thoughts to Daddy with the prams.
And then rushing them, get them across too, because I want to close the track. But up on the hill, that's where a great vantage point is, because you kind of see them coming around the bit of dam. It's a great little insight to the race and what they're going to get into. It's kind of the furthest you can go. I know a lot of people camp down the track a little bit further, kind of off the road, and watch it there. We do ask you to stay away from the track though if you are watching it. Don't get too close. There's a 6 metre perimeter around the track, so please keep that in mind. But there are a lot of other spectator points along the place. You just have to kind of walk to them and get to them.
Well done to all of the organising group here. We've detailed that there are around about 300 volunteers that literally make the cogs on this machine tick and tick very efficiently too. But to Jeff Gunn, Shannon Moyler, Rob Sinclair, and more than that are at the pointy end of things that are going on here. Thank you. They've done a superb job this year, and it's a little something unique. Hattah and what it stands for every year, but this year even more so with a little bit of the weather that we've had. We had clear skies there before, as you can see, a little bit of cloud cover at the moment, around about 9 degrees here at present. When you walk outside, there's still a little bite in the air, but so if you look at the times that we saw in Prologue, it's about a 3-minute 34 sort of lap for our best rider in junior small wheel. Now this wide shot that we're bringing you on the live stream is our leader at the moment. We've elapsed 7 minutes and 5 seconds so far. So, but remember, we're the proper race track that they're on now, if you will, the course that they are on now is more than twice the distance of what they use for Prologue. So
we're getting great footage though. We're getting really get to see exactly what that Prologue track looks like, how big those straightaways are, how that deep, rich dirt is coming through, really wet. It's beautiful. There's some agricultural equipment halfway through your racetrack. That's great. I think this is the best part about the footage that we're getting is we're able to see it. I mean, this is still a fair way down the track too. We're not coming into the end here. Like, this is a great insight of what these bikes have to do, and these are little bikes. This is revving those little mosquitoes as hard as they can go.
If you're perhaps dual screening, if you're watching the live stream, you can get the live timing up and have a little look at that as you go. We don't have numbers for you yet, but we will update you when they do, and you can do that by going to the Speed Hive MyLaps website. Certainly the app, there's the best way to go and do that. And that's your companion, your partner as we watch the race continue. And make sure you jump on the official Hattah Desert Race website. That's hattahdesertrace.com.au, and you can find the links for live streaming there. Come and join the conversation, watch the race, and we're waiting for our leader to come back past us here.
You're watching those bumps, those braking bumps really starting to unsettle that bike. I mean, that was quite deep. It can catch you out. That's kind of the flip side to having the darker dirt. It can hide some of the shadows, which hide the depth of these whoops that you're coming into. So it is hard to gauge on that first lap how deep certain things are because of how the shadows are casting. And now that we've got kind of no sun as well, we've got a bit of overcast, it can really start messing with your kind of the way you're looking at the ground and how it's forming up.
What do we need to think about as the race progresses around I don't know, things that the rider might need from a replenishment standpoint, things that the bike may need when they ultimately come in for a pit stop. Is that Ollie leading the way by the looks of it on the 282? It's a nice
held
job.
that lead the whole way.
Yeah, amazing.
Which has been great. It's been great to watch him come in. There seems to be quite tacky now. That dirt's really starting to kind of hold up. Obviously not in this pit area where they had to get an excavator to cut it all away, but he's really held those lines nicely.
Second in last year's race for ages 7 to under 13. This is our junior small wheel contingent.
The sound of those two strokes is ripping through the desert. It's something special.
Something else, isn't it? And now they start to emerge into our view, where our commentary position is here. That's the area that we're talking about where some of the work's gone on.
Well, look, Stella has come in second place. She had a big push there. It's great to see her really pushing, and she's not that far behind. She is 13 seconds off Ollie's tail, so that's great to see.
So Ollie Kale leading the way from Stella Harding, an excellent second place at the moment. I think she'll be leading her class, obviously, there too, for girls 7 to under 12. Nico Marchant, who we were talking about before, on the 763 is third. Ollie Brommel. Chad Wallen, who we had a quick word with before the race proper got underway. Bailey Thompson, Cooper McCulley, they're your top 7. River Taylor has just come across our timing at the moment on the 164 in 8th position. That opening lap completed by Ollie Kale in 9 minutes and 11.3 seconds. A 13-second margin, 13.2 seconds over Stella Harding. We probably should just hark back on to something that Stella said in the interview prior to the race. Let's not forget she had a fall and was a bit miffed with herself when it came to the prologue lap, and so it could have been an even better result. She has clawed away hard there. Now, Harding gets, Ollie Kale rather, gets back on the gas there now on the 282. What's worth chatting about there is the speed limitation in that section, isn't it?
That's right. Yeah,
they need to, for a safety standpoint, it's fundamentally about walking pace or thereabouts,
That's
isn't
correct,
it?
yeah,
So,
yeah. It's all about kind of that transition as well. Riders coming in, fueling up, then getting out again, not colliding. Obviously, we don't have rear view mirrors or anything like that. It's trying to get the riders back out safely, bringing them down to a nice kind of walking pace, and that way there is no interactions in the pitch that can cause some massive accidents.
Looking outside the top 20 for you, Job Howard, 21st at the moment. Who we got 833, Chase Bamford, 22nd. Jimmy Begbie is 23rd, and Oscar Cloden is 24th. But it's Ollie Kale who leads the way from Stella Harding, Nico Marchand, and Ollie Brommel, Chad Wallen. They are your top 5. We need to keep an eye on a couple of other movers in the field. Dean Henry is 10th at the moment, ahead of Archer Van Middeldijk on the 92. Archer is up to 11th.
They're really moving. Ryder's doing really good. Ryder Stafford, he's really pushing hard. I mean, he's a young kid as well, coming from a great background of racing and riding. So they'll use all that experience. I know the moto dads right now will be helping them really to calm down, to refocus. I mean, that's the first lap. It's a lot. When you go out there for your first lap, it can be a bit overwhelming for the little ones. It's a lot going on. It's kind of one of those sensory overloads, if we want to talk it like that. Coming in, it's going to be trying to get them to settle down, focus now, get into that nice pace they've got, get into their training, and just remember that muscle memory for them to be able to get through the rest of the day.
I reckon we saw Leyland Myers on the 715 have an issue in Prologue, but running in the top 20 at the moment, and I think third in the 65cc 9 to under 13s bracket. Nice work. Our cameras take you inside here.
And so we can see on the left and the right, if you look quiet, you see these little mats in the ground. That's where the bikes are actually getting parked to fuel. You have to be off the bike when you fill it up, so they put them into those little dits, or they're like kind of ruts, if you want to put them that way, and the bike will kind of hold himself up. That way then you can fill it, and then you don't have to have the bike. And it's easier to get on and off the bike too. You don't have to step up so high for those little ones. A lot of the pros will do it as well. That's how they'll get their bike, they'll settle it in there, jump backwards off the bike very easily. Fuel, goggles, gloves, whatever that's going to take, then they can just quickly slide back on it and take off.
Nice. And we'll see a bit of that kind of procedure and the way that the experience of the teams that have been around the game for a little. That's Leyland there that we were talking about before, I think, aboard the 715. Fastest here a moment ago. Now they get back on the gas as they emerge and start their second lap. Ollie Kale leading by 13.4 seconds. Stella Harding doing an amazing job. Second at the moment, outright in this race.
Absolutely. I'm just looking at the results coming, looking at the times. I know all the moto dads out there will be reading this and kind of seeing exactly where they're going. I mean, we were talking before about old Stafford. I mean, Joel Stafford is an absolute legend. He ran the Simford team for so long, and it's so good to see him and his young one out, even though he decided to have a bit of a lay down at Casterton a couple of weeks ago and do his foot. But it's good to see these guys really keep pushing the sport with their young kids. And I tell you what, I reckon these kids are going to be faster than the dads, even though the dads don't want to admit it at the moment, but it's definitely going to happen.
As you said, it's in great shape. The enthusiasm amongst all of them had the brightest smiles, and I didn't get from all of them, as they're reminded here about walking pace, huge answers, and that's just because this is their day. This is almost like Christmas for them, isn't it? So
that's it. This is the show. This is we talk about the Olympics of motorsports. This is for dirt biking in not only Victoria but Australia in regards to the desert motocross scene. This is it. We bring all the sports together, all the disciplines into one place to really let them show them what they've got and to kind of mix it with the best.
It brings millions of dollars literally into the Mildura and wider region here. We've got the local MP with us today, Jade. I think she's even got the motorcycle helmet with her. She is passionate about this event and works in terms of a portfolio with volunteers. So this, in many respects, is a great showcase of that, given we have so many of them all around the venue. Some of them have had nearly sleepless nights to ensure that we can get to this point. And the past, let's call it fortnight or 3 weeks or so, has for them been full gas, just as it is for these competitors.
Well, absolutely. This area is known for its kind of motorsports. We talked about it before, about how many legends have come from this area. They also have events like the Sunraysia Safari, which is another massive rally event. There's been some amazing Dakar riders here, Speedway riders. We can't get away from them. There have been so many of them we can't even count. And then we've got amazing Australians racing in America who are based from here because of things like Hattah. So it really does breed a special type of riding.
To your point, former Bathurst winner Rick Kelly, who's away overseas at the moment, this is basically his backyard. I messaged him and he was chuffed that I was here and just kind of a little disappointed that we couldn't catch up. And then Cam Waters, who had some success in that monster Mustang at Darwin for Supercars just a couple of weeks ago. He grew up in Mildura as well, and he's had to go back to the East Coast, or not to the either Melbourne or Sydney for a TV show for Supercars and couldn't be here. Here's another one who was miffed. He said, if I didn't have that commitment, I'd be here for sure at the race.
It definitely brings a lot of people to the race, and we talk about even just the Americans, Australians who are in America, coming back to race it. It's like their one-off thing. They're on an off-season. They do whatever they can to come and race it. I know Rachel Archer just had a little one with Jack Menther, and she's come back into kind of, that maternity era just to come and get back on a bike and race.
I think that's the 72 of Harry Condon there aboard the YZ65, the Yamaha. You look at them, and when they're about to set off, you do genuinely wonder how they can stay balanced on the bike. There is just no end to the kind of determination amongst this crop of riders.
There's bragging rights too.
I love it.
Because a lot of these kids would race each other on the weekends as well, go back to their own little clubs. So there's going to be bragging rights going back on any other weekend to say, yeah, you may beat me on that day, but, I got you at Hattah.
Cool shot from on high. We've elapsed 17 minutes in the race, so let's call it just over a quarter of the way through here now. Ollie Kale leading from Stella Harding, Nico Marchand, Ollie Brommel, Chad Warland, Bailey Thompson, Cooper McCulley. River Taylor is 8th. Ryder Stafford is 9th, and Dean Henry rounds out your top 10. Then it's Archer Van Middeldijk and Rolly Lister, I think that was there, the next to them to come through. Namesake, but no relation. Maybe there is a distant relation. Jack Rust, 39th at the moment.
That's you can claim that one, mate, all you want.
There's nothing to be disappointed about in that. That's damn cool, I reckon. On board the 85cc, that's in the 85cc 2-stroke or 150cc 4-stroke class too. And there are various age divisions here that will run you through. Stella Harding doing a super job at the moment. Was, as I said, a little flustered by the fact that she'd had that fall in Prologue. We're seeing what could have been in the Prologue, aren't we, now?
Absolutely. We're looking at great footage here. We're really seeing how the confidence in these riders are coming through. We're seeing some take different lines. We're seeing how this rider on the screen especially all the way back, holding it as wedged as they can, trying to find every inch of traction. You can see the tail slowly moving around as well, trying to dance a little bit, and here we are. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for that beautiful footage of when they come around the corners, hitting those braking bumps. Watch how the front and rear kind of, where the tyre is, you can see right where the axles is, those brake discs are shining. Watch how much that moves compared to the bike. We're really seeing the suspension in full flight, really working, really hoping that compression and rebound is set right to keep that bike as flat as possible.
Look at the drive.
Absolutely. You can see that momentum. We were talking about that. Keeping that speed up. It's a very weird thing to tell everyone, but you have to ride hard and fast in sand, otherwise it's going to be harder for you. It's a weird concept. I get it, to go fast in the sand, because it feels like it's going to wash out, but the harder and faster you go, the easier it's going to be.
He is riding superbly. Ollie with a 13-second buffer at the end of the last lap, and you can just see there, even the way he adjusts the body position and pulls the bike up right on the limit, the 282. So he is pushing here at the moment. Just under 20 minutes have gone in this race, and that's your race leader at the moment, coming back into our view.
Just beautiful. Very, like, the way he rides is way above his ears. Really, really smooth. You can see that transition. He's moving his whole body across the seat, really using both sides of the seat, even just laying the bike over and keeping his body upright. Very smooth, very good. Way above his age grade. It's great to see.
And already starting to get a little in the way of traffic. So
Lappers.
Ollie Kale,
yeah,
lappers. So he's back. This will be the completion of 2 laps. Looks relaxed at the moment, having a little look over his shoulder. I reckon that's to try and see where Stella is. The gap last time was 13 seconds. Has she been able to close a little bit, or has Ollie extended? Let's see what unfolds here. In that race lane.
We could really see the pit set up, just how extensive and intense these guys take it. It's awesome to see.
Let's have a little look here. I think is this third place. This Nico coming into view now. Now the margin, by the looks of it, I think Stella has completed her second lap. The margin is now 34.6 seconds.
Yep.
So Kale is extending here at the moment. His third place coming back.
Nico.
Yep, past us now. Must feel like an eternity when they're doing that before they can come back out and get on the gas once again.
It is. It's a bit of a skill too, to be able to hold yourself and hold your nerve in there as well, not to try and get overstimulated in there, try and push too hard. When we watch the seniors tomorrow, it is an art as well, like the flat style turning and things like that, because you want to try and keep some speed, but you don't want to bin it in the pit area. So it is great to see the skills come across from so many different disciplines around the place.
Ollie Kale starts lap 3, right out to the outer edges of the left-hand side of the course there.
Pretty close.
It's on it.
He pushed every part of it, but that's what you have to do when you race. You've really got to use as much track. We can see this beautiful shot. We see 4 lines just in that one corner itself, and that's what's going to really dictate what's going to happen when you go to those lappers. There's not always going to be that line that you always want to hope. You can't see that one. The camera just moved too fast, but you may have your line that you want to stay on, but as soon as you start taking lappers who are going to be all over the shop, you've really got to start moving and using the entire track to make work.
Oh, it looks like it bites there, doesn't it, as they come through that left-hander by the bales there, and it really does jolt the rider, I think, doesn't it?
The wheel falls into that rut, and they're little wheels, so any movement really gets amplified, and we just see these big kind of jolts on the bikes. That's a part of them, and because that power is so snappy on these little ones, it just looks really violent sometimes. And wait till the big bikes come in, because you'll kind of see nothing. You'll see the same area, and nothing will happen.
Our drone chasing, I think is that Ryder Stafford there? Who was that? Just ahead. Taylor.
The cameraman's doing a good job running here.
Refuel. So you can see that the bike is
in that rut.
In that rut that you spoke about. Yep.
And then that's when they'll fill it up. Goggles, maybe some gloves, depending on how they're going to work. A little snack, and then off we go. he's out. So that's exactly what that rut does. It kind of just holds the bike in place for you. Quick kick, get it started, and off we go.
There was reminders this morning in the riders' briefing just around that refueling procedure and just to ensure that the cap is back on properly. That's
There's different fuel types as well as style. It's like a quick release form, like a bit more of like if we have supercar style, we kind of push it in, click it on.
Like a churn almost, yeah.
That's exactly. There's some of that for the bigger riders at desert races, especially because in desert racing, pit stops are critical. You can come into the pit stop at the exact same time. I mean, we don't really have it at motocross because obviously they don't do that kind of thing. But
very prevalent at Fink and places like that,
incredibly
isn't it?
important. So there'd be like a quick release system, and other times it's just a jug system, depending on how they're running and also the expense. I mean, these parents are paying so much money for the bike and all the little trick bits alone. The last thing I want to do is spend a couple more $100 to get the filler, the bottle, everything like that. So it just adds up, and realistically, it also depends on how serious you're taking it. A lot of people take it very seriously. There's a lot of sheep stations out there up for grabs.
Ollie Kale leads the race by 34.6 seconds over Stella Harding. Nico Marchant there in third. Chad Warlen, Ollie Brommel, Bailey Thompson, Cooper McCulley, Dean Henry. Archer Van Middeldijk is ninth and continuing to move up the order. So there's a couple of movers there. Chad is up. Among others in that top 10. So we've seen a few moving up the order as we have ticked over 2 laps in the race. Who's got the stamina? Who's got that willpower?
You can see just on the screen there, beautiful little shot, legs down, trying to keep that balance, and then the other rider come through on the power. We are talking little bikes too as well. They don't have that amazing torque to be able to pull them out of the sand. This rider here is, I mean, obviously this is Ollie, I'm assuming, because he's got an absolute great drive on him. The bike is pulling itself through the sand really easily. We can see that big roost behind it. If this was dry, we'd see a massive, massive dust roost, but at the moment, it doesn't seem too bad.
What's your kind of observation of track condition right now? I mean, I think you said it's actually, I think, better than many of us anticipated based on what we were confronted with earlier in the week.
Look, it looks pretty good. I mean, it looks tacky. The sand is really forming up. It doesn't look like it's too rolly. It doesn't look like they're sliding and their fronts are dipping in. There are obviously sections out the back that we can't see, and we could get quite deep in the sand. And there are going to be sections. Oh no, it's a hard image to watch. As I said, well, this is that pickup technique that a lot of people kind of have to finesse. It's putting your back to the bike, bending down. That's his peak.
Yeah, peak's come off the helmet there.
He needs help to pick it up. Oh, devastated little fella. This is giving off the Corey Hammond vibes from
Harry Condon. I think that is most importantly for mum and dad watching. He's okay, and I think that is more frustration than anything at the moment. He can't lift that bike up, and he's wanting some assistance because
they get heavy.
He just wants to get back in the game here. And so importantly, he's okay or looks okay, which is great.
Absolutely, and that just comes down to obviously getting them when they're so young to ride. But it's always that downside. If they drop it, it's a long way for motor dad to ride now to go pick it up.
And a little indicator of the competitive nature, if you will, creeping through. I think that's brilliant. You know, and they're aspiring. They are aspiring one day to be some of our stars, to be maybe a Daniel Sanders, a Chucky or a Toby Price or any of the greats that we've seen at this event over the years since the late 90s when it really became what it is today, and it's now, I mean, it's a properly national licensed event from about 2008 or 2005, I think it was. It's a big deal, this race, isn't it?
Well, I mean, all these kids were probably growing up watching at least Milner. I mean, Milner owns this place. He's obviously, him, Grabo, things like that have just done an amazing thing for the sport. So they do see it. Having another Toby, I'm not too sure if we'll ever get one because he is an absolute freak. That man defies all physical nature in regards to the looks and the way he rides. It's absolutely beautiful.
So consistent when he was here, wasn't he?
It's something. But I mean, Milner, Daniel Sanders, Ben Grabham, all these boys have just defined it. And we've got some Ty Simmons, all these other guys as well that have come and raced this. Really got to show these juniors how it's done. And also they bring a lot of experience to then change the style of riding that we now do as well.
And I love the fact that when we celebrated Daniel Milner last night on the stage there with the top 10 and the kind of bittersweet feeling for him. I mean, he gets to, with the formation of that team in recent years now, to lend his expertise to help those junior riders coming through and to but it is a different perspective for him now, isn't it? So,
absolutely. I could only imagine the frustration sometimes in that man's head, because he looks after some amazing teams, amazing riders. I mean, even just to have Corey McMahon come back last year and win it, that took a lot, because Milner had to tell him no Fink, and that's hard for Corey because he's been racing Fink for so many years, dedicated so much time. But Milner said no to Fink. Let's focus on Hattah, and that would have been really hard for Corey, but in the long term, it worked out perfectly because he won it, and he not only won it, but he won it convincingly and strong. I mean, there were some great battles through last year, but for him to walk away with the win was just phenomenal.
That's something we will talk about more when it comes to our pros, our seniors, if you like, a little bit later, and that is the whole notion of double duty for the likes of a Brodie Waters and people like that, how you go from managing the team and being, eyes wide open on every aspect of that to ensure that it's running competitively, seamlessly, and so on, and then still think about your own riding. It is a very, very difficult thing to manage that. Great shot from on high there as they get to hold them wide open. We can't quite zoom in there yet. We're wondering if that is indeed Ollie Kale. He keeps passing some of these lappers, doesn't he?
Beautiful.
Look at that.
That's confidence. That's confidence in your corner, and that's confidence to know exactly when to tip it in, and also when to brake. A lot of late braking. We talk about this later on with seniors because you'll see it. But late braking is such a key part of riding in the desert. It's all about keeping that momentum until the very moment you can't anymore. And Sam Bashir has got to be one of the best to be able to hold those lines, but also be the latest braking of all time you'll ever see. It's scary how he does it.
He was awesome last night. The way that he, obviously, this is fundamentally his backyard, but he's been overseas in recent time, and he was so thrilled to be contesting this again.
Oh, I mean, I from my perspective, I remember watching him as a junior, watching him as a kid coming through, and then going through the Simfer team and things like that, going over to America and living in a van, like just doing it off the bare knuckles,
Bones,
and it's great to see him now racing with Honda, racing for Monster, doing Baja, like leading these amazing things, winning the San Felipe 250. Like that's just, it's so
huge.
Great to watch him do it. And there's been so many other riders as well from this area that has done exactly the same thing and really pushed their way forward.
And it has that knock-on effect because these are the youngsters that are aspiring to do that in the years to come. Just over 30 minutes have elapsed in this race. Ollie Kale leads the way at the conclusion of this third lap. Here he comes, 282. We'll get a sense of what the margin is like over Stella Harding. Can he sustain this pace?
Oh, it's pretty fierce. I mean, this is his third lap. I mean, that's the intensity. I guess they're young as well. They've got all the energy. I mean, I'd be exhausted just looking at all this kind of stuff. But yeah, you can see it, can't you? You can really see that sand just push over, find the edge and go. I mean, if it was dry, it would be the same too, a bit more skatier. But here, it just forms up differently. It will clump and then it will just give out, puts you into a run, and it gives you that violent snap.
But it does remind you of his kind of like deft touch, shall we say? Like he felt that. He adapted to that and just kept the pace that you've been talking about. So in he comes. We go back to like a walking pace. What happens here? Does Ollie Kale take a bit of service here, get some...
Go, cameraman, go. Keep running, cameraman. Let's go, all the way. He'll put it in. Oh, he zoomed out.
We'll get a sense of the margin for you as well.
It's great to see him as well because he's a part of the Dubbo City Race Club, and Dubbo City Motorcycles is one of those fantastic motorcycle kind of shops that just looks after so many inspired riders and kind of helps them all the way. You'll look through the field of many races in Dubbo Cities right there. Same as like Peter Stevens and Sutto's. There's been an amazing amount of teams, but Dubbo City is definitely one that kind of pushes young riders, especially from out west of New South Wales.
Big thank you to everyone from the Northwest Victorian Motorcycle Club as well, in conjunction with the Hattah Desert Race Committee. I think even the Mildura Club help out there as well. It's a lot of people that form that core, if you will, of this event. Ollie back out. I think he's about to unleash, and the gap. Good job, Stella Harding. It looks like she's reduced that margin, has she? Down to 18.4 seconds now.
Once again, this is that format of rider. What works better? Do they work better in that sprint, the first half, or can they store it? Can they keep it together and push now? We're looking at the halfway point of the race. That's when we want to start pushing. It's when we know where our lines are. We know where there's lappers going to be. Let's start pushing and really kind of get through the pack.
There is a gap of about a minute back to Nico there in third. But we need to keep a little eye on that battle for third place, that final spot. There's only about 13 or 14 seconds, I reckon, in that at the moment between third and fourth place. So Warland versus Nico Marchant there. That's just something we need to keep a watching brief on. Add in Brommel there too, if you like. He's, what are we talking there? Less than 30 seconds behind in fifth.
Absolutely phenomenal watching these juniors. I mean, these are the future of racing. These are what we're going to be commentating for in the next few years. And I suppose for us, it's great to see that the skill level is high. We're looking at a lot more defined riders with a lot more kind of understanding on bike techniques, and it's not just all legs and arms at this stage. We're talking like real corners, real ruts, real braking. It's so good to see so early on.
So there you go. You can just watch in the distance there, a little bit of a moment trying to get that refueling happening, but you could see the way the bike sunk into that specially carved.
Well, they found that hard pack. They found the real kind of firm stuff, and that now just becomes skatey. Now you've got that real slimy dirt, and you're tired. You're coming in now. These kids, you know, they are little Energizer bunnies, but they can slow down a little bit. And unfortunately, sometimes this is where your brain just gets a little fade, a little quick too much on the accelerator, a little turn on the bars, and all of a sudden you find yourself having a dirt nap.
Are this, I mean, it probably sounds like a really obvious question. As a team, are you doing little things to remind your rider of where you are? Because when you're in that blur of coming down that whole series of easy ups, you've got to look for something to recognise your own crew, don't you?
Yeah, you do depending on how the rider takes it, you can either say how far in front or how far behind you are. Like how far is the guy behind you? How far, and that's, sometimes it works. Otherwise, I know parents and other guys will just say, you're doing really bad, keep going. Okay. And they don't want to know exactly where it is. It all depends. I know especially at things like that, they all want to know what the gaps are behind, what the splits are. Here can be the same thing too, but I suppose when it comes to these kids, you just want to make sure that they keep focused, keep making sure they have fun, remember to breathe, and just keep going.
I reckon that was Archer Van Middeldijk coming through before on the 92 that we were chasing with the drone there. He's another one that we just want to keep an eye on. He's 8th at the moment, and one of the movers that we have talked about in this field that is now in the top 10. So what are we? We're fundamentally half race distance, aren't we? So bit to play out in this one yet, but they are, I mean, Ollie Kale is managing. It's a great story with Stella Harding in second place aboard the 268. She's clawed back some time, which I reckon is really impressive. Myers comes through there aboard the 715, 19th. I reckon Leyland's picked up a spot there too. Was maybe 20th before at the end of the last lap. Might have picked up a spot there. Good job.
It's also going to be interesting to start seeing the lap times as well. See exactly how they're forming. Are they getting slower? Are they getting faster? Because we've had that first half of the race, now we want to look at the second half. How they're going to start either fatiguing, dropping away. As we keep saying, a little Energizer bunnies though. They'll probably do this and they'll go run around in puddles afterwards for the next 4 hours. So
that was an issue for you last night, I think, wasn't it?
It was, I tell you what. But they've got energy for days. So it is more interesting later on when we get to the big wheels and the seniors, how the lap times will change. And a good rider, as we said, Toby, will never drop lap times. Like he'd be 15 seconds, 30 seconds every time on the dot. So that's kind of how you can gauge a rider and how well they've developed their racecraft to understand their fatigue.
Great management, great ability to do that over a grueling, what are we talking tomorrow, 4+ hours, aren't we, of competition? It is going to be a joy to watch, but spare a thought for the competitors. It gets brutal when they're in that second half, which is what Jeremy's talking about right now. So they starting to feel it, aren't they? And you've got some of them are gritty country kids. They are built for this, aren't they? Not just the love of motorcycle racing. It's actually that inner spirit not to let a place like this break you and to be there at the end. So there will be some stories in this second half. Less than 3 laps to go now. First of our races for the day. We've got a lot more to come your way here too. All brought to you by Miller Quarries, Hattah Desert Race 2026. We have the junior big wheel to come, and it is very much about our juniors today, but we get a little taste, a little teaser of what's to come your way tomorrow with the all-important prologue for our star riders, and then the top 10 shootout to complete the day as well. So stick around for that. Some of the riders that Jeremy's just been detailing there will be very much in action there. We're going to grab a quick commercial break in our coverage. Stick around. Lots more to come your way live here from Hattah.
think I can't break this ground?
You think a girl can't do it?
You think I can't dig deep? You think I can't tear down these walls?
Clear a path,
Build bigger?
go off-road
And turn your lawn?
into my territory?
You think I can't make the impossible?
Possible? Watch me.
Watch me.
The Hattah Desert Race is something really special to this region. It brings thousands of people through our backyard, pumps millions into our local economy and gives locals access to one of the best events in the country. At Miller Quarries, we've always been about supporting this community. We've worked in this community for over 25 years. So when the opportunity came to become the naming rights sponsor of Hattah, we didn't hesitate. We're proud to put our name on it and we'll see you out there.
So our live stream coverage continues. Our drone camera there picking up Ollie Kale, our race leader, who is nearing the completion of the lap. He has absolutely powered here.
Where we can see the lap times now. Lap was 9:11, and then it came down to 11:28. So you can kind of see that it gets rougher. It's got the lappers in the way. But he's still holding such a great pace. So fast, so confident.
I mean, this is the point now in the race, isn't it, where we really start to get a sense of how taxing the race has been for the rider, what they've got in their own tank, not in the tank of the motorbike. So we'll just see what Stella Harding's been able to do on that next lap here. We enter that zone again with a slow down. He is such a competitor, isn't he? Looking over the shoulder, where is Stella Harding? That's the main thing I think that Ollie Kale's looking for.
Absolutely. And also now he's just giving the bike a bit of a shake. You can see he's looking over, seeing how much fuel's in the bike, whether he's going to need to get a free stop, whether he can go for one more lap without stopping. That could be kind of what he's looking at as well, seeing how much time he's got before he's going to have to go out.
Now, 4 laps done for Stella Harding. The margin is 35 seconds, I think, there now. So this has been a common story, hasn't it? And it's, most importantly, is okay, but the body language is just one of absolute frustration, isn't it? Just did not want that to happen.
You see the bike turned on, all the dirt just fell off it too, that vibration, that little Dubbo City motorcycle KTM really has been pushed through, and now it's going to be one of those things where they need to get back up, get back into their headspace of riding, not be defeated.
Most importantly, Ollie Newton is okay. So as you say, on the KTM 65, Dubbo City Motorcycles backing there. Stella Harding on balance is continuing to do a very, very good job in the pursuit, in the chase of our race leader, Ollie Kale. There's Kale on the 282. And there's that eagerness. Can't wait to get it to the point where he can unleash all that power again. They're only little bikes. They're only tenacious young competitors. And now we get underway with another lap. We're about 45 minutes, 44 in fact gone in this race. First one of the day. We hope you're enjoying it. A couple of you have been commenting on both our social platforms and on YouTube, just wanting a bit of discussion, maybe a bit of clarity around the length of the lap for this race. So for the prologue, it was 7 kilometres, but for this race, it's about the 15 kilometre mark, and that ticks a number of boxes, doesn't it? So from a regulation standpoint, what Motorcycling Australia want for the competitors for this age and stage of their abilities and so on, and in the same breath to the track team that have worked tirelessly this week, and there has been some late and last minute changes that have been needed along the way just to cope with the volume of water that we have had. But that's the number, 15 kilometres for those of you that are asking, per lap.
But I tell you what, for these young kids, it would feel like 150 kilometres because it is long and it's also so big and open for them. We see those sections of track and like they're big and long, but at the same time, for these bikes, little wheels, little motors, it's a long time to be sitting around, and an hour can really start pushing them to their absolute breaking points.
Lovely little shot there a moment ago too, with a bit of camaraderie as they were coming through that zone. The fellow rider, I couldn't pick who that was there from the distance, just saying, hey, you keep going, come on, you got 15 odd minutes to go, dig deep, get it to the line, get it to the finish line. Check that out.
Well, this is a great shot. We were talking about the moisture in the track. If we look at the top of the screen, we can really see that defined racetrack, how deep and red that kind of dirt looks. That's moisture just getting brought up. You look further in the car paddocks, we're not having that, the moisture isn't getting drowned up. So it really showing that bottomless sand will just keep pulling moisture up for the entire day. Even though I don't know what the weather's going to do, and I'm not allowed to talk about rain anymore because it gives everyone a bit of PTSD from 2019. So we'll just kind of play through the day, but I think it's just going to be a wet weekend the whole way through.
I think though probably the key difference there is that correct me if I'm wrong, did that year not start dry and then the rain arrived, whereas this year we've arrived having basically had that rain, and I think to add not a caveat, but to sort of give you a boost at the end of what you've said there, the forecast does look good for tomorrow too. I think we're okay. I think we're okay.
I'm staying out of this. This is not me. That's Greg Rust, everybody.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Okay, well, I'll blame the Bureau if anything goes wrong. Fingers crossed it does not.
You're right. It does. It's supposed to look like what you said, not me. But I think hopefully they can stay off, because if these conditions stay the way, I think tomorrow could be a great race. Now, seeing as how this dirt is forming up, it's going to be fantastic. That clumpy dirt that we thought on the rear wheels may have kind of slowed them down. It has not kind of seemed like that at all.
Cooper McCulley, Archer Van Middeldyk, and you're watching Dean Henry there a moment ago on the 9. When you look at the top 10 times, along with Chad Wallen, they are the movers. They are the ones who have come up the order. They've made some real progress in this race so far, so nice performance as they come in. The rider they are chasing, though, is Ollie Kale. Terrific performance from Stella Harding. We're in that kind of final quarter, if you like, of this race. Who's got the stamina? Is there any chink in the armour at all? Is there anything at all that or has Kale got, that buffer kind of under control?
It's hard. It's hard. Now we're looking at the times, though. He seems to be on a bit of a heater. He seems to be having to hold that whole track together and link it together one after another, which is great. His time show, the splits are pretty big now. We're looking at 35 seconds. So maybe Stella had a bit of an off, or Ollie may have found a little easier section to get through. It's kind of hard at the moment to be able to tell that. Also with lappers, we saw some footage of Ollie going around lappers. It can be hard because they're always going to zip-zap through the way, and for him, he's really going to have to pick them and choose exactly when to overtake.
Windsor Hill on the 309 coming through here at the moment. And you get that as you drift down to the sort of 70s and 80th places. You just get that few examples of maybe fatigue starting to come in, or just a difference in the level of confidence, which is evident in sort of riding position and speed and so on, isn't it? So
confidence, definitely. I mean, you can see the riders that really know how to master the bike through this kind of terrain, whereas the riders, and they're young, I mean, they're just still coming up, and that's the great thing. We're watching them now. We don't know if any of these kids are going to be the next, Chucky. We don't know. They may have a late bloom, if anything. Not that Chucky did, but we're saying it, and it's great just to see them out here giving it a shot and having just the confidence to stand up and have a go sometimes, because it's a pretty daunting task to come and race this.
I reckon the margin between Chad and Nico in that fight for third place, incidentally, has come down to 6.1 seconds now. It was about 13 before, so that's close. That final top 3 place, that is a storyline that we need to keep a little bit of an eye on in the final quarter of this race. That has come down, that gap has closed.
I think it's the other thing as well. It's not just the battles in the top. We look down a little bit further. We're seeing some real close battles, 7th to 8th. I mean, looking at less than a second there, we're seeing battles throughout the packs. And that's the great thing. Usually with these races, you kind of just latch onto somebody on the same level as you. And for the entire day, you and that other person are just going to be battling. So you kind of just have that overall between the two of you.
McCulley's another one there too in 6th place.
Yeah, that was good. That was good. That was a little swap. The back tyre wanted to try and overtake the front tyre. You see a little bit of cross-rutting going on there. It's a dance, that's for sure.
Absolutely. How you delicately do that dance in these conditions.
But once again, it comes to commitment, it comes to momentum, and it comes to confidence. Those 3 things is what you need to be able to ride conditions like this. Really any conditions on a motorcycle, but something where it's very greasy and you can just have that fall. You've got to commit to it. Understand that your tyres, your suspension, everything's set up to be able to handle it. It's just the guy behind the bars that's going to hold it back.
And to push through fatigue. And this is the moment where that fatigue might be something that these youngsters who... So we're hearing it maybe about 3 minutes now before we'll see our leader coming past us here in the commentary position. So we'll just keep an eye out for the 282. But yeah, pushing through when you've got a bit of fatigue, when you're feeling tired at this stage of the race, digging in that little bit deeper if you can, channeling a bit of a Daniel Milner or someone like that and getting it to the line.
Your spirit animal. Yeah, Josh Green or something like that come into my life to help me get across the line. It can definitely help sometimes, and that's what the moto dads and mums are there for, to scream at you, to try and promote the best they can for you, either in a good way or a bad way, depending on what kind of moto mum and dad you are. It can really help you kind of just push through. 2 laps to go. You've got to dig in now. You've got to put it through to the end.
Broadly speaking, thanks to the mum and dads too, because you make the dream possible for these youngsters, and I don't just mean that in a financial sense. It's a massive family outing for many of them who are in school holidays at the moment. You've chosen the Hattah Desert Race as a part of your school holidays. Good on you. Thank you for being here.
It's not only that; it's the racing. I mean, I know we talked to the Smith family. Todd Smith, his young fella, raced Eden motocross, and then literally got in the car from that weekend on the Saturday night, drove from Eden, which is far south. New South Wales.
Yeah.
Drove to Alice Springs.
Amazing.
To race Alice. Straight away. That was their goal. That was commitment. That's the level of most of these riders as well. Just what they're doing to help their kids get that future that they want. And the great thing as well is a lot of times now, I think the dominating dad or dominating mum has kind of gone away. We're watching kids really want and aspire to be motorcycling. I don't know whether it's because of the age of social media or what's going on, but it's really great to see that it feels like kids now are still the ones that want to push, want to do it.
There is a great old line, isn't there? And it applies to so many forms of junior competition. That is, the family that goes away and races together stays together. It's a very cool, very uniting thing in so many ways. So Ollie Kale, our race leader from Stella Harding, Chad Wallen holds down that 3rd place at the moment, but only by 6 seconds. And we need to keep an eye on the likes of Cooper McCulley in 6th and Archer Van Middeldijk as well. They've been on the march. We go to our race leader, the view from the drone shows you, and he does not look like he is easing off at all on that throttle, does he?
Just beautiful, beautiful line selection, beautiful body position. Really watch him. Once again, high elbows, really high, able to take that blow, settle that bike in, really getting that bike length over so much too. Watch his head positioning. Perfect, textbook riding from such a young fella. You wouldn't imagine that this kid is not on a 450 at the moment, because the way he's riding it, it's phenomenal. That double CD KTM just looks fantastic, and he's got it dialed so well. I'm excited to see what he's going to do when he gets to a bigger bike.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just the way he is riding it, the way he stands on the motorcycle, what he's doing with it just seems, I mean, natural's not the right word, but he's so in sync with it at the moment, isn't he?
Very reactive, a very reactive rider. You're watching kind of where his legs are going. He's not putting them too far out. He's not leaning that bike over too much and committing to it. He's able to make it work really well, but he's keeping himself up. Oh, here we go. Is that Stella coming
That's
through?
Stella, I reckon, coming through. Stella Harding on the 268 in second place. So need to get a sense of what that gap is, what that margin is this time. She looks like she's attacking as well.
Which is phenomenal. Absolutely awesome from her.
Digging deep, Stella Harding in the chase for an outright win here. As we near the commencement of the final lap, has she been able to whittle down, to trim that 30-plus second advantage that Ollie Kale has in this race? You can see top left of your screens there, final lap. Back down to that frustrating walking pace. She just wants to get on with it here. We need to give you an idea of the margin. What is the margin like after 5 laps of this race? So it's 32.7 seconds. I reckon she found maybe a second or two on that lap. Let's call it. She's kept the gap, or Ollie's been able to maintain that gap. No real change there between first and second.
This is where it's going to get hungry, though. Obviously, we've got the little pace car in front to keep them all controlled, keep them going through the pits, all right, because this is where it gets a bit itchy. This is where everybody want to get out as fast as they can and try and make up. And they're both kind of now in that real fight to get out of this pit, get out, because this is the last lap. This is where anything could happen. This is where they can get overwhelmed, put it down in the corner. We only have 30 seconds, which can be, for these little ones, putting it down and trying to get back up can zap that time real quick.
Ollie Kale is just on it. Our drone is the one that is chasing at the moment, and it's not an easy pursuit either. It's not keeping up with Ollie Kale's performance.
Just beautiful.
Yeah.
Watch these corners. Watch how the speed going in, the momentum coming out, carrying it through. The bike is little. We keep trying to express it. These are little bikes, and just how it's handling through that deeper sand, that heavier sand, is just phenomenal.
A couple of them coming back in on the back of the trailer. I think maybe an issue with the motorbike.
Hard day.
Rider looks okay. I think that's the 514 that was coming in there a moment ago.
Beautiful shots here once again as well. Really get to see how this track moves with the landscape, really kind of goes in and out, really makes sure the riders get so much like variances in what they're riding here as well. It's not just the long straights. There's deep corners, there's fast corners, there's really flowy, quite tight technical stuff as well. It really kind of highlights what Hattah brings out of the riders.
In case you don't know, the Dirt Bike Burrito podcast host is absolutely in his element. Jeremy Cowley with us here in the commentary box as we get into the final lap of the first event of the day, a celebration of the stars of the future. And there are many that you will need to remember from this class in years to come. They've put on a great show here, but they need to just find that little something for the last lap. Ask a bit of themselves. And it might make all the difference for some of the positions in this field here. So
it's great. We're getting to see now, obviously, the track work as well. Really trying to get to that hard pack, get to where that moisture is. It's going to at least hold together for the riders, because we saw on the start, at the start of the race, well, the start of Prologue anyway, those ruts became pretty big. There were some crashes at the start just because how wet it was. So it's great to see them still just trying to fix it up, clean it up as best they can.
Need to double check that number on the left of your screen there in between Warland and Nico. I think Warland up to third there now. Have we got that right? And then maybe is there a minute gap between the pair of them? We'll just verify if that is a change of position. Trying to think back to the previous lap. That may well be a switch there for third. And we had question marked whether that would be a talking point before the end of this race. So Warland in third at the moment, and potentially with a minute up the sleeve as we see a little struggle here.
struggle's real. The struggle's real.
Struggle is real.
And it's also trying to find that neutral to get a kick sometimes. It's hard. So it's great to see. Obviously, they know what to do now, but it's always a struggle watching the young ones trying to get their bike started. You just want to get out there and help.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is Van Middeldijk coming through. And where are we talking there? 8th at the moment, 8th outright, and actually potentially chasing Henry. What is it, 7 seconds between those two in the fight for 7th place, and the margin to McCulley is not all that, that's potentially, 6th is potentially doable for those guys, for Henry and for Middeldijk there. So let's keep a little watch on that too. They are close, aren't they?
And this is where they'll really push any of that energy they've got left. They'll throw it all out there now.
Awesome stuff. Bailey Thompson just inside the top 10 aboard the 25. And Taylor holding down that top 10 position behind Thompson as well. We haven't said enough about Thompson with that ride to 9th place at the moment. View from on high. I mean, you saw that incredibly. You were enjoying what the track looked like. I was blown away by the volume of cars and the transformation of the place. I mean, everyone works together here. You're all parked up alongside one another, and it just has what would ordinarily be rural land, farming land, and so on for, 350 plus days of the year, has been turned into this mini and almost mobile city. And we literally tomorrow for the main event move just across the road.
Tomorrow's a big day.
Huge.
Tomorrow's a very big day. I'm actually more excited to kind of see your experience coming into it, because obviously we've been here a fair few times and really got to watch it and kind of watch it evolve over the years. For you're coming in fresh. I mean, this just must be a crazy sight to see, especially all the racing that you've been a part of.
In the most beautiful way. It has exceeded every expectation that I've had. I mean, I knew it was big. I knew it was big from the volume of competitors that come to do this. I knew the organisation that was involved is a mammoth undertaking, right? But I did not come to appreciate the stature that it is held in, not just by locals, some of the people that have come from near and far to be a part of this as a competitor, who embrace it. Those that are watching on the live stream, there are people tuning in from England and beyond. So welcome to our coverage. We hope you're enjoying it. And yes, first time for me. I'm absolutely eyes wide open and loving every minute, Jeremy, to your point. So
I guess as well, from that perspective, how do you then, like, the motorbike community is huge. Like it's kind of underrepresented as well a lot of the time. You must now see the commitment that people put in. If you see it from the motorsport version, like go-karting and things like that, it's just crazy money. But here in the motorcycle, you can see that everybody here just loves what they do, and they put so much time and effort, and as we say, a lot of time in the car together to really do something that these kids may not have a huge future in, but just love it anyway.
I mean, last night at Red Cliffs on the Oval there, while we had all of the competitors who'd gone through scrutineering and stuff, the place just oozes enthusiasm. Very family based, if you will, but then there's this peppering of the professional element that all of these youngsters that we're watching at the moment are hoping one day to have a seat like that, to be in a team like that, to be a star rider like that. I love how those big names that we have in the sport are all about these competitors today. That's a great thing about it.
That's the other great thing about these top riders, because they've all come from this. A lot of them hold schools. There's a lot of riding schools, a lot of riding days, training days. And I think Chucky had one not that long ago down in his property, and the amount of kids that turned up to it was phenomenal. And I know a lot of these riders really want to hone in on that and help grow, because it doesn't just help grow their brand, but it really helps grow these riders. And I mean, that's why we're having these riders look phenomenal on the track, like they've been seasoned riders for many years.
We have eclipsed the hour mark. As you can see, we're on the final lap. Ollie Kale leading the way from Stella Harding by 30 seconds. Has Harding got a little something that can maybe stage a surprise, trim some of that advantage in the final part of this lap?
It's that final push, getting it in there.
Gingerly using that left foot to prop the bike up as you go around the left.
It's all about trying to keep that balance out, the further your leg goes out, obviously the more lean you have, but every now and then you don't want to overcommit, so the bike does push those berms, so you're trying to readjust your bum to be on halfway on the seat, halfway hold your leg up. It's an art. It's a real art to try and make sure these bikes can corner. Everybody can go fast in a straight line. It's when those corners come up, let's see how fast you can do them.
Is that a little bit in the way of sprinkles on our
I didn't
camera
want to
lens?
say,
I hope not.
I did not want to say this.
I'm hoping that it is just purely from what you were talking about before, the peppering. Let's hope that we don't want that for our camera, but let's hope that's what it is, right?
I saw that on the window and I was like, oh no, oh here we go.
Final twist in the tail. Maybe not for this race. Perhaps it'll be for the big wheel. That is to come. More junior action. The age bracket, the size of the motorcycles change. And that is not too far away. We'll talk to a couple of them in the top 10 before they set off there. They've already done their prologue. They're set. They're watching this race closely. No doubt they're among those that are on the live stream there, back by the easy ups in the car. Just got a little bit awkward there with the front. And maybe feeling the pressure. You would have heard the bikes approaching, wouldn't you, too? So.
Absolutely. I mean, it's all about that momentum, but every now and then when you have a whole bunch of riders around you, it can get very overwhelming, and it can sometimes put that kind of doubt in your mind too. Am I going to get overtaken, or am I going to get taken out? A lot of times when it comes to racing, it's quite hard to hold a line when someone else is going to kind of cross-right you, take that line as well. So it can be a battle the whole way through.
You could see the high vis on
there he is.
Our photographer in the middle there before, in the middle of the track. We have some world-class photographers capturing some of the pictures for social media and for all sorts of purposes. This has been an unbelievable ride. Nearing the end, and that's the juxtaposition, isn't it? On the one hand, you've got someone's frustrating. Checkered flag waves. What a day for Ollie Kale. That is a superb ride to take out. Yeah, we're going to be hearing about this young rider in the years ahead. Wins the junior small wheel race here at Hattah in 26. We're waiting for Stella to come through. Here she is on the 268. This is second place.
So great to see her still finishing so strong, and it's such a great sight for our generation of riders to see that the boys and girls are mixing it up now. There's no divide. She has absolutely come through and just kept it with everyone else, and it really just shows that there is none of that anymore. We are just all riding together.
For those watching around the venue, please put your hands together and say congratulations. Superb ride. We'll hear from our top three. You can see Johnny standing by there. P2 today. We'll tell you the margin in a moment too. 34.8 in the end. So it maybe went out by 2 seconds on that final lap. That's credit to her. She's, I think, between the pair of them, for the second half of the race, let's call it, that 30-ish second margin has largely remained unchanged. Respect there. Nice.
This is that lift technique that I was telling you about that riders really need to kind of get through. It really does help with the bike trying to lift it up, but it's a long day, and now we've had them cross the line now, so that means now anybody after that will automatically finish up on the race.
I reckon that's the Jagger farming entry. Is it Ben Jagger aboard the Yamaha YZ65? So use that technique to get the bike back up, get it to the finish line, Ben. Oh, might have had a little continued struggle there. We're waiting to see what happens between some of the other runners in the 10 here, because this final lap for the likes of Cooper McCulley and whether Warland can hold on, I think there was a decent buffer when we last looked.
The conditions just look primo now. They look absolutely beautiful. Yeah, it looks pretty wet, but I tell you what, there's minimal to no dust or any kind of roost coming off the back in regards to what is usually there. Just the heaviness of that dirt is just making it beautiful. We're looking at that barrier though, absolutely sprayed with dirt. That looks phenomenal.
Great opening to the Millewa Quarries Hattah Desert Race for 2026. Couple of cool yarns have come out of that one. Ollie Kale, if you've just tuned in, has done it. Nice work to win the junior small wheel race here, and by 34.8 seconds in the end. But Stella Harding can 100% hold her head high. Brilliant ride there. Here's Warland. I think that was the 246 just coming through shot, was it? Let's just confirm that should seal third place in this race.
Oh, it's so great to see all the families come now. come to the bikes, tell her everyone giving big hugs, just fantastic. She put in an absolutely cracker run, that one.
Without, pardon the pun, it was literally a stellar ride. So, yeah.
I didn't want to say it.
No, brilliantly done. Brilliantly done. Checkered flag there. Warland, I think, should seal third place with that. And there's a little bit of a story there too, because I think Nico held that third for maybe the first half of the race. Warland chipped away at it and has grabbed third in the end. And we still have a couple of potential movers within the top 10 before the finish of this race. So just need to watch the likes of McCulley and Henry and Van Middeldijk there, who are comfortably in the 10, but whether they may pick up another spot before the conclusion of this one.
The fight's not done until you cross the line.
There's Nico. So this is Nico Marchant there in fourth place.
That'd be interesting to see what happened there, where that transition is, where the overtake was and what happened, because he was looking strong, but unfortunately it can come down to like one small issue.
Definitely. Good job by Dean Henry in the top 10 as well. And we were talking about Thompson, and I think we may even have a new interloper in the 10 there as well, right at the very end of the race. We'll just get those final numbers once they cross the line, but the 417 of Michalak there. Cool race, really enjoyed that. Looking forward to hearing from the top three riders very shortly and soaking up a bit of that. How exhausted they might be, the elation, you name it, all of those feelings and more.
It's just great that we get to show what the juniors are doing too, and show the level of juniors, because these riders are just weekend warriors all the time, and we actually get to highlight what they are, where their level is, and kind of we're going to take these riders potentially to the 6 days or things like that in the future. So this is a really good showcase to show what we have out there in Australia and kind of the talent that's coming up.
Here's Brommel. This should be for 5th place.
That is a good shot of mud. So much mud.
So much. Rolls off the throttle, arm down on the tank, and just exhausted. Great performance. Last night we obviously, from the main event perspective, celebrated the top 10 from 2025. If you can chalk up, I know the win is what everyone craves ultimately at the end of the day, and Ollie's done that today. But, if you can go back to school on Monday and try and tell your mates who might be into whatever it is, swimming, cricket, whatever, that you did that at the Hattah Desert Race, that's a pretty cool thing to hang your hat on.
Even just finishing it, a lot of riders will kind of not be able to finish the race because it is very taxing. So even just to say you finished it is a massive achievement in itself.
And that'll be the thing from here while we've been intrigued by who finishes where in the 10. It is very much about that. Those who just get to the finish of this race now, the lap, that's the story. There's McCulley there, who he's got it to the line, looks exhausted perhaps, but good job.
That was a fight. It was a good fight from them all. I think this is the thing, we keep forgetting that we look at them on the screen and we can kind of look like they're adults and seniors because of the way they ride, but I mean, these are still kids, they're juniors, and just to be so proud of them all coming across the line and pushing as hard as they can, it's been phenomenal.
Look in the background there too, you saw Thompson on the 25. What's the gap? We're talking 8 seconds, under 8 seconds between McCulley and Thompson there in that run for 8th place at the end. Good job. Some medals, some very special medals to cherish here.
It's not just a participation award here. These medals actually really mean something for these young kids. They really get to hold them high, have them on the wall, and there'll be a whole bunch of them later on down the track that they can look back and kind of have those great experiences with them. But it looks like we're going to go down to where the riders are gathered to do a bit of an interview with the top three, and I'll pass it down to Greg with the riders.
Here we are down with the finishers for the first of our classes here this weekend for the 2026 Miller Quarries Hattah Desert Race. Apologies, guys. Here we are down at the finish of our first class of the weekend. This is our junior small wheels class for the 2026 Miller Quarries Hattah Desert Race. And a couple of things we want to talk about while we're down here as well. Of course, we've got in our order of finish Ollie Kale, which we'll have a chat to shortly, out of hailing out of Narromine. And believe it or not, first cousin Stella Harding over on this bike here, which we'll talk about in a moment as well, also out of Narromine. Those two come out of the Dubbo Dirt Bike Club. Great to have them down here doing that. And over this side, Chad Warland, who hails out of Condobolin, out of the Condo Auto Sports Club. Quick walk through before we go upstairs to Rusty. I want to show you something that's pretty cool, right? So Stella was cutting everything really fine this weekend for what she had to do. And if we bring the camera down here, I want to show you something here. Check this out, all right? That's all she had left, just that. Had that have taken any more fuel on the last couple of rides or a spill where you drop a bit, it would have been game over. So that's how tight these kids run it. So we'll head upstairs now to Rusty and the guys to do our presentation, kids. So Rusty, what a solid effort from these kids
for what they've done for the day-to-day, mate. It just gets better, this event, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. It's really nice to be celebrating with the top three here at the end of a very special race. Cool moment in their careers, and I think we're going to be talking about these young riders for quite some time to come.
Absolutely. Let's go down and grab the winner in class here. Put your hands together for, of course, Ollie Kale. Ollie, well done, buddy.
Thank you.
Pretty solid day for you, mate. What sort of a track did we have out there? We've had a lot of rain, a lot of speculation about what the event was going to turn out like, but nobody knows it better than the team that have ridden it. So from your point of view, what was the track like?
It was pretty smooth at the start, but then on the last lap it got like rough and a bit like that.
And of course, for you, it's a bit of a distance to travel, but well worth it.
Yeah, it's worth it.
Mate, there's obviously a ton of people that were behind you to help you out. Who would you like to thank in this one?
I'd like to thank Double City Motorcycles, Chris Wood's Performance and Fox Racing.
Beautiful, well done. Ollie Kale. We'll move on to number 2. And Rusty, come down, we'll have a chat to this young lady. I was going to say what a stellar performance, but how cool is that? Stella Harding, well done, love. Well done on a pretty solid effort.
Thank you.
Congratulations. I mean, it's not just the second position, but a class win as well. And you chased hard the whole way, didn't you?
Yeah, I was just trying to catch up to my cousin.
Did you? Okay, nice work there. And what does this result kind of mean for you? This is an ultra special race. Superb performance by you today. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So Stella, my understanding is that between you two there's a bit of rivalry because it's sisters, which means you're first cousins, right?
Yeah.
Hailing out of the same club. How cool is that?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my mum and dad for bringing me Chris Wood's Performance, Yamaha Australia, CrossFit Dubbo, Fox Racing Australia, and everyone else that helps me out.
Well done. Put your hands together for Stella Harding. I think we're going to hear a lot more of that young lady in the time to come. This little guy here. This is Chad Warland, and he hails out of the Condo Auto Sports Club up in central New South Wales. Mate, well done for your efforts today, Chad.
Thank you.
Mate, how did you find the track out there?
It was pretty smooth at the start. It got rough and it was hard to ride.
Chad, from our point of view when we were watching the race, mate, great battle between you and Nico. What was that battle like? And tell us how that all unfolded.
Yeah, so at the start of the race, I did a big front flip and crashed and went back to like 5th or 6th, and then I had to make my way back up. And it was pretty hard to pass because of all the lappers and stuff, but I got him at the end.
I'll tell you what, Rusty, these guys are sort of around the corner in the pit area, and I could hear him when he kept coming through on each one of those pit runs. Mate, they were really on the back pushing you, weren't they?
Yeah, they're good.
You don't need a lot of pushing though, do you?
Nah, not really.
Hey, Chad, finally, how you feeling after that one? Pretty special moment to be up here, in the top 3 at the end of a cool race like that. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm feeling really good.
Buddy, who would you like to thank for your efforts on the podium today?
I'd like to thank Mum and Dad, all the pit crew, DJM Racing and Dubbo City Motorcycles.
Good on you. Put your hands together for Chad Wallen, ladies and gentlemen. Rusty, super way to finish the first one for the day today, hey?
Can we just a little bit of theatre? I know we're broadcasting on the live stream here, but to the mums and dads here and to everyone that is at the Scout, how about one final round of applause for our top 3 here in junior small wheel here at the Millewa Quarries Hattah Desert Race for 2026. Awesome stuff.
Absolutely. And you know what the best part about it, Rusty? We're going to line them up and go with big wheels, and later on we get to do some of the senior stuff, and that's only today for the big race tomorrow. Mate, we've got a huge 2 days in front of us, and we've only just completed the first part of it, mate. I don't know about you, but I'm looking forward to it.
It's just the beginning, and I'm looking for more to come. Good on you, John.
Good work. Rightio, we'll go back to central commentary to Jeremy and the team there. And thanks, Rusty, once again.
The Hattah Desert Race is something really special to this region. It brings thousands of people through our backyard, pumps millions into our local economy and gives locals access to one of the best events in the country. At Millewa Quarries, we've always been about supporting this community. We've worked in this community for over 25 years. So when the opportunity came to become the naming rights sponsor of Hattah, we didn't hesitate. We're proud to put our name on it and we'll see you out there.
You feel most alive where you feel most at home. And this is living. Bobcat, the company that changed the way the world works, is coming home with a quality compact tractor built to match your quality of life. This isn't work you have to do. It's work you get to do. So get it done in a tractor that's all you. See your dealer or visit bobcat.com.
The new Segway Powersport ATV and UTV side-by-sides have arrived. The Snarler ATV range is engineered for rough conditions on Aussie farms and built tough to work alongside you with exceptional towing and hauling capabilities. Need more grunt? Our 1000cc side-by-sides lead the pack in safety, technology and come in a 3 or 6-seat option. All backed by a 2-year factory warranty and a nationwide dealer network.
You can start heading out onto the start line, please. All big wheel class bikes need you assembled on the start line area, please, for your start, for your event today, please. All big wheels class. Dead engines, wheel them out, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm balancing it, playing a balancing act. Turn it on. Turn it on. Turn the mic on.
It wasn't on. Are we on? We got it. Hello. Here we go. Right, we're at the start line. Mitch, how are you feeling, friend?
Yeah, good as. Yeah. So, yeah, let's get it done.
Look, it's a bit of a wild Hattah this year, mate. How did you feel coming into it?
Nah, looked good. I knew it was going to be a little bit wet, but yeah, it is what it is.
How did the track form up for you on that kind of first lap, the siding lap, towards when you actually started racing?
Yeah, yeah, it was still slick, but at sand you could still lay into it, so.
Did it zap all the power out of the bike? Were you finding it struggled in certain sections?
Nah, I stayed on top and yeah, let her eat.
Well, that's the way it is. What's your game plan for now, mate? Are you going to try and just push out as far as you can and hold that, or are you going to kind of contain some of that energy and push later on in the day?
No, I want to get a good gap and just hold it there and just, yeah, run my own race.
Well, look, man, I'm excited to see what you're going to do. Hopefully you can hold up. You've got a big field in front of you, mate. It's always exciting with Hattah. I hope you can just hold the wedge, mate, and get to the end.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Beautiful. All right, we're going to keep walking down.
Hold it closer to your mouth.
We're going to hold it close. How are you, my friend? How you feeling?
Yeah, really good.
How'd you go this morning?
Not too bad. Wasn't the cleanest run, but yeah, happy with how I go.
It seems to be a wild track at the moment. There's lots of kind of lines opening up everywhere. How did you actually manage to get through so fast? Because it seemed that a lot of people were crossing up and getting in everyone's way.
Yeah, it's kind of just staying a lot preservative and yeah, just choose your lines correctly.
How are you going with the suspension setup? Now, I know I can see that you're on some good stuff with On Point. How did your testing this week lead into today?
Yeah, I didn't really do a whole lot. I got it pretty good within the first day, so yeah, didn't do much riding this week, but yeah.
Dale's a bit of a wizard, I guess. He knows what he's doing by now. This time in the race, it's kind of going to be one of those sprints to get out in front. Is that kind of your style as well? Do you like getting that sprint format, or are you more of an endurance style rider?
Nah, definitely more of an endurance rider. Yeah, I love the cross countries.
Well, mate, I look forward to seeing what you're going to do, and hopefully we're going to see you at the end on the podium as well.
Thank you.
All right, we'll keep walking down. All right. What's going on, my friend?
Oh, just a bit of racing, yeah.
Bit of ride, a bit of racing today.
Yeah, pretty good, pretty solid.
Look good out there. A bit dense. Put that your game plan.
Yeah, just try to find lines around everyone and just make the most of it, really.
Hard. I guess it's always kind of trusting the bike on that first lap. Your siding lap doesn't really give you a full idea of how the sand's going to form up. Have you raced in a wet before?
No, not really.
Did you get pre-running?
Yeah, I've been training all week. Done heaps of riding, really.
That helps with this bike setup. What's your plan for today, mate? You're going to go and try and push as hard as you can at the start?
Yeah, we'll just stay conservative and try not to crash, and we'll see how we go.
The crash, that's a good one, man. Well, good luck. We'll look forward to seeing you at the end, my friend. Oh, get out of here, mate. G'day, fella. What's going on?
Good, how are you?
Oh, I'm good. I'm not racing, mate. You look a bit wet and damp, man. How excited are you for now?
Oh, yeah, I'm keen as. Coming off last year, got a lot of momentum going my way. I'm keen as, yeah.
Busy race. It's a lot for today.
I'm going to just see how the first few laps pan out, and then after the pit stop, probably give it a good push and see how we go.
You're going to pit today?
I'm underneath Cox Auto 10. I'm probably going to pit lap 3, I reckon.
That seems the way it's going to go. See, full, all your fuel calcs. Does lap 3 kind of give you the amount to be able to push it as you can all the way?
Yeah, definitely. We'll sort it out, go lap 3, not fill it to the top, just get it to a good level, and yeah, then you just, you're sick for the rest of the race, yeah.
It's long between laps, so 3 laps to go all that time. Do you have a game plan to go to the third lap? Are you pushing on lap 3?
Yeah, that's to see how the race pans out, but I reckon I'll start, trying to get up close and go for the win there, yeah.
Well, that's what we're hoping for. We're going for the win, so hopefully see you then. We'll talk soon. All right, here we go. All right, fella, how we doing?
Good.
I'm very good. How are you finding today, mate? How did you find this morning?
Track's pretty good. I like the pretty good.
It's good. It's wet, mate. There's some sections where it kind of got pretty deep with the mud, especially around coming into the pit area here. Have you had much experience in that kind of condition?
Yeah, well, a couple of weeks ago down in for the AORC, it was a bit of a mud fest, but other than that, not too much.
Oh, it's hard to get experience here. Being here and kind of seeing how it's forming up. Is this kind of what you expected? And was it the way you set your bike up for?
Yeah, well, we haven't done a heap of testing on this bike because I was supposed to be in the 125, but blew it up, so...
Big boy moves. Why the... Fair enough, mate. Well, it's worked so far. You're at the pointy end. Now you've got to kind of get the goggles on and get ready to race. Beautiful. See you soon.
Yeah.
All right, we'll keep going. What's going on? How you doing?
Yeah. Got a decent prologue, so we'll see how we go.
It was a good run. It's a tough run. It's such a deep field. How did the bike handle up for that kind of sprint format for you?
Bike handled great, actually. I got everything dialed during the week, so yeah, it handled really good.
So what are you running on this one to be able to keep it kind of competitive?
I think I'm running a 1446, I believe.
Yeah, right. Okay, and that works in the longer straights, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's good.
And it gives you enough to be able to pull up onto that kind of deeper sand. And it didn't seem to have any. You got ball, a loss of power.
I was pulling really, and
Give you on the podium. All right, just wait. Yep. Do this one. Oh. Right, we're back. We're back in the booth. Everyone's lining up. It's very exciting. Greg is actually in that first buggy that's going to be leading the riders off, so he's going to have some really cool footage and some stories. But here we go. Race day, big wheels, they're off. Look at them. Oh, it's just holding that line perfectly. The camera guy is absolutely peppered. You can see them jostling, really pushing to get ahead. Obviously, a lot of difference to the small wheel, the little ones coming out. These bikes are bigger. We're starting to get into the real territory of kind of where the pros are, and we're really getting to see some speed. We're hearing those bikes. We're a lot more four-strokes. Still the two-strokes out there, which got a soft spot in my heart for, but these four-stroke, it's definitely what they need in the desert. Really kind of strong, torquey bikes to pull them up. You can see that absolute spray. If you look at that live feed, Greg is in there, head down, trying to keep out of it. We got our first female competitor there as well, Lorna Locke. She's done so well to be that high on the Yamaha. Really stepping it up as well, being on the Jess Gardner team with Jeremy Carpentier, which is phenomenal to see her so high up in there with a big, strong family, the Locke. So congratulations to her to get that high. We're really looking at this track too. We're kind of seeing that it's really holding together quite well. Oh, a bit of a bingle, bit of a Barney there at the corner, but the track's holding up really nice. It does seem to not be drying out, but it's not getting any wetter. The moisture is kind of just sitting in the ground. It's a lot of the bikes I went out to and had a look at really show that the mud was definitely not clumping. It wasn't holding onto the bike, which makes the bike heavier, can make it harder to turn, but there was a lot of wear on the bikes. A lot of it in the chains and the front sprocket especially really took a hammering. So it is interesting to see how these bikes are going to hold up on the longer format, especially the bigger bikes, because they are just going to get absolutely obliterated. We've got a bike down actually on the starting line. Oh, you hate to see that. Hopefully he's all right. He just spun out. Oh, there's another bike not starting. Oh, it's mayhem. But it's a great indicator of what these juniors are going to be able to do when they get older, when they get into the senior ranks. This is how the seniors start. So for them, this is an awesome experience to really understand exactly what it's like to race in the big show tomorrow. And as we can see, you can see great detail here about how important it is to try and keep tucked into the back of them. If you want to get a good start, if you want to get away clean, you've really got to tuck in behind. If you don't let the rider beside you kind of cut you off. And once again, with it being so muddy and kind of so slippery, to hold that line in there is very, very difficult. So we're about to watch some amazing racing. This is the future of the sport, and this is what I get most excited about, is watching these ones come through, because, oh dear, bike's down. Oh, yellow flag out, and the drone even took a hit there. That's it must be a pretty dangerous area. Next wave coming through, really holding it flat there. We're getting down to the back part of the track, but tell you what, there are a lot of movers and shakers this far down the track. It's not always at the front. We keep talking about how important Prologue is if you really want to get ahead, but there's a lot of people who cannot Prologue, and unfortunately, that is just part of racing. To be able to Prologue is not easy. It's a sprint. And a lot of riders, they are not sprinters. They are endurance riders. So they're great for the hour 2, hour 3, hour 4. So for them to be pushing in a sprint format at Prologue doesn't always happen. And the intensity you need to ride at Prologue is so incredibly high. And some riders just don't have it, myself included. So when it comes to riding, the Prologue, yes, it does set the kind of pace for what the day is going to be in regards to leading out, but it doesn't always mean that that's what's going to happen throughout the entire day. Well, we're watching this track get absolutely blown wide here. They're really trying to find all the lines. As we can see, there's great to see spectators on the side of the track here. The footage at the moment is just phenomenal. Seeing all these sections of the track, really watching how they. Oh, that was close to the line. That was close to the pegs, but you can see how the track's also forming. This will be a big kind of sign for how tomorrow is going to be. When those seniors hit it, it's going to get absolutely blown apart. So it always kind of. It depends. It depends on the riding, depends on the condition, but it does hold its line pretty good. This one, you can really see that a lot of the tracks are starting to form up. A lot of those ruts are kind of starting to get bedded in, but they're not as bad as I said, as I expected. I was expecting it way worse. And actually, joined back in the commentary box is our man on the front line. Greg, how was that?
Mate, that was unbelievable. I have been showered, not champagne showered, but I've been showered in the most rich clay and earth and what have you, and the sensation of being as the bikes came around us in that start vehicle was something else, mate. That was beautiful, an amazing experience. Very lucky to do that.
The vibration through you, and then obviously they're all taking off. You watch that laser focus just straight down the track.
They are
amazing.
Some of them are spinning the wheels in the mud before we are even like sort of our back wheel by their front wheel. They are on it, ready to launch. Straight away. It was amazing. Really, really cool.
A lot of that mud, mate. A lot of people pay a lot of money in the city for that kind of mud to be all over them. So I'm glad you got some, my friend. You're going to have a part of Hattah with you for the rest of your life.
What I did get a chance to have a look at, and you would have observed this too, because you're more in tune to it than I am, but certainly once I get through the kind of out of our, let's call it like a stadium section there, and then starting onto the track proper, the track has a nice kind of condition to it now compared to what we began the day with. You can tell the change in that after the nice little bit of weather we've had here today so far, and just what's happened with the track activity and so on. It's good there.
It's amazing. It shows how rich this dirt is, but how the dirt is held together by the moisture, but it's not like wet enough for it to start clumping and mudding. So it's at that perfect consistency at the moment. Let's just hope nothing that you say will change that in regards to weather.
A couple of people asking on the live stream just around track length. We detailed before what it was for the junior small wheel. It's a little bigger for this one, isn't it? The competitors, I think it's maybe about 23 Ks roughly for this one. So
that's correct, yeah.
And again, we're scheduled for approximately 6 laps of this race, so we'll keep you updated. We're only 6 minutes into it. My thanks to Jeremy Cowley there for holding fort while I got to experience something really amazing
I
about
just
this
wanted people
race.
to know where you were.
Oh,
and
thank you.
so they
I
could
didn't
look
bail
back.
on you.
No, I wanted them to see, oh, that little black helmet. Yeah, that's our man
me.
Greg.
That's me. It didn't take much arm twisting, let me tell you, when
not at all.
When Shannon came in and said,
Hopefully
hey,
we can get you in tomorrow's buggy, because then with the seniors, that's something even more impressive to
bet.
watch that and to feel that as well, because that big 500 is just ready to rip the earth apart.
crowd is building here. We are on the Banuna Road, and the cars that are lining the side of the road, and then within the venue, and you can just see there the volume of people that are now wandering through and having a look. That's me there with the phone with the phone out. Thanks to the team from Segway as well for their help here. It was just something else.
The cameraman came past as well, the window, as you came in, and he was absolutely covered in it. So I was glad that you both got to experience that.
He's just knocked on the door here. I think he has some of the stuff needed as we take a replay of the start here, and thank you to our partners who've made our replays and the live stream coverage possible. Yeah, he's in full clean-up mode at the moment with our camera that we use on the I'm ducking down there. I'm like, right, now I'm showered. I'm trying to stop it getting in my eyes and all over my jeans and whatever else. But look at it, the wave after wave of them being let go here. They're on the throttle. Look at them, just unreal.
And we're talking about Lorna Lockyer, the first of the females. It was great to see her so high in the pack, but she comes from a very, very stellar family of riders. I mean, her brother Kogan Lock is riding up tomorrow with the seniors. Her dad and mum are just absolutely phenomenal in the scene.
Who you had on the pod very recently, and there's a rich that history, or that tapestry, if you will, of the family's motorcycle racing. As we take a look at a little incident there. I mean, I think there's trials competition and all sorts within that family, isn't there?
Yes, absolutely.
And a good, maybe a tough story that you can perhaps share, but a wonderful example of the way the motorcycling community came together for that family too. Hey, and supported
absolutely.
them. So,
their Lock family, they had a shed fire, unfortunately, and so that really put them back a long way. And it was great to see the community come together and really help out. And obviously, they lost a lot. They lost a lot of things and a lot of possessions. But as Kogan said, they actually just lost a lot of history. I mean, that's a long time. We all have a shed, and we all have a lot of things that just kind of gather in there over the years. So to lose that is super hard.
Yeah, and I mean, people coming out of the woodwork from 20, 30 years prior to support them in that recovery. So, right, while our fans at the venue here get to wander around and have a look at some of the setups from the big teams and so on, we're going to take a little break in our coverage here. We'll come back toward the mid to late point of this first lap and bring you up to date on what is happening in Junior Big Wheels.
You think I can't break this ground?
You think a girl can't do it?
You think I can't dig deep? You think I can't tear down these walls?
Clear a path,
Build bigger?
go off-road.
And turn your lawn?
Into my territory?
You think I can't make the impossible?
Possible? Watch me.
Watch me.
The Hattah Desert Race is something really special to this region. It brings thousands of people through our backyard, pumps millions into our local economy and gives locals access to one of the best events in the country. At Miller Quarries, we've always been about supporting this community. We've worked in this community for over 25 years. So when the opportunity came to become the naming rights sponsor of Hattah, we didn't hesitate. We're proud to put our name on it, and we'll see you out there.
Our live stream coverage of the Millewa Quarries Hattah Desert Race 2026 continues, nearing the end of the first lap for our junior big wheels, and we'll update you on the state of play. There are a couple of you asking via the live stream a little bit about what's happening in relation to the schedule for the day as well. I think there was, which one of you was there? I'm trying to pick. It's Jack QX9UT asking when is the top 10 shootout. Well, we can tell you that the official start for the Prologue for the seniors is scheduled roughly, and the team here have been doing a very good job of keeping things to the minute by minute to the schedule today. The Prologue for them should start at 2:20, and we're looking at around a 3:45 start for the top 10 shootout for you. So I hope that helps. That's their East Coast times, obviously, for Eastern Standard Time. So Mitch House leading the way in this one from Levi Rossi and Nate Munro, and not much in it at the end of that first lap. It's 14.8 seconds to Rossi, Nate Munro 3.4, and then Jet Avard is right there, only 0.365 behind Nate Munro in that fight for third. Nate Wildy rounds out your top five, then Riley Delaney, Chase Weston, Lachlan Vincent, Declan Smart, and Malachi Middleton. They're your top 10. First lap leader, completion of the first lap for junior big wheels, Mitch House by 14.8 seconds. Nice job, but it is very close beyond that. And you drift back to, what are we talking there, sort of 7th place. There's not much in it. It is only the first lap. Back on the gas, watching Mitch House, I think that is from on high, our race leader. Couple of other times starting to come through. Kieran Cherry is coming through in 21st there at the moment. I'm giving you outright numbers. Obviously, there's some class results that we can update for you along the way. Great to see the crowd lining the track like that. Decent crowd in place for the 2026 race, and it's going to get even bigger as the day progresses here, and certainly into tomorrow for the big one for the seniors. Watching that as Cherry heads back out. 21st place, Kieran Cherry. Now, was that just a little check of things from the team there, or was that a cause for concern around the throttle? Maybe just Kieran wanting to get back out there, a bit of eagerness, if you will. Harrison Marsh on the 30 coming through. I think Marcus Street there on the 305. 5 to go. People looking over shoulders as they get the chance to wind the throttle open again and get into the second lap of the race. Cool view from on high from our drone. That gives you an even greater perspective as you can see some of the lakes and dams around the area and how full they are at the moment from that recent rain.
Well, you would have just seen them come through the top section as well. They looked super good. They were so smooth. Those bikes were looking fantastic all the way through. I think they're really pushing this year to try and get out as far as they can to get that pace away in space. You can see that moisture is definitely out there, but it's just not reacting the way we expected. And with these bigger bikes, it can really dissipate that moisture as far along as it can.
We have some special guests with us here in the commentary box. Who have we got that's come for a potential audition? Have we got some people wanting to audition?
My partner brought us some lunch, mate. So we got us some lunch, and then my boys here, they've come along to watch because obviously they want to be a part of it next year. But I said we've just got to scope it out first before I sit them in the deep end.
Awesome, boys. Welcome. Hope you're enjoying the racing so far. This is what it's all about. Great family sport, this. So, starting to look at some of the other numbers further down the order. Huge field of competitors in juniors this year. And then lots of different storylines through the different divisions, the different categories. We're at the pointy end of the junior competition, if you will. Those that are a little bit older than we saw in small wheel there before. And bikes are bigger in some respects too. So, bigger capacity. We give them a bit more to play with. We get it back down to that kind of walking pace. Again, now they get to unleash it. They get that flag wave, and away they go again.
We're really seeing, because it's so wet, over the years in the dry stuff, we can see the back end twitch a lot, really move around.
Oh,
beautiful
what a
views.
shot.
Yeah, absolutely. They're really putting it out there. You can see those dunes forming up. A lot of those dunes will be in the main race as well. So they really you get to see exactly what these riders are going to do. It's not just flat turns. There's some big dunes where they get some pretty big air, but also on the other side of that, we're going to watch a big kind of whoop get formed in here. Big kind of, where they land, you see them get back on that pile. We're seeing that roost in that bottom right corner. That then creates a nice big hole there. And unfortunately, that can be a lot of undoing for a lot of riders. They can hit that at full noise, and it's kind of end of days.
Said with some envy in the voice, I reckon I could sense that.
100% this year, 100%. It looks like the kind of the time to race would be this year. The conditions just look perfect.
Do you, as a rider, I mean, it's a lot to take in, a lap of 23 Ks. Do you get to a point where maybe third lap or something, things are starting to look a little bit more familiar, what you might be able to hold things a bit wider? I mean, that is compounded by lappers and traffic and things like that, but you do get a familiarity with the track.
Absolutely, and a lot of times these guys will walk the tracks as well to kind of get a familiarization with them. There is certain times, though, after experience, you'll know how tracks form up as well. Now, this isn't the first time for a lot of these riders. They know how this track is. They know where it goes. It doesn't deviate that much every year. It kind of stays in the same area. So if you get to do it a few times, you know what's going to happen. You know what's going to work out really well. And it is true. Through your first lap, it is a kind of just a faster siding lap, really. You know, you want to push, but as I said before, your bike's not set up as well for the first lap. Your bike's most likely set up for the last half of your race, where you're fatigued, where the track is trying to kill you, where everything else, all the other riders are trying to kill you. That is when your bike works the best.
The centre of, let's call it the centre of town, our town that's emerged, our pop-up that's emerged here for the race. That is going to get busy when some pit activity, if you will, happens, when the riders might need a little moment of refreshment for themselves, and when the bike might need something as well. Gee, it's busy there. There's a rider down, I think.
Yeah, they just laid it down. These are those corners I was talking about where momentum is key. It is a very tight corner, but you need to come in as fast and hot as you can to be able to keep the momentum where you're not hitting the brakes. If you hit your brakes too far, exactly the same reason. If you come in and you hit those brakes, your front tyre gets incredibly heady. You're transitioning the weight from the front tyre, of your back tyre to your front tyre. In deep sand, it's skinny, it'll just push you out and you'll just dive into it. And that's all about keeping that momentum, keeping that drive. So your front wheel does stay planted, does point you in the right direction, but you can still drive enough through it.
Gotcha.
That's what Google tells me anyway.
Well, a few bravery pills maybe for the day.
I don't envy those corners. I tell you what, they're hard and they're deep. So, and once you start getting those whoops in those corners that you can kind of see here, it makes it 10 times harder to try and keep that front wheel planted all the way through.
Got some junior encouragement awards too that I think have been brought to us by Total Tools for the weekend. So we thank them for that, celebrating the kind of the spirit of Hattah. They're looking at things around, like outstanding sportsmanship, respect for fellow competitors, officials and volunteers, and that kind of determination and resilience that you've been talking about as well, but that we will see in evidence, really. Oh, that is wide. That is wide.
Oh, that's sneaky wide. And unfortunately, we have drones to catch that kind of thing too. But that's all a part of it. You sometimes you just cook your straights too much that it can bind you up, and your back wheel just gets so bound up that when you hit the brakes, you'll just slide, and there's nothing you can do about it. That one may be a little bit of a race line that we talked about before. A little bit of exhibition of
an escape plan, an exit stage right. We're going to grab a commercial break here. They're working hard. That is a tough way for the day to end for that junior. Good to see that they're A-OK. A break here. Back with more Millwall Quarries Hattah Desert Race 2026.
You feel most alive where you feel most at home. And this is living. Bobcat, the company that changed the way the world works, is coming home with a quality compact tractor built to match your quality of life. This isn't work you have to do. It's work you get to do. So get it done in a tractor that's all you. See your dealer or visit bobcat.com.
The new Segway Powersport ATV and UTV side-by-sides have arrived. The Schnule ATV range is engineered for rough conditions on Aussie farms and built tough to work alongside you with exceptional towing and hauling capabilities. Need more grunt? Our 1000cc side-by-sides lead the pack with safety, technology and come in a 3 or 6-seat option. All backed by a 2-year factory warranty and a nationwide dealer network.
Mitch House back in shot as our coverage of the Hattah Desert Race 2026 continues. Our race leader, one shot of the 34, the Yamaha. Watching the performance of the motorcycle as it came in under brakes there into that left-hander.
And this is what we're going to try and help you understand a little bit too. Watching these bikes go into the corner, we can really watch. I know it's hard not to kind of just be amazed with how they're doing it, but if you really want to start breaking a bike down, start watching the front wheel, the rear wheel towards its chassis, how they're moving, how it's actually transferring the power into the ground, things like that. We can really see how the bike wants to squat, how it sits out. He's doing such a phenomenal job piloting that absolute weapon through the desert, through the sand. This is all part of it, and this is what the great footage helps out a lot. A lot of times people will watch this kind of stuff to be able to explain how the bike's handling and what they need it to do better.
A couple of you firing in on YouTube with some comments. Thank you for those. One here, I think, from Mason C6R. These kids are ripping. You absolutely are spot on there. And a few of you commenting about how much you're enjoying the bikes as our race leader comes in. I think there was a hand signal there. Was that no?
So what that is your visors. What you do is you pull a little bit of string, a little
Gotcha.
wiper comes
Gotcha.
across and cleans it. So
I thought he was signalling ahead there.
yeah, he
Sorry.
probably was.
Thank you.
Clear my goggles. So no, that's what that is. That's just all part of that goggle cleaning process, which is really important for these guys because they don't always get to change goggles on the track, and you're going to go through sections where you're just going to get absolutely sprayed. That is why it's so important to get those goggles clean mid-race, and sometimes they don't get their hands off until now.
138 is Levi Rossi coming in there in second place, and it's a closely fought battle for second at the moment. You can see that he's got his hands full. It's a comfortable margin. We'll update the final margin once the slow run through our stop area here, our pit area, if you will. Once that's complete, and just give you a sense of what the lead looks like. They, just like the junior small wheel, they observe a slow pace through here, a safe pace. We've got to do that with safety in mind for the teams that are gathered around them. And now, once he gets that flag wave, he'll get the chance. There you go. Now he can unleash the Yamaha, and away he goes again.
It's that big breath moment, getting ready, compose yourself, go, okay, this is it. We're going to do it. We're going to push now, and then off you go. Great to see so many spectators now really lining
social
the field.
media overload. I love it. I mean, there's so many good reasons between these aerial pics that we're bringing you to what you're seeing from the ground. Now, they're safely back, as you can see on the left of your screen. They're about 6 meters or thereabouts from the edge of the track, but still some great vantage points to watch the bikes through some very tricky terrain.
It's a real battle. Now, the track has been washed out. It's been really kind of rutted. A lot of lines have been chosen from the juniors, which don't also suit the seniors. So there's a lot of times where things like that will be a struggle, that the lines that have been cut in for the junior or the small wheels won't suit the big wheel bikes, so they're going to have to cut across them and cut their own ones.
What does that mean for the seniors that are still to come by the time they arrive?
Yeah, look, usually not much, because these bikes now, the bigger wheel bikes, they're kind of going to run the same lines and cut them for the big bikes. There can be some situations, though, with other riders that will form up a bit differently, but for this one, these big wheels are the junior big wheels anyway. They've got more of a task to really cut and define those lines that may have been brought up because of the little wheels.
Given what was so different for the previous group that came through, that set the tone for the day. It's a day for the juniors here Saturday. This is the big wheel competition. Those that are more in their teens, on bigger bikes. There are various different divisions as well, and we have been updating on the screen some of the different class results for you on the live stream. Someone asking, I think they're Marlene, it might have been asking if we can go a fraction slower in relation to the display. Now, I'm not sure if you're meaning that as for the on-screen graphic or whether you're meaning that on the speed high timing. So we've passed that on for you, though. It's not something I'm in control of, nor should I be. Technically. Great look at the lineup of people there and what it's like. So hard for the riders in the chase. They're absolutely showered in the background, as you can see there. And look at the way your hand reaction was all about the front of the motorcycle there, wasn't
Just
it? So
back up and down. I mean, that's the hard thing about these bikes, getting them to settle. When we get to the bigger bikes and to the pros, we're really going to see the difference in how those bikes move. Bucking. I mean, it's interesting when they come out of the pits right now. Watch their footage here. You watch their back tyre really kind of get booted sometimes because there's some ruts forming in there. And that's just because of that throttle on and off, on and off. Once that throttle digs into the ground, it's just going to set ruts, and it is interesting where whoops will form because of how the dirt is this year. Not always have we had ruts and whoops in that kind of first section. Usually we've just had some really good square edge ruts that go straight through. Now it looks like we're going to get whoops coming out of that section. So it is going to be interesting how the whole track is going to form with that moisture. It hasn't been done in such a long time.
Approaching the 31.5 minute marker, Mitch House doing the last lap in 14 minutes 22 seconds. Best lap we've seen so far. He has an advantage of 36.2 seconds over Levi Rossi. Only 0.3, as you could see there, coming into the slow zone there before as they came into the service area, the pit area, if you will. It's a very close fight for that second spot on the podium at the moment. Need to watch that closely.
I mean, we're also seeing what I was talking about before, roosting. If we're looking at the riders, the back of them, very clean. No issues at all. The front of them totally covered. We can't even see their front plate or anything. And that's that roost we're talking about. That's where the peppering of all just the rocks getting absolutely obliterated through the race really does take effect. In the dry, I mean, I've seen guys that looks like they've got a rash from head to toe just because of how hard and fast that sand comes in. This year, I mean, they're getting hit with a bit of a heavier rock, so we'll see how that works out for them.
Thank you to the Mototech crew. You can see the sign on the front of one of the pace vehicles as they come through that slow zone. We had a nice night on Thursday evening at Mototech HQ here in Mildura, or just up the road in Mildura, I should say. I mean, what are we talking, 50 Ks away, and the family there are great supporters, not just of the event, but deeply embedded in the sport too, aren't they? So
it kind of runs in the blood out for people out here. I mean, you're a part of this, or you do your barefoot skiing, or you do your rally, or in Speedway. I mean, Speedway is such a big thing. I mean, I don't know how many international champions have come from Mildura in regards to Speedway, and it's just a part of racing. Flat track and motorcycles just live and breathe out here at Mildura.
Yeah, great. I don't know what the word for it is. Not simulation, that's not the right word, but I mean, it's a great training, great proving ground, if you will, for them, isn't
Environment
it?
of anything. This isn't where you cut teeth. But saying that, we laugh at some riders when they go from here to say, we've had an example, a South Australian round or a Victorian round of off-road or enduros. Logs and rocks and things like that are not in the wheelhouse of these riders. So you can kind of get a little stale, and you can become kind of a one-trick pony when it comes to riding. That's why I think a lot of these riders become very versed outside of that and try their hardest to get as much exposure as they can, so they don't just become a sand rider.
What about lead-in events for some of the competitors? I mean, Fink, from I guess a senior perspective, is one of the more recent things, but I mean, Casterton, there's all sorts of things that people have done in the lead up to this, isn't there?
Yeah, there's Casterton, there's Trinidad, there's a whole bunch of races out here, even the local stuff, but there's also just a lot of knowledge in regards to secret tracks around here. They kind of have a lot of testing. Not that I would say ever go do some of those testing tracks. I'm just saying that potentially there's some that I've spent a lot of time on. And I think that's the great thing about this whole area. There's just so much riding that, yes, you cannot ride this track. You cannot ride the racetrack. You cannot ride the Prologue track, but there is a lot here that will simulate it. However, a lot of riders nowadays will try and stay away from that, because that's not really a true form of how the track's going to form up through the day. They'll go to find somewhere clean, like Trinidad is a great example. They went and raced that because that track disintegrated badly, but at the same rate a Hattah track would kind of deteriorate. So they went and raced Trinidad so then they could set their bikes for the deterioration of the track to make sure it's going to work. There was no point just going out and going on the worst track possible, because that's not a true comparison to what a Hattah track's going to do.
A couple of big team bosses as well have properties, and it's not uncommon for people to do some valuable miles on those places, isn't it, in the lead up? And they try suspension, try all those sorts of things.
The greatest thing is that you can go to things like On Point Moto and Suspension. Stel, he has access to some great properties, and you go to him for a day and he'll take you to a property where you can train, and he'll set your bike up completely the way it should be done.
I joked with him as we were getting set to venture off for the start there before. I said, kind of quiet week for you, huh?
Who's even worse, because I sent him a set of forks to do as well.
Did you?
Yes,
I love it.
He's always a busy man. I think he had 50 riders this week alone.
Amazing.
From Monday through to Thursday. 50 riders that he looked after. It's the same for a lot of others. There's Choice, there's TuneTech. There's an amazing kind of plethora now of companies out there that can really help. But obviously we've just gone for On Point for the last 7-8 years, because they've just been able to get our bikes exactly the way we wanted them.
For all of them, if only we had $1 for every time their phone rang this week with, I've been thinking about such and such.
Or I accidentally touched the clickers and I've done something wrong.
Right, the leader is inbound, so our camera crew are working overtime at the moment, both in the air and on the ground, to bring you these pictures for the live stream. Thank you to all of our valued partners, headed by Miller Quarries, but there's more than that, and we'll talk about a few of them. We've been running some of their commercials, obviously, during the coverage. We've got some tremendous, and I mean tremendous, support from all sorts of different companies locally here that are right behind this race, and a massive thank you to the landowners in particular, who are ultra passionate about this race and don't just look upon it as, well, you know, this is what we're doing for 2026. I sense they think about it like what we might need to do to prep for 2030 and stuff like that. That's tremendous.
It's always the kind of longevity of the race. We talk about it. You are coming back to the same track, essentially, but they try and make it as best they can, because at the end of the day, it's all good to come race it and leave, but it's the importance of coming back over and over again. And we've spoken now to so many organisers about trying to get the most out of a track like this. Hattah is great because it's sand, it's that desert. You can kind of reset every year. Let kind of the environment take over, Mother Nature take it back, reset the track. It's unfortunate not like that for all style of racing, and it does take its toll on the property.
A couple of little updates from fans watching on. Thank you so much for the contribution that you are making to Andrew. I won't read the rest of his handle. He says, Mitch wouldn't know how to get off the gas, and he's laughing. Well, he's doing a great job at the moment, leading it to your point. That's great. Another one here from Alex Kiernan, I think that is. Alex Kiernan asking, how are the outriders and volunteers going? Shannon's with us in the comm box. Are we getting a thumbs up? Are they tired? They're good? They're all good, apparently. So there's a little update for you, and thank you for your consideration of them, because they have been basically here in the dark this morning, and many of them will not leave until late in the night, because this, as we talked about earlier in the stream, this mobile city will go from one side of Bunara Road to the other tomorrow or overnight for the seniors course. We effectively uproot everything and transplant it across the road. It's an amazing effort by all concerned, so thank you.
We're just unfortunately seeing the ambulance go out, which is never a good thing. It's always hard to watch that. It's been a wild year for racing, so hopefully they're not too bad. And
one thing we can, as you say, first and foremost, we want the rider to be A-OK, whatever's going on there. But they have some very good people and very good measures to deal with things here. And I don't just mean equipment. It's also their planning and their process around all that stuff. They're very impressive. We will talk about that a little more in tomorrow's coverage with the doctor and some of the teams that are here for this. The work that goes on, not just to stage the event and to build the track and so on, extends to that. And they navel gaze. They're constantly looking at ways on that side of the game to ensure that the quality of care that we have, if that does happen, and we hope it doesn't, is the best that it can be on the ground here.
All the time. And that's what we want too. We want to know that the riders feel safe and secure, that they're going to have the best of the best when it comes to this, because this is, as all motorsports is, it's dangerous and it has its obstacles and hazards. So it's great to know that we've all got that coverage here.
You can see on the left of your screen there, Mitch House with a lead of 36.2 seconds. That last lap by was 14 minutes. And we're approaching, what are we now? We've elapsed 40 minutes of competition, still 4 laps to go. There's the officials bringing in one of the bikes that I think is no longer in action. Was that, what was it, one of the outriders?
Sweet bike.
Yeah, sweet bike?
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
back we go. We think this is House. It's a great shot that when you, it's nice and wide. Shows you how green things are here at the moment and how rich the earth is underneath him. But look at the speed he's carrying. So not getting off the gas, as our viewers said there before in the comments. So true. We'll see what the end of this third lap looks like as well. Last time by, completed it in just under 14 and a half minutes. So does the lappers, does the traffic, does the potential impact on the body, is that starting to take a toll, and is this next lap time a fraction slower? But what is the margin over Rossi? That's all important. And look at how close. We haven't spoken much. I probably need to make a bit of noise about Munro there in third place. Those guys, that pairing, have been split by less than a second for 2 laps now. They've been shadowing each other. That's pretty impressive.
And that's hard as well, coming into the pits. You can come in a little bit gapped, but you can catch them in the pits. It's, we do have the marshals in to slow you down, but it's depending on how everyone else slows down, you could almost be leaving the same time from the pits as well. So it can be quite a hard thing, and we're talking about laps 3 now. A lot of people are going in for their fuel stops down. This is what we talked about with definitely Mitch. He was going to be looking for that kind of pit around the 3. So it is hard to know, is pitting that time the right time, and it's all about that game plan. Also, it's a psychological thing too, maybe like throwing your opponent off to go, okay, he's lapping, he's fueling now. Yep. I could keep pushing for another lap, but then for them not to, they've gone another lap. So that can really play a part of the race. And Fink is a big one for it, a big one. I've known teams to put out fake fuel stops.
Throw the
dummy to think that, okay, he's going to be fueling here. If I go to the next fuel stop, I'm going to be okay. And I mean, it happens all the time. It's all about that psychological, because hitting is so important when it comes to these higher levels. Anything can go wrong. We have had fuel being spilt all over the bike, all over the person, the wrong food being given, wrong goggles being put on, which then just completely change how a rider feels in that moment, which then can be disastrous down the end of the race.
You are talking, though, things happening with a sense of urgency, with a sense of haste, and being able to somehow slow all that down, that process, and ensure it happens seamlessly is the goal. But in the heat of the moment, it doesn't always play out like that, does it? So.
No, I was just down at the Simford team, and they've got a great team. Brad Harris runs this amazing kind of race team, and the amount of people in there is just crazy, and they all have their very specific roles, very specific task, and it's always impressive to watch them, especially tomorrow in the seniors. I hope we can get down there and get you into a field stop and just be a fly on the wall.
That's critical. Is that Rossi? Just check the number on that bike.
Oh,
that's Rossi.
no.
That's Rossi coming into the slow area there.
Just in front of us. Oh, yeah, he's looking backwards, tucked the front.
That's second place. Live pictures coming your way in the stream of that happening. Now, was in very close company with both Avard and I think Delaney there as well too. So let's, once this Shay even, Munro even, our director just reminding me that Nate Munro is only another 3 seconds back as well. So that group of 4 riders all fighting for that second place, man, the pressure.
Yeah, and it kind of just, like you said, he was looking back and it just made him tuck the front.
Oh, I feel for Levi Rossi there. I mean,
that's hard.
You're spending that moment. You're conscious of the sound of the other motorcycles. If your awareness is up and you know that it is your competitors that you're fighting against, I don't know if we're going to take another little look at that perhaps from a replay standpoint. When we do, you can diagnose it a little closer for us.
That's it. We see how they've now boxed up. We've come into the pit so close. They're just now going to push. I mean, we're at lap 3 in that kind of regards to maybe fueling, maybe setting up, but it's going to be tight. You're going to be wanting to push as hard as you can.
Mitch standing on the pegs there. Is that a little bit of a body stretch? What is that before you get going again, or he's just
trying to get comfy? It's a long time sitting in the saddle. There's not many times you'd stand up in this race. But it all depends on the rider as well. Like you can see, he kind of stands up going into corners, sits down. Watch how he sits down again. He sits up a little bit because he gets that bike moving. So there's a lot of on-off for him. Maybe standing up was just a way to stretch the legs, get the lactic acid out.
Tell me if I'm wrong here. The observation, he looks fluid on the bike, doesn't he? He looks good at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these riders definitely have their own style. I think that's the greatest thing. Milner is probably one of the best styles that I've ever seen riding. I love his style more than anything. But it all depends on how the rider is, where their strength is, how good their core is. Mitch, over the years I've watched him, he definitely likes to tip the bike in a lot. He really likes to let the bike do a lot of work. He does steer a lot with his kind of the core and his legs. You can really see him push that fluid through, as you would say. But it also depends on fatigue as well. And after a certain time, your arms start to get into it. You really just want to make the bike work however you want to work. Here we go. This is another great fueling technique. We can see how he just kind of slides off the back because he put that in that rut. He can slide in and out easy. You don't have to lift your leg over. You don't have to get caught. He's going to be sucking in all the fluids to try and get as much as he can in to try and go now the distance, hopefully with the tank that he's got, because these are all running bigger tanks too. Here we are. Oh, absolutely phenomenal. This is great. Peter Stevens' tent.
Great example of what you were talking about before around the style of... Yes.
Yeah, you see how they're all very different.
So Nate leaves, and we might take this opportunity while he ventures back out again to maybe have a little look at that moment for Levi Rossi. So here we go, Milliwa Quarries replay, and so it looks over the shoulder, and then what happens here?
Yeah, see, perfect. That front wheel just slid out. He was standing up, his body position was okay, but because he was looking back and he could see that his bars were moving a little bit, it then just took a little bite and went straight down.
Depends on how long the stops took and what the net impact is. We're going to update you on some times in a moment, but the key little caveat there is that was Under Siege from Avard, Delaney and Munro. That is a great battle going on for second in this race at the moment. Obviously, House has been able to extend by another, let's call it 10 seconds over the course of that third lap. We've got 3 to go in this one as our cameras in the pit area give you another update.
This is a great pit. This is the first one's coming straight in. It's just around the corner. It's a great kind of see. This is the Peter Stevens team, another amazing team, really dedicated to their riders, really help push it. That's the great thing about it's now shops now. Manufacturers are great, but the shops are really what help push this sport. We asked at Dubbo City, Peter Stevens, Empire Motorcycles were here for some point. It's great to have these shops push the riders through.
And I mean, Peter Stevens Motorcycles have been around for decades, mate, haven't they? For a long time. Part of the fabric of the motorcycle industry, if you will, in this country. So more of them making their way through. Now the numbers, of course, I think they've crossed the line and updated our timing prior to that incident, I think, happening for Levi. Is that right? So we may need to wait a little bit here just to see the shakeout from stops and so on, and just see what happens there. But the numbers you can see on the left of your screen there were as they crossed the line. So that is why Levi was looking over the shoulder. I reckon he's acutely aware, unfortunately, when that incident happens, of just how close the fight is at the halfway mark.
Yeah, because he crossed the line, that's when his time was recorded. He's going to have to go all the way back around for us to get a true understanding of what that cost him and if that put him back. But at the same time, he could push now really hard and recover. Yeah. So you never know. This is all a part of it. But yeah, unfortunately, those little mistakes, those 1%ers is what's going to cost you the race.
That's such a true, such a true saying. That look at the way the back kicked then.
Because you can see right in front of the screen there's a bit of a rise there. That's what's kind of unsettling the bike. You want to try and stay as far to that left-hand side as you can to try and ride it through, but if you're forced on the outside, on the right-hand side, you've got to be ready to take that rise, that bit of a wash away, or whoop as we would call it. Oh, into the barrier.
Nearly saved it. Nearly saved it.
That is 100% fatigue. That is one very tired person. You can see just doing a great job though. Absolutely fantastic job.
Nearly caught it and got a... Now we're at the halfway mark. Well, I think we're going to see a bit more of this, aren't we, before the race is done. We don't want that to happen, but just an indicator of how physical this race is. And it's like that generally. If you've not seen...
Well, that's Georgia. She's done a great job to get that far too. So she's doing really well. And as you said before, we're going to see a lot more of it.
Definitely.
I'm tired just watching them. I'll tell you what. And I've had to eat 2 wraps.
You can't be tired.
I've had 2 wraps, mate. I'm done. I'm going to go for my afternoon nap now.
Different refueling method
this
here.
This is the jug formula. That's got a hose, a jug. Once again, it's all how it works. And this is just a screw tap. And once again, we've seen the ones where it's like a press down lock fit ones. It's all really going to depend on how you want it and how you like your bike set up. And also what fitting you have at the top of your bike. Is it a screw one or is it just one of the quick fits one? Oh no, we'll ride it down hopefully.
And the officials, you can see to the right, they're trying to indicate to the competitors to slow, just in case their vision is obscured and they don't realise that rider. We can't make out the number from here, I'm sorry. But
it's got
it going. Great.
There we go. That was close. I think they touched a little bit there. That was intense.
We just before Cherry got back on the bike and took off from the completion of that stop there. I mean, I think we saw a bit of water going in underneath the helmet. Maybe try and just cool the face and the
maybe get some of the mud away that's kind of come through the helmet too, around down the side. It can cause irritations. I know when it gets up. And especially from the front tyre too, every now and then the front tyre can kick up a lot of dirt which can go up into your face. So trying to clear your face a little bit away. You may fog up too. It's quite cool out there. Goggles can fog up, even though we're pushing hard.
Warm body temperature, etc.
So there's a lot of these little factors that come into it and try and work it out as best you can. It's one of the Jess Gardner team riders. So great to see them ride. I don't think Jess is riding this weekend actually, which is quite sad. I mean, she's done it for I have no idea how many years. I don't even want to say like 11 maybe, something like that. But it's interesting to see her step away. She now is really helping her team develop the 250s to bring up the smaller bikes, to bring up more female riders. And you know, she'll be always now remembered as the girl that helped Danielle McDonald just absolutely dominate not only Australia but international. It's great to see her and her partner Jeremy, who's had an amazing year as well, coming back for the ARC. So hopefully we can watch them next week. weekend and tomorrow really push the limits.
Most definitely. We're going to grab a quick commercial break here. We're at that kind of crucial halfway mark. More in a moment, live from Hattah.
You think I can't break this ground?
You think a girl can't do it?
You think I can't dig deep? You think I can't tear down these walls?
Clear a path
Build bigger?
Go off-road
And turn your lawn?
into my territory?
You think I can't make the impossible?
Possible? Watch me.
Watch me.
The Hattah Desert Race is something really special to this region. It brings thousands of people through our backyard, pumps millions into our local economy and gives locals access to one of the best events in the country. At Millwall Quarries, we've always been about supporting this community. We've worked in this community for over 25 years. So when the opportunity came to become the naming rights sponsor of Hattah, we didn't hesitate. We're proud to put our name on it and we'll see you out there.
So our cameras are picking up the 34 of Mitch House here, who was your race leader. And I reckon there's more to this story, Jeremy, because we have had a change. According to the timing, Avard now leading by 15.8 seconds. Rossi, with that incident we saw on the replay and saw unfold live there before, is now back to third, but still within good striking distance. They're only sort of 4 seconds apart, and it is close. Delaney is right there as well, but a change of race leader. That's the key point.
Well, in the top 5, we're looking at 20 seconds. I mean, top 4, 20 seconds. That's close. I mean, House, Rossi and Delaney, we're in 5 seconds, which is incredibly close when it comes to this, especially at that back section of the track where it can kind of zap a lot of the speed. They're really going to have to rely on momentum to get through it. We're looking at them come in. They're looking still pretty fresh, though. It doesn't look like they're coming in too much to kind of refuel or to refuel themselves as well. They seem to want to be able to go back out and drive, and this is where it's going to be really turned on. This is where that pace will really start picking up. You may not see it in the time, but you're going to see it because the times won't change, and that's the big thing.
I don't know if it was a lapper or whether it was one of the top 5 or 6, but it looked like an almost identical moment for a rider that Rossi suffered on the previous lap, happening right in front of us. But it was on our high shot, so I couldn't, I'm sorry, make out the number for you. But hopefully it's not one of the leading competitors. So the white top that you can see there in the distance, rounding them up there through the left-hander, we believe that's the 44 of Avard, your new race leader.
Look at that line, it's beautiful. He really wanted to fight for that inside line, which pushed that other rider really wide. You can see now he transitions across to the other side of the track to then cut back in. He's really kind of figured out his lines for this race, and that's been the great thing, watching them develop it. This track now, it's completely gone. We're not seeing really any big lines form in the straights, but in those corners, we're getting 2 or 3 really strong corners getting burnt into the track, which is interesting to see.
Gotcha. Message here from Carly Wellington. Come on, Brock Wellington. Now, I'm not sure what the family connection is there. I'm sorry, but what I can tell you is 27th at the moment, and has made up some ground. What has happened there for the 81?
Hopefully a mechanical, and I think of all things for you to stop, a mechanical is probably one of the best ones because it doesn't mean the rider's down. So hopefully it's just a small thing that you get back going and get back out there. But that's racing too. You never know what's going to happen.
Watching our junior competition on Saturday morning here live. We've done those that have literally only stepped onto a motorcycle in relatively recent time, who are aspiring to be the big dogs of the sport in the years to come, to this next group of teenagers with a bit more power available to them and bigger motorcycles, and we're really enjoying this.
Oh, another one on the front line. Another one down on the just coming in as well. It's just you're getting tired. You get kind of distracted. You're thinking about now what's going to happen in the pits. You forget how to corner, and all of a sudden you can drop it, and they've dropped it right in front of us, unfortunately.
It's happened a couple of times there, hasn't it? So yeah, fatigue, a factor now for some of them. 2 laps to go in this race. We've had an hour of competition already, but we have a new race leader.
It's actually really cool. You watch these riders come into the pits, giving each other thumbs up or kind of some form of signal to say those two have had an epic battle somewhere on the track. Those two have gone bar to bar, swap positions, and we always want to look at the front riders, but I tell you what, it's the back ones, it's the ones kind of in the pack that are really fighting amongst themselves. They kind of produce the best stories, and I guess that's what we want the podcast to also show. A lot of the back guy riders are pushing harder as anyone else, and I mean, for that 4 hours, they are professionals in their own mind. So it's great to see they have that same kind of enthusiasm coming into the track when they're racing someone they've probably never ever met in their entire life either.
Little shot of the 72 a moment ago. That's not it there. That's the 36, obviously. But it was Jacob Brewer coming in aboard the gas for McCoy Automotive. So nice and calm here as this all takes place. There was a reminder in the riders' briefing about the secure, making sure that cap was back on safely, tight and securely before the rider sets back off. Jed Avard leading by 15.8 from Mitch House, our early race leader. There is a question mark on that. What happened to House on that last lap? Levi Rossi is third. We know a bit of the story there. Coming into the pits the last time by. Riley Delaney, Nate Munro, they are your top 5. And as Jeremy detailed before, there's only 20 seconds covering them. So this is going to be a fantastic fight to the finish. It is not done yet. Who has that kind of inner strength, that inner will or drive.
The inner dog.
The
That's
inner
what it is.
dog,
It's
absolutely.
just the inner dog. Whoever's got that inner dog, that's the one. And I know it's quite a vulgar term. I understand that, but it's a true representation of what it takes to push yourself to actually make it to where you want it to be. You have to have that dog. You have to have that fight to not only tell your whole brain to stop complaining and your body to stop failing. Get going, get through, and get over it.
Councillor Ali Cupper, the Mayor for the Mildura Regional City Council, was with us last night for scrutineering and mentioned to us that, you know, history shows back in the 1900s that the Mallee region here was known for its grit and determination, the farmers in this part of the world, and you need to channel a bit of that in this race, don't you?
Every bit of it, every bit of it.
We're going to grab a quick commercial break. We'll sneak one in here before Avard, House and Co. re-emerge into sight and we get into the final stages of this race. Hope you're enjoying it. Live from Hattah.
You feel most alive where you feel most at home. And this is living. Bobcat, the company that changed the way the world works, is coming home with a quality compact tractor built to match your quality of life. This isn't work you have to do. It's work you get to do. So get it done in a tractor that's all you. See your dealer or visit bobcat.com.
The new Segway Powersport ATV and UTV side-by-sides have arrived. The Schnule ATV range is engineered for rough conditions on Aussie farms and built tough to work alongside you with exceptional towing and hauling capabilities. Need more grunt? Our 1000cc side-by-sides lead the pack with safety, technology and come in a 3 or 6-seat option. All backed by a 2-year factory warranty and a nationwide dealer network.
Of course, the guys from all of the scrutineering that's going on for the 2026 Millawa Quarries had a desert race, and the Millawa Quarries part would not have happened if it hadn't been for this guy. Jason Marks, great to catch up with you.
Thanks, Johnny. How are you, mate?
Mate, you know me. It's Hattah weekend. I'm living the dream, aren't I?
Yeah, you're up and about. You'll probably wear a couple of microphones out, no doubt.
Jace, this guy here, obviously with me this weekend, is giving us a chance to, Rusty, of course, bring this fantastic event to the live stream and out to the world, proudly wearing the Millawa Quarries badging this weekend. Rusty, how cool is it so far for you to come down for the first time and actually see this?
Just unbelievable. The roll up here on Friday night, the calibre of riders and machines and so on. But I like all the aspects that we bring to the party here tonight, and I'm immediately intrigued by this amazing machine over your shoulder here. Tell us a bit more about it. How often do you get out on it? And we are going to see it, I think, over the weekend, are we not?
Maybe. Not sure yet. But look, it's a few years in the making. We've sort of got it going this year. We're just doing a few smaller races. We've had some issues, but I think we're getting on top of them now. We've got a big race coming up in Loveday in a couple of weeks. Yeah, it's what we do when we get off 2 wheels.
Jace, I want to touch now on the whole piece about the Millawa Quarries bit. You know, obviously with our event now being the naming right sponsor with Millawa Quarries, so good to have a local business that's linked up and now part of this event for us. I mean, it's almost for me kind of almost like a bit of a dream come true to a degree.
Yeah, look, I definitely can't afford to sponsor Hattah, but I want to, because it's a breeding ground for riders that are world class. You know, look at Brashira, Reardon, Norton. These guys are next level. So if we can promote these guys here in Sunraysia and get what I think is the premier event in Australia, how can you not get on board?
Races, I mean, you must have an immense sense of pride knowing the kind of roll-up we've got here this weekend and to be a part of that, to be driving or supporting that.
Yeah, and like I said, yeah, I'm chuffed. I think it's awesome. It's one of the best weekends of the year, and I'm just so proud and happy to be here, be part of it, and our guys that we sponsor as well on their bikes, just to be part of the whole event is unreal.
Jason, just to put it into perspective, there is no event, and I kid you not, Greg, there is no event in the region here in Mildura that brings anything like the volume in the middle of winter. I mean, we're well known for all of our summer activities and all of the ski racing and all the bits that happen over those warmer months. Dead set, smack bang in the middle of winter is this event, and it just draws people to the place, you know, so it must make you immensely proud to be part of that.
Yeah, it does, and I'd like to be part of it for years to come as well. You don't want to be a wash bay in Mildura this week because they're all full of motorbikes and mud, which is awesome.
Can we finish just, I think, on behalf of everybody, to you and all of the team at Millewa Quarries, thank you very much for getting behind this event. We know it's a huge event for regional Victoria, generally not just the Mildura Shire. It's bigger than that, and to see you guys kind of leading the charge is excellent. Thank you.
Thanks, Rusty. Appreciate it. Yeah, and have a good weekend.
Exactly right. I think the best advice I can give everybody, as I've been telling you all along, Rusty, it's all about point it, pin it, and play it safe. That's what I reckon. So let's have a great weekend, boys.
Cheers.
Our view from on high picks up what we think is the 44 there, Jet Abbard, aboard the KTM for Cox Auto Service Centre, Bolton's Motorcycles. Our race leader, the question will be now, what is the margin? And has House, who was our leader for nearly the first half of the race, been able to claw back any of that almost 16-second deficit now, having had the race lead for basically the first half?
Now we can see, look, perfect style here. Different riders. See how far back he is. See where the back of his bum is, almost over the rear axle compared to the other riders. A little bit more relaxed, a little bit more standy-uppy. So that really shows how hungry he is, and also that style of riding. He's really trying to get as much weight as he can over that rear wheel to get that drive in, to keep that focus of the bike pushing through the sand. You can really see when he comes up to other riders how they're a bit more straight, they're a bit more 90 degree, where he's got that arch, he's got that kind of race pace, his head's down. That is definitely the style of riding that you need when you want to be competing at this level.
He is flying. Just to keep a watching brief too on that fight for 7th place, Kinsella, Morrison, Brewer and Smith, they're separated by, let's call it 30 seconds or thereabouts. There's not much covering that pack of four as they fight for 7th place. So
beautiful. Oh, that was just perfect style.
So kind of compliant, if that's the right word. Wasn't just absorbed it
You see the bike here, see how settled that was coming in. You saw other bikes really dancing around the top. His bike just had that beautiful set face all the way through.
Oh, got our attention there. Got our attention through the left-hander, right up close to the bales, and then now moves into the slow zone. That's kind of your textbook definition of what, I guess in a circuit racing sense, they do when they've got to slow down to 40 k's an hour, and they will literally jam the brakes on and hit it right on the marker, and he did basically that. It was on the gas, gets the congratulations so far. In fact, that's more motivation, I guess you could say. Great ride. What's the gap? I think that might be updated there, 14 seconds. Rossi, House has dropped back to third. Rossi's clawed some of that back. Now we're seeing maybe a combination of things coming to the fore here. We've got a question mark about what happened to House. Is he maybe... Was there a fall, or was there something that happened that's perhaps knocked him around a little bit? Or?
Yeah, it has to be some form of fall. An overtake with that split time that hasn't changed definitely shows that the pace is there. He's just obviously had a fall somewhere.
Gotcha.
I think if it was an overtake, the times would be a lot closer and there'd be a lot more battling. I feel like something's happened. He may have run over the course, he may have run wide, he may have blown a corner, something along those lines, and that's just given him that possibility to have that quick little slip to get around him, because we're still looking at 14, 15 seconds, and those two now are battling it hard.
And the question mark, I guess, for if he finishes in the top three and is in that stop area with Johnny and so on, and getting ready for the presentation, if you will, that's a question for us. What went wrong there? Avard leading the way from Levi Rossi now. Good resurgence from Rossi after that fall a little earlier coming into the slow zone. Riley Delaney is fourth. Nate Munro. Declan Smart is sixth. Kai Kinsella, good riding there in seventh. Curtis Morrison, eighth. Jacob Brewer and Trip Smith rounds out your top 10. Got a couple of little questions starting to file through. Why don't we tackle a few of those while we can? So 11 Speed Freak is asking, am I seeing this properly? A 200 to 250cc rider as the overall leader, assuming the 450s are also in the field. Well, this is class-based competition for our juniors with a cap, if you will, on capacity, isn't there?
That's correct, yeah. So no, this only goes up to 250s.
There you go. So you can stay with us, though, if you will, Speed Freak, because some of, let's call them those bigger bangers, they're coming, aren't they? Those bikes are coming up a little later.
And you can't take it away from the 250s. If you really want to give a 250 a hard time, remember that a 250 just got outside the top 10 at Fink.
Nice.
And I mean, that's a crazy thing. Unfortunately, Jesse Ryan on the Gasser isn't here this year, but a 250 has been proved to show that it can absolutely hold it with the best of them. And this year I was hoping that was going to be the same, but it unfortunately just didn't come to it. So it's 450s and 500s this year, and maybe a sneaky 350. I've seen someone out there on a 350 that may be able to swing it harder and wider than everyone else.
A sneaky 350. We like that. What have we got here? Kendall Atkinson. Hey, Rusty, shout out to everyone at Hattah, from Mal, Kenna, Robson, Kenneth and Paddy. G'day, guys. You're all watching from North India. They are about to take on the Himalayas. I'm assuming you're doing that on two wheels. If you are, have an awesome ride. That's amazing. Great to have you with us for the coverage. Thank you. That's awesome.
Phenomenal. Absolutely awesome.
And Speed Freak saying, okay, thank you for the clarification. There you go. Yeah, we're always happy to kind of let you know what we can along the way in terms of information. So Avard leading, Jet Avard leading by 14.2 seconds from Rossi, but we are in the final stages of this. One lap to go. They have been riding for an hour and 18 minutes. Taxing stuff. The conditions might be on the cooler side from a temperature perspective, but just spare a thought for how physically demanding this is, and how much they would have lost in the way of fluids and so on so far in this race.
And the cold is another factor as well, because we were talking about the goggles, how the goggles fog up, things like that. It is a part of it. Obviously, we don't want it to be hot. I mean, that's just always going to be more taxing on us. But cold is hard. It's always harder to drink as well. So hopefully they've got some form of system where they're going through when they're pits to make sure that they hydrate enough. Also get some food. A lot of gels will be taken just to try and boost them back up. I saw that one of them quickly had a shot of energy drink. So whatever it takes to get you back up and prepped is kind of what you want to do.
And you'll have your own thing. Not everyone likes a gel or a certain flavoured gel and so on. It depends on what you need at a certain stage of the race too, isn't it?
Well, it's interesting. A lot of riders have a lot of issues with gels because it does feel kind of weird in your stomach, and a lot of people get issues. A lot of people like brioche buns because they just break down in the water. So there's a lot of different foods that people take, and I know a lot of people when they come to it, and especially the serious riders, they'll starve off whatever they want before the race. So I know people don't do caffeine and they don't do carbs a week before. So when they do go and eat it and drink it and take it during the race, the body reacts a lot better. I mean, I don't know if that works for everyone, and I am not a dietitian, so I'm not giving advice, but these are kind of the steps that people have developed over the years to help get them through the race.
Written, spoken and authorised by nutritionists.
And our weatherman, Greg Rust,
exactly,
is here.
yeah, between the pair of us, we're a great duo, aren't we? That's actually a fantastic shot because we want to get our fans in the venue to all different areas to enjoy it, and that means there are a couple of points where they're crossing the active track. So we have in the high vis there, understandably, some very good people who control and monitor that. We give priority to the competitors, but when it's clear and safe to do so, we allow the fans to cross.
Well, there's a section just up to kind of our right, but up the hill where we're seeing all the bikes come around. It's at a beautiful vantage point, a beautiful kind of scenery to be able to see them come through. You get to see them full noise too, especially when the seniors come. The sound up there is phenomenal. It echoes through the little gully, and it's just a beautiful place to be. So at some point we have to cross the track, and it's great that they've managed to make that happen. Obviously tomorrow on race day it's a little different and there's a bit of a climb over situation going on, but here it's great that the volunteers have made a little go stop section.
Love it. Incidentally too, that great crew, Mal, Kenner, Robson and co, there's more of you in that. They are doing that Himalaya ride on two wheels. So I question marked it before. I mean, some people go to that region to, I don't know, trek to an Everest base camp or do something really extreme like that. But I love the fact that you're doing it on two wheels. That's amazing. So let's grab a little something from the vault from last night as we catch up with either one of the teams or one of our partners now.
Rightio, we're down here with Dan Pollock and the team from, of course, Diesel Repair Professionals. Dan, thank you so much for being involved with the event here this weekend.
Thank you very much. No, it should be a good event. So
Dan, Greg Rust with me this weekend, giving us an opportunity to promote what is the region of Mildura here to the world with this fantastic 2026 Miller Quarries Hattah Desert Race. Mate, great to have him on board.
Well, I mean, I think this is a wonderful, in addition to the race, a showcase of industry. So Segway here, you are proudly from a distribution standpoint, you know, we get to see this vehicle over the weekend, mate, don't we? It's going to be good.
Yeah, certainly. You'll see it go around the track, hopefully do the look lap for the juniors. It should be a good thing.
Dan, there's a wealth of knowledge that you bring within the group that you have with the Diesel Repairs Professional Group. You know, you're servicing and looking after quite an array of equipment that's across the region here in Mildura, and that's the reason why your business survives and does what it does.
Yeah, certainly. From a small engine like your little Hondas through to your big 30-tonne excavators, we do the work. So, yeah, cover a bit of a range.
Of course, having that Segway thing is just so cool, Greg, yeah?
Most definitely, and I was just going to talk generally, kind of like the what you are bringing in a side-by-side sense here is magic. Tell us a bit about it.
Yeah, so this is the new Super Villain. It's a 2000cc turbo unit, 235 horsepower straight out of the crate, well-performing suspension system on it, ready to hit the ground and go.
And they're probably as much fun, Greg, on the dirt, running around as a bit of a toy as much as they are a workhorse too, because that's primarily what a lot of this stuff is designed to do, is to get you around the property and help out with what you need to do around the property, right?
Well, and the best thing is that you're putting it in an environment. I kind of used the word showcase there before. I mean, to put it out on the track, great way to do exactly that.
Yeah, certainly. Yep, so this is a race buggy. We do the side-by-sides and four-wheelers now as well. Yeah, Segway's a great product, and it's a new product and another choice for everyone out there, whether you're a grower, racer or just a hobbyist.
Well, Dan, I'm sure they'll fly the flag proudly for Segway and also for yourself on the weekend, mate. Thank you again for getting on board, being involved with this event this weekend. Can't thank all of those people that deliver things to us one after the other and help us out, mate. On behalf of the team and everybody here, Dan, thank you so much to your business and Segway for being involved here this weekend.
Oh, thank you very much. Glad to be a part of it.
You think I can't break this ground?
You think a girl can't do it?
You think I can't dig deep? You think I can't tear down these walls?
Clear a path,
Build bigger?
go off-road
And turn your lawn?
into my territory?
You think I can't make the impossible?
Possible? Watch me.
Watch me.
The Hattah Desert Race is something really special to this region. It brings thousands of people through our backyard, pumps millions into our local economy and gives locals access to one of the best events in the country. At Miller Quarries, we've always been about supporting this community. We've worked in this community for over 25 years. So when the opportunity came to become the naming rights sponsor of Hattah, we didn't hesitate. We're proud to put our name on it and we'll see you out there.
We are on the final lap here of the Junior Big Wheel Race, Hattah Desert Race 2026, and our race leader is Jet Avard on the run home. Bike wide open to the extreme right of the
Look how far
track there.
back he is.
Yeah.
Look at, this is what I keep saying. Look how far back he is. Watch him transition now. He'll kind of push his weight a little bit forward. See how he's come really far forward. He'll get out of that corner, gets into that next kind of rut, and then all of a sudden, that's when the explosive, he just pushes all the way back, and now he's on the back of the bike. And that is how you ride a bike out here. That is the aggression that you need to move your body around to be able to have that bike settle, because that bike is going to try and buck you at every step of the way. So it's all about getting that weight back, getting that weight forward, putting it on the right side of the bike, tipping the bike in, really making that bike work in that horribly rutted out situation.
Looked like 3 very clear options on that corner just a couple ago, maybe like deep trenches, aren't they? And you could pick one of them, I guess, that's now formed, and through you go.
Yes and no. We do want to say to go in a rut, but sometimes the ruts are getting too deep that when you go into them and you tip your bike over, that lower foot peg can drag, and that can slow you down too. And because it gets whooped out, if that rear wheel sets into one of those whoops, it can then really drag you out, which then can create a massive issue. So it's very hard, and he's absolutely on a stonker lap. Like, that is just race pace there. Absolutely phenomenal. Just so aggressive. That stance that he's in, really high. Look at how he sits that bike in, hits that corner.
Get ready for the flag.
Here
Great job. Jet Avard does it, takes it out, and already revving it big time. Celebrations begin. Avard wins the big wheel race for the juniors here at the Miller Quarries Hattah Desert Race 2026. He is happy about it too.
Oh, it's just absolutely phenomenal.
Here's Rossi. What's the gap in the end? Had to claw back some ground. It looks like being a second place. Tenacious bit of riding here, and even right to the final corner, trying to sneak it up the inside of one of the lappers. Rossi finishes in second. 31 is the margin in the end.
So he pushed it out. He pushed that out. That's a phenomenal lap to be able to push out 31. Another 15 seconds on top of that gap that you had was absolutely phenomenal. I'm excited to hear what he's going to say.
Avard has stormed home on that final lap, amassing, just to Jeremy's point there, doubling the advantage from the lap prior. Avard from Rossi. House has crossed the line, we believe, as well. And there you go. There he is there. And so the question I think all the crew will be asking there is, what happened? What went wrong? We'll tap into a bit of that in the post-discussion. Munro to the line now.
Well done. That was a great run from everyone. Absolutely phenomenal. The times are just so fast this year. You were talking about how that track is. Look at his face. That is a man of exhaustion.
Munro's got Delaney. Got to 4th ahead of Delaney. So nice work when we picked up that vision of the 762. What I wasn't certain of was where he was in that battle. Picked up a spot on the run to the line. Good job.
That's disappointment there. That's some disappointment there from Mitch's face. He looks like he definitely had it. Unfortunately, something's happened to put him back. They came in 15 seconds on that last
26
lap.
race slips away. Yeah. What has happened there? Avard, brilliant. And it was close. If you know, we had a moment for Rossi. Obviously, something's gone on for House. If you take a little of that out of the equation, there were moments there where the 5 of them were all, or 4 of them were all battling away with really nothing
20
in
seconds.
it. Amazing.
Absolutely phenomenal. That's close riding, and that also is a great kind of set of when you are riding in that 20-second break. You'll be able to see them every time you would come over a crest, come over a dune, gone out of a corner, gone to a straight, you would have seen that rider in front of you, and that would have made him hungry. And I guess for Avard to be able to keep pushing and knowing that these riders are behind him, that's a phenomenal effort. And to be able to push all the way to another 30 seconds, another 15 on top, that's phenomenal.
Good day here. The best is yet to come. Jeremy spotting before that I think some of the seniors are starting to line up in their formation area, don't they, where we get them all in their respective divisions and groups, and there are masters in there and and all sorts to think about. So
no, it's great to see, especially this time. They're all going to start getting excited. Now there's also been all the juniors, both big and small wheel. They're going to go line up the track now. They've had their moment. They're now going to watch the pros do it and see exactly what it's like to swing off one of those big 450s, because these kids, I mean, we call them kids because they're only in the kids era, but they're going to be on the big bikes really soon.
Picking up a couple of the others, still fighting the whole way to the line. Love it. So Avard wins from Rossi and House. Munro in the end in 4th, and Delaney, Smart, Morrison, Kinsella, O'Connor and Brewer. They're your top 10.
Phenomenal run. Absolutely awesome. Just to see the level of riding that these juniors have in the big wheels. I mean, the future is so bright now for riding in Australia.
Got a couple of other little bits and pieces coming through. Untamed Off-Road, really enjoying the live stream. Thank you, and it's good to have you with us and recovering by the looks of it from a decent crash at Fink, so couldn't be there this year. That's Lee from LREX Racing, I think that is.
Yeah,
so well done.
He raced, but he did another amazing accident. He's a glutton for punishment, old Lee. So thanks for joining in, mate.
Well, I hope you're okay, Lee, and glad you're enjoying the coverage. Rest up and get back on that bike real soon. We look forward to seeing you back here at the race. So
we're looking at the bikes too that have come in. They definitely aren't as dirty as I was expecting them to be this year. They seem to be holding up pretty good.
Might only just keep getting better for our seniors to come. It's been a day of evolution in the track, a day of stories for the juniors. Exhausted.
Oh, beautiful shot there.
Yeah.
Great look at the bike. Really got to see exactly what these machines are too. That's the great thing about that sign is awesome. That sign is phenomenal. I like that one a lot. It really gets to show what these machines are, and that was the great thing about scrutineering last night. We really got the detailed look at so many different bikes out there, exactly what they're made of, like in regards to how stake pegs are set up, where bar positions are, levers, all that kind of stuff, because bikes can vary so much.
Someone having a good look at the bike in the background there, I think, by the looks
Probably
of it.
Dad thinking what he needs to replace, what's broken.
Jet already doing some...
oh, look at that. That's beautiful.
Some content stuff there now. Okay, so what's caught your eye there?
So if we hold it right there, right in the middle of the bike, we're looking at this big metal section that comes off the orange frame. That there's a stake peg. These designs have changed so much. That perfect little design. See how it's quite large? Now, stake pegs is a brand. I don't know what they're called outside of that, but they have evolved so much over the years because the chassis and the frames have moved so much. It's really hard, so it's really interesting to see how these guys have managed to mount their ones. A lot of them will look in the deeper part of the field, especially even in the pros. They are a completely different setup, and that also ties into a lot how a rider likes to be positioned on the bike, whether they like to be pushed forward, pushed backwards. This is very important. Oh no, some more riders down.
Within sight of the line too.
No.
Now that is that the 87 of Curtis Morrison? Was that the 7? 87? Just check that number. Now
past the line, okay.
So that's Curtis Morrison, who's 7th in the order.
Oh, so ran into the 920 bike.
Oh. Now, I reckon, is the 920 a lapper?
I'm assuming so, yeah.
Need to have a little look there further down the order. Sorry, I need to double check that. Yes, so it is. No, that is correct. So I beg your pardon. That is accurate. I was thrown by the number there and shielded by some of the dirt and mud. That is actually the pair of them going at it all the way to the line. Yeah. Kinsella and Morrison. Look at the number in the end. Kinsella, we're talking 3 seconds.
5.4 to a 5.57. Oh, damn, that's hard. But then the gap between 4th and 5th is large. 4th came in 1:16 behind first place. A 1:16 to 5th place, which came in at a 5:13. So, I mean, that's a good at least 4 minutes difference. That's a big gap.
Big gap. Pretty impressive from Abbard, Rossi and House, though.
Those 4 would have just been absolutely smoking the whole way.
Definitely. Water. Can you believe that? Kinsella and Morrison.
Shuckers for days.
Yeah. Great job by everyone involved here for the junior component of the weekend. This is hugely important to these aspiring riders, those that have the dream of making it maybe as a pro rider one day, maybe getting as they get these treasured medals, these the memento of all the hard work for some of them 12 months in the making to be here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. This is kind of, as we said, their big race, their one they want to prep for.
Look at the stories. Already nice exchange there. And we'll go down to Johnny very shortly and soak up some of the atmosphere with the top 3. You'll hear from them. And then it's all about the build-up for you to Prologue for our seniors and the top 10 shootout this afternoon. We've got a big kind of 2.5 hours still to come your way. Whatever you're doing on the live stream, let your mates know. Share the live stream details. If they love their dirt bikes and they love their hard enduro, their motocross, whatever it might be, they'll enjoy the Hattah Desert Race. Big day tomorrow, but we set the scene this afternoon for the seniors. The top 10 shootout should be epic.
It does. It sets the mood. We've had the build-up with the juniors. We've seen the development of racing. Now we get to see what it all culminates to. We also get to see what everyone's been prepping for the last 2, 3, 6 weeks, whatever it's been. We get to finally see it in action, and we get to go through the highs and lows of it too, because sometimes it's a horrible heartbreak out that gets left on the track.
Absolutely. Got to wait for the field now, basically, don't we? So the 226 competitors in this this big wheel section or division. Lots of nice comments from different people filtering through about results for different competitors. Nice of you to do that. There's a message there from Lucas Butcher, just shouting out to a couple of people I think that he knows in relation to their results, including Marcus Street. You're asking, Evan Morris, I think, asking what time is Prologue? Well, it's coming up real soon, so around about 2:30 or thereabouts, and we should be underway with the shootout about 3:45. They are East Coast time, so if you're tuning in from Perth, you need to do that based on East Coast numbers. So we're at 2:10 local time here now. So roughly 20 minutes or so, and we will be getting, might even be sooner, Prologue underway.
Junior Big Wheel race. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a nice round of applause first for our top three. An epic race here at Hattah. Let's go to our race winner, Jed Avard. Firstly, how does that feel? And give us a sense of what unfolded in that race, because in the first half it was a different story to how it's ended. Well done.
Oh, it feels so good. I've been dreaming for this for way too long now. To happen, yeah, it feels so sick. And out there, like the first few laps, it just took me ages to get like a good groove going. And then after I got Levi, he had a tip over in the pits here. And then, yeah, I just got past Mitch going down a straight, and I kind of just got in a groove, and yeah, I felt really good.
When like looking at some of the vision that we could see on the live stream, I mean, groove is a great word for it. It seemed as though you were just in the zone. Were you feeling fatigue at the end? Were you feeling strong? What was that like?
Nah, thanks Shannon, training vault, he dialed off the bike, just getting so fit, and like that's why I can push off the bike. Like I just feel so good, and Jonesy and Chopper at TuneTech Suspension just got the bike dialed. So like when it's rough, I don't even feel it anymore. So it feels so good.
Can we give it, to wrap up this interview, a sense of what this means deep down for you and for the people that are here that have supported you to be at this point today?
Oh yeah, just the people that put in that much work for me just to be here, like Jack Arnold at JM Motorsports. He's just been countless hours in the shed just putting in work after my bike blew up and getting it just absolutely dialed on the rocket ship, and just it's been that good. You got Cox Auto, which is my dad's business. He's been helping me that much over the past few years. He's been helping me heaps. Mum's been doing my meal prep and making sure I go to bed early and stuff like that. All my friends, just like it's just fun up here and around. Sammy and Lloyd for being just mentors, really, just helping me heaps. It's really good.
Good on you. Ladies and gentlemen, special day for this rider. Please show your appreciation. Jed Avard, your winner. Let's go to second. Levi, I feel this is sort of a little bittersweet in some respects. Firstly, can I begin with a positive? You fought back so damn hard there toward the end, mate. Was that just sort of inner grit? What was that?
Yeah, it's just a bit anger issues, I think. When I just tend to crash, I always get back up and go harder. So I think I just pushed hard and got there eventually.
That little moment, I know you're probably going to hate me reliving that, but I mean, it's tricky conditions for everyone today. Was it just that sort of brief moment? What happened there?
Yeah, I just looked back and just washed the front in the mud, and it was probably silly, but yeah.
Well, you've made it here at the end of the day with real tenacity to finish on the podium. That's still got to feel pretty damn good here at Hattah, doesn't it?
Yeah, it feels awesome. It's good to be up here. I still got next year. Maybe we make it to the top step next time.
Good on you. Before we go, a little thank you to everyone who's around you and supported you to get you to this moment today.
Yeah, thanks to all my sponsors, KTM, Paint Tech, Kesner's, Michelin, Thor, Rossi Gear, Get Displays, Seven, and Chris, Dad, Mum, Johnny, and Brad, all the people that helped me. All the boys out there, my brother, they all helped me go far.
Yeah, well read there on the other sponsor list. Don't be too hard on yourself. Second place here today, everybody. How about it, Levi Rossi? Let's go to Mitch House now, and I feel like it's maybe like the one that slipped away in some respects for you. How do you feel, and can you paint the picture for us, because we didn't necessarily see it on the live stream? Did something happen? What unfolded?
Nah, I got off to a very good start and just sent it. Oh, look, to be honest, I'm actually not really used to these long races. I'm a motocross kid, so yeah.
Well, I mean, then to come away with the third, knowing how grueling this event is, that's got to feel pretty damn good on that basis.
Nah, definitely. I got the speed, so yeah.
Good. Well, I mean, lots of people here helped to make this happen. We love the speed that you showed in the first half of the race. That exhilaration must feel good, and how good knowing that you've got the support of these people behind you.
Yeah, Mum and Dad, look, they do everything, so yeah, all to them really.
Good on you. Hey, congratulations, top 3 at Hattah in 2026. Keep that smile going. Well done.
Yeah, thank you.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Mitch House, how about a big applause? That, folks, is your top 3 for Junior Big Wheels. And coming up, the seniors about to head out for Prologue.
All right, so that means, as an example, 80, 81, 82, in that order, please, in numerical order in each of the classes. The guys will be here to try and help steer that through, but if you can help them by making sure you come down in numerical order, that'd be greatly appreciated. Rightio, quick notice to all the patrons on site here today. We've had a phone handed in, so a phone that has been lost. It was picked up by a member of the public and brought to us. We've taken it to the merch van. If that is your phone, you've lost a phone here today. If you head to the merch van, that'll be where you'll be able to identify it. If you can unlock it and identify it as yours, then you'll obviously be reunited with it. So there's a phone that's been found. We've taken it to the merch van. If it's your phone, head there to the girls in the merchandising van and they'll reunite you with it.
think I can't break this ground?
You think a girl can't do it?
You think I can't dig deep? You think I can't tear down these walls?
Clear a path,
Build bigger?
go off-road.
And turn your lawn?
Into my territory?
You think I can't make the impossible?
Possible? Watch me.
Watch me.
The Hattah Desert Race is something really special to this region. It brings thousands of people through our backyard, pumps millions into our local economy and gives locals access to one of the best events in the country. At Miller Quarries, we've always been about supporting this community. We've worked in this community for over 25 years. So when the opportunity came to become the naming rights sponsor of Hattah, we didn't hesitate. We're proud to put our name on it and we'll see you out there.
You feel most alive where you feel most at home. And this is living. Bobcat, the company that changed the way the world works, is coming home with a quality compact tractor built to match your quality of life. This isn't work you have to do. It's work you get to do. So get it done in a tractor that's all you. See your dealer or visit bobcat.com.
The new Segway Powersport ATV and UTV side-by-sides have arrived. The Schnule ATV range is engineered for rough conditions on Aussie farms and built tough to work alongside you with exceptional towing and hauling capabilities. Need more grunt? Our 1000cc side-by-sides lead the pack in safety, technology and come in a 3 or 6-seat option. All backed by a 2-year factory warranty and a nationwide dealer network.
I'm so sorry, Derek. So it happens. You'll be like, where'd you go? Once he shoots out top four, are you I'll let you watch that.
We are back live, and with good reason. Our senior Prologue rolls straight into action, and they do it a little differently than what you would have seen with the juniors. In the junior competition, you would have had a sighting lap. This is basically, Jeremy, straight into it, and we're going to get a sense over the 7K distance. Remember, it's a Prologue lap, so it's a fast, it's a sprint, it's kind of a motocross style attack here. We're going to see some really interesting numbers. Best that we saw in the juniors was nearly about the 3-minute mark. We're going to go sub 3 minutes on these laps with the seniors, aren't we?
Oh, absolutely. And we're watching also a different form of riding, different style of riding, because these ones have a lot bigger bikes. These guys are the pros in the sand. They've been doing it for so long. They're kind of like dirt surfers the way we like to look at them, because they can make it look so easy, so seamless. We just saw Sammy Fashira just there just absolutely float through that sand, and we're just going to see them making massive roosts. It looks quite firm out there now. It doesn't look like it's kind of as slippery as we first thought. It definitely is dried out, both with the wind and all the other bikes coming through. So knowing Corey McMahon, Callum Norton, Sam Brashura, Jacob Sweet, Jai Dixon, Corey Hammond and Chad Sparrow all out on the track. We know these are going to set some really fast times, and I'm really excited to see what even just those top three are going to do, let alone knowing that Hamo is just behind them all.
What's your assessment of the state of the track now that we've had two classes, two different wheel sizes, two bigger spec bikes? What shape are we in here? That looks awesome.
Beautiful.
Doesn't
That
it?
was
Yeah.
smooth. Did we see how high he was too? We're watching the juniors and even some of the big wheel guys go really tight in the corner. He held it quite wide, but he was able to slide it through. That's that kind of motocrossy, very flat track style riding, who can just hold it flat, hold it wide, and keep the power all the way through the corner. Watch that momentum. This looks really groomed now. I'm not too sure if they've done some work to the track. I don't know if they had something up there, but you can really see that they're just absolutely carving through. That sand looks so beautiful right now. We've got Will Price, who's back racing. I mean, he did kind of step away. It's great to see him back on the bike, really swinging off the back of it. Hopefully he can keep that bike all the way through to the finish.
On the green machine, Cody Stevens is on the 20. Corey McMahon was the first one out. We have dispatched them. We have released them, if you like, in order of the and a reflection of the top 10 that we saw pretty much from last year. Not everyone in that top 10 finishes is with us in the 2026 edition of the Miller Quarries Hattah Desert Race. But it's a quality field up in front. Look at the way they are hustling those bikes. Just effortless on the 21.
It's a lot different. We can see that physicality from these riders, knowing how to make those big bikes move. And that's what it's all about, using that power. As I said before, sometimes these riders will let the bike do all the work, really ride it, really just let that throttle and that power push them through that sand.
A couple of different divisions here from, a couple of under-19s represented and so on. You can hear the unmistakable sound of the bigger four strokes in action here as well. Levi Jet Stevens on the 23.
Absolutely. We've got Cody and Levi both out there. They had an absolutely stonk run at Fink this year, so it's great to see them lining up for this. I don't know what that's on the lens, mate, but hopefully
I'm not going to say it.
Hopefully it's not what you said previously. But as you can see, the style of riding is a lot different, a lot more confidence going the course, but a lot more speed. And as we keep saying, it's momentum. That's the thing out here. That's what you want in the sand. Momentum, momentum, momentum. We're going to have that tattooed on everybody's forehand because that's what you need to be able to make these corners look good and to make sure you don't tip over in the dirt.
Check the crowd. Welcome, everybody, whether you've come from near or far. We know that there are people related to competitors who've come as far as Western Australia and beyond. We've got a cracking Saturday crowd here for the Hattah Desert Race, and these are the big guns.
Yeah, absolutely. We're talking under-19s, we're talking 4 strokes, we're talking some 2 strokes out there. This is a real mix. A lot of West Australian guys come over here. 627 crew, the freak shows, all those kind of stuff. They're all here, which is awesome to see. It just brings everyone together for an amazing event.
Taylor Adams on the 28. So Corey McMahon, we'll just look at the times for you.
Yeah, right, a 4:28.
Yep.
That's good.
Just need to confirm that length for you too. I compared a time from earlier in Prologue, the distance of the lap may be slightly different to what I'm anticipating. Keep in mind they have worked at alternatives because of some of the rain that we've had during the week. Looking for a number to come through from Callum Norton. Callum Norton, a 4-minute 44.5. McMahon lays down a really good time to begin with.
That's a good time. It's a strong time, but once again, we cannot take these times to what they are because this will move. Sam Brashura, Sammy P come with a 4:36. Don't take these times to be absolutely cement. They're going to move and change because there are some incredibly fast riders who didn't race last year who will come through, and then we still got the top 10 shootout. So an amazing time for them. I mean, look at this, Callum Norton getting pushed further and further back. Unfortunately, he's 4:44, just not enough to hold him in that top 3 as of now.
So just in terms of the way the shootout will play, just like I guess any traditional form of motorsport, at the conclusion of this prologue, we will know the 10 fastest times from prologue, and you run it 10-1 basically, don't you? 1 lap, 1 chance, and you might think, well, we've got 4 to 4.5 hours of competition tomorrow. How much of a difference does that make? There's a lot to cherish about being the fastest rider going into Sunday, isn't there?
Very much so. To be able to get away, to get out in front, hang on, we've got some more times coming in. Sammy P second, Jai Dixon, great work, Jai. Jacob Sweet, that looks awesome. And then we had Hamo coming after that. You're right, the prologue is incredibly important for tomorrow morning, just to be able to get away and get some fresh stir, get some traction on those tyres to get out in front, which is so important to keep out of the sand, keep out of that roost that we keep talking about. If you can have some fresh air, it's awesome. That really stepped out, didn't it? It's all about that control, that throttle control coming out.
Will there be, maybe the likes of
Hamo got a 442.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Chad Sparrow came in with a 445.
Now Mac O'Brien, a 448.9.
Okay.
There's a group of them there that are actually reasonably close in times. Who will lock away a berth in the top 10? The rider they are chasing, man, it's a rider who had some good form in the 2025 race, and he has opened the account here.
Well, that's it. And then we've now just got our first girls coming through. We've got Maddie Healy and Danielle McDonald going out. This is a big one. This is the one that I'm really looking forward to. I know the boys have their own class, but I tell you what, Maddie Healy, Danielle McDonald, Rachel Archer, those three, I'm incredibly excited to see battle it out. There are some amazing girls in there as well. Chloe Barton, things like that, who just know how to swing off it. But those three girls, they have been battling all in their own respective classes in races. I'm excited to see what they're going to do together.
They can choose to enter either a 4 or an 8, can't they, in terms of duration or lap distance as well?
That's correct,
And
yeah.
there are masters and veterans within the roll-up that are going to contest Prologue here. Need to make that point as well ahead of tomorrow's race.
Absolutely, and all the other girls now going through. We just had Courtney Ruby, Mia Tung, Rachel Archer obviously has just gone out as well. It's going to be fast. Chloe Park, Jade Chalice.
So just to repeat, Corey
right.
McMahon, 4:28.292, 8 seconds.
Yeah.
Ahead of Sammy Prashira. Jai Dixon is the third fastest rider at the moment.
Wow, it's a good one. Will Price. Oh, great. Good job for Will Price. He put it in the top 10. That's exciting. He'll be so excited. I'm stoked for him. Young Will's a great rider, so it's cool to see him put it in there.
Main thing is, there's lots of riders to come. Can he just hold on to that spot? That'll be worth watching as we go.
That's what we want to see. That's exactly what we want to see. We want to make sure he's from this area. He knows how this track runs, how to set his bike up. He should be able to make it last for it. It's just obviously holding on and stepping up as well to a big bike from small bikes. It's a big transition, so hopefully they do good. And I tell you what, these girls are still pushing hard too, aren't they?
Most definitely. Still releasing them. We've got a decent queue in front of us here in the commentary box. I don't know how many, probably maybe 2/3 of the way through the field or halfway through the field at the moment. Yeah,
and we've still got obviously still on top of the hill, is that where they're all parked up. So it's a very, very thick field this year. Very thick.
Well, in some respects, I mean, we saw a great volume of juniors, and you can probably combine the two junior classes and almost match it with the volume of entries for the seniors, couldn't you? It's a huge roll up.
It's a great kind of future, knowing that we've got so many riders come in, and also that level we were watching them ride. Oh, look at Bjorn come in, absolutely killed it. It's really good to see, and so it's really what we want for the future of riding and the future of racing here in Australia. Just to be able to see these young guns come through and push it. We could be seeing the same kind of times almost when they get onto the big bikes.
Definitely. So the marker to beat is a 4:28.292, and McMahon 8 seconds faster than Sammy Prashira. And then there's a good group of them that are in relatively close company. The thing we will just keep a little eye on is if someone sneaks into the 10. We've got 10 that are established, but it's not set in concrete just yet. That's the thing. We've got to wait until the end of this prologue to see who has, in a almost game show sense, absolutely locked it in.
And you have to remember, when they go out now for the top 10 shootout, it is and will be the roughest the track has been all day. So now we're putting in the fastest, most wildest time you can imagine on the roughest part of the Prologue track, which is great. And that's a lot of time what they're going to be setting these bikes up for. They know if they can get in the top 10, they're in for an absolute brutal beating for that shootout.
We've got there Sparrow 7th, Cody Stevens is 9th, Will Price is holding on to that 10th spot at the moment and did it by just under 8/10 of a second. Will Price in the 10, but Mac O'Brien just missing it. Based on current numbers, someone might change that if they jump up the order here once the rest of the times come through by 8/10.
It's so close. And we're looking now even further into the pack, we're looking at 5/10s for the top 23. Max Midwinter, he's put in at a 5:10. This is going to be tough. This is tough for everyone.
Cool shots from the Live It Live team, bringing you the drone pictures for our 2026 running of the Millewa Quarries Hattah Desert Race.
Oh, they're really trying to... They're trying so hard to berm that corner to get that dirt up, but it's just not forming and holding. And unfortunately, he's come in a little too hot, grabbed the little front, tried to drive it out, and it just hasn't worked.
Man, kick big
now
time,
we're
isn't it?
Now we're getting further in the class, so we're having 2 out. This is where real battles are. Hopefully we can get the drone over them as they battle their way out of the stadium, because that's where some real bar bangers come into.
How good is the drone chasing there too? There you go. That's the perspective for you. And then they run down into this left-hander, which has been something of a focal point for us during the day. But these seniors tackle it with this fearlessness, don't they?
Well, I mean, these are the top runners too. When we get further down the pack...
Down.
Oh, there we go. Oh, he's trapped under it too. It's right under his leg. Oh, the worst of it. That's it.
Gets it cleared.
You can see those little stick up near the pegs just further. That's your steg peg. You can get caught on them.
Daniel
Jesse
Dietrich.
Ryan at Fink, he did the same thing. That was a great replay. Oh, look at the drag strip. Just absolutely smoked him. Once again, great drone footage, just to be able to see what it's like taking off under full noise with all those spectators there. Look how many people, look how thick and deep that line of spectators on top of that hill just on for the right of us. Absolutely awesome to see so many people out here to support these riders.
Next pairing, our release. What have we've got 30 that have come through as well. Mia, who you were talking about before, clears it in a 5-minute 30.426. Danielle McDonald, 5-minute 38.692.
Maddie Healy came in as the fastest girl, and then Rachel Archer just behind her. So that would have been a cool little battle to be a part of, to kind of see what it was like, especially down the back part of the track. Those two would have not been holding back, and those two are definitely going to be the ones to really fly the flag for the girls and really see exactly what it's going to be like for them all the way through to the end.
Still got times to come for Holly Blake, Mackenzie Fleming, Courtney Ruby within that group. Some of those are doing either 4 or 8 laps, but they're out on the course at the moment.
Wide there. You saw a bit of panic braking there, trying to get into the corner. You can really see if you're not settled on the bike, if you're too far back, you really got to see that back rider kind of squirrely, getting his tail all over the place because he just wasn't settled.
And then showered, peppered, as you to use your words there before.
Absolutely peppered.
See them using lots in terms of the width of the track in certain places, up close to the hay bales there, and that momentum that you're talking about.
Yeah. You see, and then we lost momentum. He kind of got stuck in there, kind of washed it out. But yeah, you're right. They're going to try and find it, but you're also trying to find that nice smooth line as well. And sometimes that line is all the way in the hay bales. And I know definitely in the race, they're going to get so close to some of those trees that I've heard of races rip fuel lines out because they're getting too close to trees, or their shirts are all torn up on one side because they're going straight through thickets. It's just trying to find the smoothest line is the most important part of this race.
A couple of the Masters are on track at the moment now. Warren Carroll, Steve Shaw, Tim Vandenberg.
Oh, look at that.
Love it.
Absolutely awesome. That thing is an absolute beast, the old Hasselbergs. It's also great to see, but the people who ride Hasselbergs are 100% loyalists to Hasselberg too. So massive congrats to him.
Do you know, one of the all-time greats of Bathurst, Jimmy Richards, used to love some dirt bike riding, and I'm pretty sure he was a fiend for a Hasselberg. He quite enjoyed it and had them in his garage regularly.
Yeah,
so.
I think once you have one, you seem to be able to collect them all. They're like a weird Pokemon of the motorcycle world. So we've been to a fair few guys that seem to love the old Hasselbergs. But it's great to see. We can also see here Beta, which is another brand not really known for its desert racing and riding, more for the Euro GP or definitely in the hard enduro. We can show that any bike can do it. It just takes setup, it takes time and prep to be able to put these bikes into it. And talking to a lot of suspension guys, they've got so many settings now that if you bring in any kind of bike, I know Stealth from one point will be able to just get it dialed in for you straight away.
Just to your point there before, I think the best of the ladies at the moment was that Maddie Healy there before, and I think was it by 10 seconds there, 5:18 or something might have cleared the course? I need to double check that.
I just missed it, yeah.
Yeah.
Chloe Park came with a 6:48. Phoebe was a 6:55.
So a couple of good stories emerging from that division. We'll give you some numbers as well for the Masters who are out there on track at the moment.
45 and over. I mean, that's a great age. Unfortunately, I think I've been lumped into that bracket by mistake. Once there was a very hard wildwood, and my family still gave me a hard time. So it's always great to see the Masters out there doing their thing. And you know what? The Masters are getting faster because they're the old guys, that I used to look up for. Now they're in Masters, and it's a scary category to have to race against.
Some real talent in there. Corey McMahon, the fastest, 4:28.292 by 8 seconds over Sammy Brashira, Jai Dixon, Jacob Sweet, Corey Hammond, Callum Norton, Chad Sparrow, We've got Cody Stevens in the 10 there, as I mentioned before. And we're just waiting to see if there are any that upset the form of the 10 that we currently have, and then we'll know at the conclusion of this who has the honour of contesting the shootout. That is going to be fascinating. They've done a lap, now they've and laid down a fast lap. Now they've got to regather and go again. Maybe go that fraction deeper and more aggressive to maybe extract an even better number.
It'll be a lot more aggressive, and you'll actually see them really pushing the bike this time. You'll hear it a lot more on the rev limiter. You'll hear it valve bouncing a lot more because they're going to be absolutely winding it on. It depends on how they want to corner too, whether they corner with some clutch, whether they corner with something else. It's really going to determine how that bike handles and how it's going to push through. So I think it's going to be really interesting to watch exactly how it's going to go and how they're going to make this bike work and how they're going to make the shootout work in this type of sand. Oh, they're leaving fast now.
Yep.
I mean, we're just seeing bike after bike.
Mark Patton, Randall Munro. Yeah.
We haven't seen any of the Masters come into the top 10 yet, but you never know. You never know.
Here's a little look at the 10 for you. A couple of you asking to show full results. You can do that. Many viewers of our live stream are split screening, dual screening, if you like. So you can go to Speed Hive, and that enables you to see all kinds of things from a class perspective and so on. And our live stream director is and producers are from time to time bringing up the class results. But there you go. There's a snapshot of some of the numbers for you. We've gone back to 27th there. So hopefully your family member, your favourite rider or whatever is in the mix there. So, but draw your attention to the 10, and Will Price is in it at the moment. Hopefully able to hang on to that.
So it looked like for the girls, it was Maddie Healy and Rachel Russell. Maddie Healy with an absolute smoking 5:18. That was phenomenal for her. And then
10 seconds, I think, in that class.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Rachel held off to the back. So Rachel also just came back from obviously having a little one with the legendary Jack Mentha. So it's great to see her back and racing. I'm a bit disappointed Jack's not here, but it's great to see Rachel flying the flag.
Yeah, most definitely. Releasing the next lot now. Racing from 9 a.m. tomorrow morning too for the main event. Many of us are going to be here quite early in the morning, and the whole setup basically gets uprooted and relocated across the road. And they've got some very cool plans, from what we understand, for the setup of this year's race. But none of these competitors who are currently contesting Prologue have seen it yet. It is a journey, a voyage into the unknown tomorrow.
We're really watching that dirt hold up. They're able to lay those bikes in quite quickly. We're also getting to the different part of the pack now. Oh, look at that. We just had a move. Was that Jai Dixon come through? Oh, no. Never mind. Disregard that one. We're just looking at some great time. We're getting a bit excited now because they're moving so quickly.
It's all good. It's all good.
So fast.
Trying to get a sense of some of the best of our Masters at the moment. Is that Warren Carroll there, I think, aboard the 719, 25th at the moment.
Nathan comes after that.
Yep, cleared the course in a 5 minute 6.364, and with, let's call it, just under 3 seconds over 3 seconds rather over Nathan there in is 26th at the moment, but in a class sense, second in class right now. I think we're going to do a little swap over in the commentary box here. Jeremy has very kindly jumped straight out, and that is because Daniel Milner has very kindly walked into the commentary box. Firstly, mate, welcome to you. Great to have you here. How are you coping with this on the sidelines? Are you going okay?
Man, the stress is kicking in, that's for sure. It's been pretty good all day, to be honest, until I went out and seen the start of the juniors, and now once hearing them bikes roar off, the stress has really kicked in.
I know we're focusing at the moment on seniors and Prologue and so on, but just a little viewpoint from you on the juniors and the quality of the racing we got to enjoy there, both small and big wheel.
Yeah, it's impressive. As I said the other night when I was talking to you, the junior riders, they're a lot different to when we were juniors. They're swinging off the back of it hard out here in these conditions, and being so wet, being so grippy, it's impressive to watch them get around, that's for sure.
State of play, obviously we've had a challenging week from a weather perspective. The organisers have done an amazing job with the track preparation, all things considered. what's it like there at the moment? And were you kind of between, small wheel, big wheel, just looking at the state of it and what you might bring to the table here for your riders?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. Like, obviously, I can't get to see the track as much as I used to when I was a rider, so not being able to get out there and see what it's forming up like as the juniors. But yeah, it is a hard one, and being last year was dry compared to this year being so wet, the track is going to chop up so much. And I know, like, I quickly just spoke to Corey as he rolled in after that prologue lap, and he said that the tractor had been out there and smudged it for him, so it was all smooth for him. But he said the tractor had dragged a lot of mud into the holes, which kind of made boggy holes that kind of caught him out a bit. So it's one of them things with the conditions.
That lap time though over Sammy, 4-minute 28.282. I know it's the first pass, if you like, over Prologue for him. He's in the 10 by the looks of it, which is amazing. Is there more in it? What did he sort of feel in the rest of the discussion that you had with him?
No, he was pretty cruisy. I think obviously the first one's just getting it out there, and he had a fully smooth track. So obviously he goes back now and kind of resets and knows it's going to be a completely different track when he gets back out there. But to be honest, the 450 guys are about to go out here shortly. So once they get out there, there's some big hitters in there as well. So they might jump up the queue a bit and get up there. So it's definitely one of them things that they're going to be dealing with a bit rougher track, obviously, than what Corey was straight away. But once, the boys go out for their top 10 shootout, it's going to be a completely different story.
This is a signature event on the calendar. I've loved just seeing it and kind of putting it into perspective. What does that mean for you from, let's call it June through to the end of the year? How busy is it for the team when you look at all the different events you're doing and where you're going around the country and so on?
Man, the anxiety for Hattah, the build-up, that's the big one. Every year. Obviously, it's quite a different setup and quite unique to what we normally run with the Australian off-road. So there is a lot of time that goes into this one race, just from bike setup to preparing the riders for the race, as well as the 4-hour time that they're out there tomorrow. It's pretty brutal on the body. So as long as we can get the boys ready to rock, feeling comfortable on the bike, that's the main thing.
The best training, they say, is in situ on the bike, and that you can't stress that enough. What about off the bike? What things can they do to help around core, around being able to cope with the rigours of 4 to 4.5 hours on the machine?
Yeah, look, my guys, they've got a pretty good program going with, they do a lot of cycling as well as the gym work, through the week. So they're definitely busy, and Corey, it's a full-time job for him. Jai's a little bit different. He works as well, but the crazy part about Jai Dixon is he's still doing the same amount of hours that Corey doing. So I don't know how much work he's actually doing. So no, it's definitely very demanding, the sport that we do here, and how much training goes into it. And it's funny because you see, or you hear from the outside people that don't have much to do with motorcycles. It's like, you're sitting there on a motorbike. It's not that hard. It can't be that hard. But, it's one of the most demanding sports in the world. And when you're out there for 4 hours punishing your body, you definitely feel it.
We're very lucky to have Daniel Milner dropping by the commentary box there. I know some of you are firing in on the live stream. If you've got a question, just quickly let us know. We can't have him here the whole time because he's busy in a team sense. The whole logistics, the running of the team and stuff. Have you been able to take that winner mindset that you would enjoy as a rider and enjoy it as much on that side of the ledger? Is that something that you're able to do?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I thought coming here that I'd have the itch to kind of get back out there, but I haven't one bit. And just seeing the pressure that my riders are feeling right now, and being able to calm them down, and just having that experience that I've had being out here and doing all this, it's been fun. And I really love my job that I'm doing right now. And once you're having fun, the results come. And as you can see so far, it's kind of showing on the board, hopefully.
Awesome. Couple to finish here. We've been talking in the commentary here this morning just about how good the stocks are in motorcycle racing, and this style of motorcycle racing at the moment. You alluded to it before with the gritty nature of some of these juniors that we've got. You feel like for the next wave of people that maybe want to try and do what you have done in your career and perhaps even beyond, you feel like we're in good shape?
Yeah, absolutely. You really notice it coming to this event, the juniors, and having access for the juniors to be able to come to us riders, my riders now, and then come to me as an ex-rider. It's really cool, and it's something that as a young kid I got to do, and it's stuck in my mind ever since. So I think there's a good wave of juniors coming through here, and even I think what's really unique and cool about this event is you've got motocross kids coming over. It's not just the off-road guys, you're not just the desert rats, it's kind of everyone's kind of coming over and tries this event. And as we've seen with the big wheels, like I'm pretty sure he was a motocross kid that's come and ruffled a couple of feathers. So it's really cool to see that unique culture that comes from the all-rounders.
Now, I mean, this event, we saw Brett Metcalf walking past before. You're in the box. It brings, people are watching on the live stream naturally too, but it brings all sorts of people. The cachet of this event, we can't sort of underscore that enough, can we? What it means and what it stands for in the calendar offering of Australian motorcycle racing.
Yeah, that's it. And honestly, for me, this is the biggest and the best race in the country. There's so many people that come to it, so many races out here. So it's just kind of and even on the spectator side of things, like to come and watch, it is different to other races because Fink, for instance, it's really good to watch, but you go down and then you come back, you only see the riders twice, where here it's 8 laps. So you get to see the riders do 8 laps. And then even today with the top 10 shootout, you see the big dogs kind of roll in, do their first one, truck's all smooth, and then you see the riders go and shoot out in the top 10. So, it's very cool how this is all ran like that. For spectating side of things, it's really good.
I love the passion, mate, the way you've articulated that. Thank you so much for stopping by the commentary box and sharing a little bit of that today. And we hope that I don't want to call it frustration because you've got a good chance to enjoy success from a different perspective this weekend. But thanks for sharing a little in the way of insights, mate. Lovely to catch up with you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Awesome. There you go. So he's going to go back and put team boss cap on and think about top 10 shootouts and the whole lot from here. Awesome to have him come in and share some insights. Thank you very much for that. Want to say a quick g'day as well to Mitch Glynn Motorsport, who's offered a comment on the live stream, tuning in from Kokomo, Indiana, in the United States. Both my dad and brother are there, so g'day to your dad and brother. It's great that they're here. They're from Victoria, and they've come to the Hattah Desert Race in 2026. So continuing to see the riders setting off here. We've got that next wave, that next queue lining up now. Still plenty to come through. We've been giving you some of the results from the ladies division. We've given you the overall. Corey McMahon with the best time we've seen so far and locking in a berth in the top 10 shootout over Sammy Prashira by 8 seconds. Dixon, Sweet, Hammond, Norton, Sparrow, Verstegen and Moore are in the 10. Beautiful shot. And it gets transformed for the first weekend of July for this great race. This is essentially qualifying, if you like, for the big one. The shootout to come, that's scheduled to take place at around about 3:45 our time. It's coming up on 20 past 3 East Coast time in Australia here at the moment. Jeremy is back on the microphone. He is just top class, isn't he? Not just in terms of his results and what he's achieved along the way, but also the way he speaks for the sport and the good message he sends in that regard.
Great ambassador for the sport.
Yeah.
I just went out there and kind of declared my love for him as someone who's watched him for a long, long time. I kind of just really gave my appreciation for what he's done for not only for Australian motorcycling with his representation overseas, but for what he's doing for the next kind of wave of riders coming through. It's really great to see because a lot of times people just kind of can take what they've achieved and float on, where he's kind of stepped a long way back. I mean, if you think he only was racing up to like last year, the year before, so really to see him step back and accept that, put that different hat on, it takes a lot for a man to be able to do who's had it such at a high level. So, massive hats off to Daniel. It's awesome.
And the commitment and the planning and all that. What are we talking? Probably like a 2-year project to this point, if not more.
We're in an industry that I love, but is so hard for riders to make any money, like any money at all. So, it shows the character of Daniel to be able to bring so many brands and kind of support together to make a team, to be able to give Corey a chance to ride full time, because realistically there's not many riders out there who ride full time, really hardly any compared to other kind of motorsports. So for what Milner's done, to be able to bring that to Corey, to give him that opportunity, so much respect.
There you go. Recap of some of the class results for you left of your screen there at the moment. We detailed before Matty Healy's effort there. That's a really good ride for the ladies from the 8-lap contenders. Remember, as we said before, some will tackle just the 4 laps. We know some numbers for the Masters 45. There are some veterans out there at the moment, 35 to 45. I think that is from memory in terms of the age bracket, and we'll bring you some of that. We'll update our results left of screen there as they start filtering through for that division.
It's so great now we've got those kind of results there. You can see what classes there are, but also why the field is so deep and we have so many riders, because there's so many classes that fill that, and that's also why it's taking a toll on the track. It was interesting hearing Milner say the feedback from Corey about kind of the tractor going out there and grading it. A lot of people would think that that's a great thing, but in fact a lot of time when graders and kind of excavators go on the track to smooth it out, all they're doing is taking loose dirt and filling it into holes. They're not actually helping it in any way. What can actually happen is, because you're taking kind of firm dirt, filling it into loose holes, that firm dirt stays firm and the loose holes now just have loose dirt in them.
Gotcha.
So you end up just having these big kind of puddles, or and when it's dry, big silt holes that can come out of nowhere, and you don't know it. What may look really firm and really flat now all of a sudden has these kind of hidden whoops that when you hit that soft sand blows apart, and you end up still finding whoops that you're not ready for. And if you don't have that front tire light enough, you're going to hit it and you're going to kind of, unfortunately, come over the front.
Gotcha. But I guess the thing is, it's fundamentally for that front running crew, same story for everyone, isn't it? You're largely hitting the same thing.
Well, the front runners are going to find them first.
Yep.
Obviously, the further down the pack, they're going to kind of see where those big holes are washed out, or where there's maybe some braking bumps and they didn't expect them to be there. So this is kind of where a lot of those sections can really kind of catch you out. A lot of times you can see a lot of those rears getting pushed right up in the sky. We call moon booters, because they just don't see a hole. All of a sudden that back tire is trying to overtake their head.
So, I mean, so many things to think about going into the top 10. Can McMahon replicate that number, better that number that he's laid down? What's Prashira learned? He knows this backyard so well. What's he learnt from that lap? And will we see him, get a little bit more aggressive? Maybe he knows places where he could have made a bit of ground, call it a sequence of 10 odd corners. Maybe he could have made that 8 seconds roughly,
But also Milner made a great point. We haven't had the 450 class yet, which is incredibly dangerous. We've got guys, even the main normal ones like Brodie Waters, he's in there. There's guys that we just haven't seen race in their full potential here, now turned into a sprint, and we have a lot of motocross guys in the 450, a lot of motocross, Pro MX, Supercross guys that are coming over to races. That's where I suppose Corey's now just not going to try and pay too much attention, just kind of understand where he's sit and what he needs to do. And also, he's taken that lap in. He now needs to know where he's going to be putting that bike to be able to keep those times.
We said to Brodie last night, if he was in a position where he knew one of his riders might win it, he said he's still got that inner drive as competitor, but he said he had kind of loosely contemplated maybe parking the bike so he could be there for the celebrations if it did look like it was going to happen like that. I think that's an amazing dynamic, thing to think about.
It'd be a real battle for him to try and figure out, as a team manager or as a competitor, which one you do. I mean, I know he's had that moment. We interviewed him in regards to that moment where he had to overtake Corey Hammond at Fink, and that was a very hard battle in his head of what he should do. Will we see that again? Probably not, because it's a different style of racing, but it'd be hard for him to kind of switch between the two. We actually see that, Lyndon Snodgrass has come out and put it in a 16th.
450.891 for him, so misses the 10. Lyndon Snodgrass.
Maxis 2. Look at him. Maximus has come through. Levi Stevens got pushed all the way down now to 19. And Bjorn. Bjorn's got pushed down to the 20th.
So Will Price, I think, is 11th. Did I spot there just then? So he's pushed out of the 10.
And we've got Brock Grabham too. Ben Grabham's brother. Brock Grabham is an electric king. He's been riding the Stark like nobody's business of the year. This year, for this one, he's on a 500, I think, or a 450. No, 450. He's on a 450. So he has stepped back to the gas power bike, but he, in his own right, is an absolute phenomenal rider.
Nice. A couple of yarns that will bring you. So maybe there might be... Sting in the tail's not the right word for it, but couple of late runners here that might sneak into the 10
yeah.
So some things to think about for those later runners.
Reading through Corey Banks, a veteran, came through as well. So he's doing some great times. It is going to make it interesting though for tomorrow.
Still, they keep coming, don't they, from their various...
Mate, there's so
they line
much
them
more
up
on
in
the hill.
divisions up the hill there, don't they?
So there's so many more.
Yeah.
There's a lot to come through, lots to get across the line. But also a lot to make that track even worse for the boys in the top 10.
Hope you're enjoying it and enjoying our live stream coverage here. Lots of times updating as we go. And I think, is that our track builder, Ken Reid? Is that so he's 84th at the moment. That's amazing. He has been super busy. He's laid down a time of 5 minute 57.71. For perspective for you, he's been on the tractor working, night and day on this track with that team. And it's an unbelievably dedicated team. He's one of 2 people, I think, Ken, that has done every Hattah Desert race ever. And he's competed regularly along the way there too. It does, I think, get come Sunday, it becomes a little tricky thing for him, depending upon what's unfolding in the event. Does he keep going and ride it? But I love the fact that he's done that. That's amazing.
We can see some more names coming through. For the female stuff, we have Holly Blake coming through at 6:23. Taja Morris as well, she's behind that. So it's great to see the girls still mixing it quite high in the mix. We are not only just talking about the Maddies and Rachel's, we're actually talking about the rest of the girls, and it's really great to see that they are pushing so far into the pack of men.
Absolutely.
That we don't even really see it anymore as a female male. It's all just a bunch of riders out there having a great time, and I love the thought that these girls are pushing a lot of these guys in front of them. We're looking in, the 100, 120 point. That's incredible.
When you think about it, right, the game, motor racing generally, has done some very good things to for inclusivity, for expanding opportunity and ensuring that sort of stuff. But often when you talk to these girls, and it's so good to see them performing at this level, they just see themselves as athlete. They just see themselves as competitor, don't they?
It is. It's been very interesting over the last few years to see a lot of the riders, the females now come through from the OG females, say like Gemma Wilson, Jess Gardner, Taylor Jones, these girls that have been there, and like especially the desert girls as well, Catherine Scoble, these OG women who have just been there for so long, and then you've got had to battle bars with guys who've never had their own class. So now the new form of girl riders that are coming through, Taylor Maurice, Maddie Healy, who have been in that kind of area of growing with riders. I think it's great that both of them can kind of get along and accept that we're all here to race. I know it can get a bit hard and there's a lot of politics around it, but I think the way the females now have come through, I'm more looking over my shoulder for a female to overtake me than a male half the time, because they are absolutely ripping, and I think it's the best thing in the world for sport, especially when you see other little girls coming out here and just absolutely blowing the doors off boys in the same age group.
Now, I mean, one of the different caps that I'm very lucky to wear along the way is that I do some work with the Australian Motorsport Hall of Fame.
Yes.
And every year at the Grand Prix at Albert Park, the Formula One Grand Prix, we celebrate all different divisions, 2 and 4 wheel, and some very important people in our game get inducted into that exclusive club. And in relatively recent time, Jess, Gemma Wilson, Taylor Jones were all inducted, and I loved being there for that. I think that is just, and that happened at the F1 race, but then they went to MotoGP at the island and celebrated with the girls, and I thought that was just awesome. Yeah,
really those 3 girls have just been a staple of female racing, both here in Australia but internationally. Taylor Jones is still one of the fastest women racing in America. Unfortunately, had a bit of an incident, just coming off injury, things like that. Jess Gardner still flies the flag so strong here, but the amount of talent that they've brought with them is another great thing. Danielle McDonald is a prime example of that. They've got Lorna Locke on there, which is another up and coming. There's just such an amazing group of girls to keep pushing through, and as I keep saying, push the boys. I mean, we were the girls are just outside the top 50, I think, this year. Just outside. That's incredible. Like a lot of us guys will never make that. So for her to be able to come and do it, I think it's just the best thing in the world.
Moto Chick 6472 says, go the ladies, and we're 100% with you. Keep those comments coming on the live stream. It's great to have you with us wherever you're tuning in right around the world. We had someone giving a shout out to some family there before, watching on from Kokomo, Indiana in the United States. We've had people in the UK and more, and with good reason. This is the pointy end of the day. This will set the field for... Didn't go down, caught it, I think, just.
Yeah. If you watch that if we watch the replay on that one, you can see how far back he was sitting when he came into that corner. That front end was a bit too light, and then once it caught one of those ruts that kind of dropped into it, that's where the bike wanted to go, and unfortunately, he was fighting it, and he didn't want it, and bike almost won.
Whew, bike very nearly won, absolutely.
That's a high side waiting to happen. I tell you what, high sides are not fun at all.
So, just having a little look. So, just a major point.
You can see the speed now. We're seeing that momentum slowly drop because we're getting down the pack of riders. We're getting to the not as experienced in the sand or confident. We're going to see those kind of lines and speed definitely drop because we were so lucky to see at the start those pro riders come through and just absolutely rail those corners. Down a bit further, we're not going to see that.
Going to have a little look at the Miller Quarries replay. Watch this. Here you go.
See how where his butt was just before he went down. It was all the way at the back of the seat. Front was way too light. Got caught up. Almost had a meet Jesus moment, as we like to call it.
Disappeared out of our camera shot, but I think the facial expressions of everyone on the corner told you the rest of the story.
We all did. We all kind of jumped in a second.
Nice save. Whew. Got the attention going.
Yeah, I mean, if he wanted his 5 minutes, there he goes. He'll be remembered now.
So we'll recap the top 10 for you. There has been a slight change in terms of Will Price, I think, being knocked out of the 10, wasn't it? Down into 11th there now. So there on the left of your screen is the 10 as it currently stands. They are the riders who will contest the shootout coming up in about 15 minutes. At this stage, that's the point I'm making. Yeah,
absolutely. We've only got up to the number 220 rider, but now we're in the 250 to 450 class, which has some big hitters in there, real big hitters. I'm interested to see, especially pushing that 250 across the track. It may work in certain areas too. The 250 is a lighter bike. You can maneuver a little bit better in the heavier sand. I know there's been some cases where 250s have been more preferred in the heavier sand because they're lighter. They don't have to be kind of thrown around as much. However, the power lacking really makes it hard. So it'll be interesting to see if anybody can do it. My bet would have been on a young fellow called Jesse Ryan, but unfortunately he's not racing at the moment. So I'm interested to see who is going to step up and take that one over.
So that's the little caveat in the discussion. Who among the band of riders that are sprinkled in the 450s here might stage a surprise and sneak into the top 10? It's not set in concrete just yet.
No, it's not, and it's a long way to go. We still have a lot. And then even in that top 10, it'd be interesting to see if those places stay the same, because we've seen in many years they move a lot, and a harder, more technical riding does suit some of the riders who may have not made it so good in the smooth stuff.
And a little time to rethink as well. A little time to watch a bit of the live stream, see what the state of the track is like. Maybe even talk to a couple of people.
Pick up some advice from the amazing commentators.
No, not from me. Not from me. You maybe.
I'm just quickly Googling how to ride better. Don't you worry. I'll give you some tips, everyone.
A couple little shout outs. One to, I think, Dylan Caruana. That's come from Mick Moz, watching on, I think, from Wedderburn in Victoria. Nice to have you with us, Mick. And go Whitney Peters as well. That's from Cameron Hydale. So thank you for doing that. Just have a little squiz at, what are we talking, some of the veterans there. Brad Mickelson, 65th there. I need to give an idea of the different class leaders gearing up, counting down to the shootout. And then tomorrow, in the order of 4 hours 20 of seat time, it is going to be grueling work here at the Miller Quarries Hattah Desert Race 2026. Great test of endurance, great test of skill, and just that inner drive, that inner strength to be there at the end. Nothing really quite like it. Your little observation there about
just that corner, isn't it?
Yeah. You
can kind of see all crossed up coming in. See those elbows, they're quite low. They don't have that drive in there to keep that pressure up the top. It happens. I mean, your shoulders drop, your elbows drop. Low elbows aren't good for the wrists. They're not going to move it. Keep those elbows high, keep those shoulders back, really keep those bars stiff so when you do go in a corner, you commit to it. And Yeah, it's all over the shop. It's all good to have all the power in the world, but if you don't deliver it at the right time or keep it smooth, it's just going to want to pop out on you.
You were animated in your description here in the commentary box. For those people listening around the venue and listening on the live stream, it was almost like you were in a wings position, wasn't it? Your arms and elbows are up, and when you relax them down like that and they tuck down by your side, you're saying that's not ideal.
It's not very reactive. When you imagine putting in your elbows by your ribs, you just don't have that flexibility to move. When you're up and high, you've got a lot more control, you can put a lot more pressure on the bike, but you're also a lot more reactive. If the bike does start kicking up in the front, you can really kind of settle it a lot better, and also making sure you're covering your clutch and your brake. It's a lot of that goes into it, but as I said, if you keep your arms down, if you drop your shoulders, it just makes it hard to control the bike.
The bat wings, have the bat wings.
The old bingo wings flap around a little bit when the bat wings are up, I tell you that.
McMahon, if you've just joined our live stream, had him on stage last night and talking about coming back and contesting this race again this year and what it would mean. Well, he has opened the account superbly with a 4-minute 28.29 lap from Sami Prashira. This is Prologue, and we're sorting the runners that will contest the top 10 shootout. You can, as you would have seen there on the graphic a moment ago, you could see those who are provisionally in with a shot at running in the shootout, but it is not completely sorted.
No, definitely not. And we're seeing some drives from some riders trying to get around, trying to find lines, but still being super competitive. Almost tucked the front there too. Came in too hot, too fast, put too much weight in the front, which, as I said, it's all a balance. And then put it into the wall.
The rhythm's all gone there, isn't it?
So he was all legs and arms, as we'd say. He's all legs and arms, just going wildly all over the place.
It is great opportunity, great moment, but in the same breath, lots of pressure, and there is so much to be said for that that flow you've talked about, isn't there? I mean, that's the entire way through the lap.
It's flow state. Trying to getting your race craft to go into a nice flow state where you're almost not thinking about what happened, you're just reacting. And so, half the time at these speeds too, they don't even have time to react. So it's just all about muscle memory. There we go.
What you meant.
We got you. It's all about that, to try and let your body react to things, because if you overthink it, half the time you're not going to think about it the same speed that you're coming up to it.
Riley Graham, the veteran.
Oh, no way.
In the top 10. We haven't made enough noise about that before, so that's from a class perspective. Mighty, he may get a chance to run in the top 10. That is cool.
That's a lot. That's a lot. Good on him.
Yeah.
Yeah, Liam Dinnish, first of the 250s category, yeah.
And that's in the top 20, I think, too, wasn't it? 22nd. Sorry, I beg your pardon.
Trying to keep up with the live stream and the data that's coming in. Holy moly, it's all going on here. Oh yeah, Cooper 25. Cooper came in at 51 seconds after that too. So Jack Cobbin came in at 46. Oh man, it's quick. The top 50 is stacked.
Definitely. There's arguably a bit of not bitterness. That's not the right word for it. But I mean, there'd be people there that would be potentials for the 10 that we would have perhaps expected to be in there. That'll be a bit miffed at that. Hey, so
it's hard.
It's tough.
It's hard to kind of swallow that pill sometimes, knowing that you've done the best, or especially if you've left something out there, a couple of seconds here or there, a blown corner, maybe you've binned it into the corner too fast, you've lost 2 or 3 seconds trying to get it out of that sand again. That time just counts so quickly before you know it. I mean, we're only talking mere seconds half the time between everybody.
Short lap, can't afford that, can you? So
there's also going to be riders out here there who know that they've got to save themselves for tomorrow. They're too scared to go wreck themselves today, so they're just going to put in a time where they feel comfortable, take it as more of a Sunday afternoon trail ride to be able to just get it to the start, because the last thing you want to do, all this time, all this effort, only to bin it now.
Now, riders are still incidentally coming down from the area where we get them kind of formed up and in class order, and they are still filing down here. So the minute-by-minute plan was roughly to set off at about 4:45 4 with the top 10 shootout. So that might be a little bit closer to 4 p.m. now. So stay with us on the live stream coverage. We're still building to that. We rightly want to give everyone who is taking part in the seniors race tomorrow and who is a part of Prologue here their moment. And we'll see what their laps look like. And then once we've completed the entire field here for Prologue for our seniors, we will know what the makeup is rather of the 10.
And I tell you what, this is when the crowds get big. This is when you feel the electricity. When that top 10 shootout comes out, you have 10 of the fastest, baddest dudes lining up to go. The absolute hill is packed, full of people, the electricity, everyone just holding their breath, waiting to see what's going to happen in those 4 to 5 minutes of racing.
Been a mega day in that regard, and to see the crowd build over the course of the junior races, as you say, and just some of the people that are floating around among the teams, some of the legends that we've seen.
Well, there's so many sprinkled among the crowd. So it's always great to see you kind of, especially if you've been here a fair few times, you notice people, you kind of walk along and all of a sudden there'll be, oh, there's that guy there, or oh, he's here. It's always great. It's kind of brings a lot of people back to the roots of racing, back to the enjoyment of it, and just back to the experience, which I guess you've had now. You've got to experience the atmosphere of such an iconic race, but something you probably wouldn't even see or trip over if you were anywhere else.
I mean, the thing for me is now, for friends who perhaps aren't into motor racing or whatever that have been asking me why I'm here and what I'm doing, I said to them, it's unbelievable when you consider that there's 800, whatever it is, plus competitors, 300 officials. They've chalked up something like 35,000 man hours or person hours to get to this point in the running of the event. And they've turned 350 days of the year, if you drove past on the road out the front, it looks, it has been unbelievable. It's transformed. I cannot begin to tell you, to do that from essentially, not nothing, but you know what I mean, to do that is remarkable.
But also to have this level of professionalism with it running, it's such a great event, and we keep saying it today, even though we're looking at seniors now, it's a day for juniors, and it's great that an event has done that for so long, brought juniors up, and I'm so glad that other events, Fink being one of them, is now bringing that same energy, bringing that growth to the sport, which is what we need. Motorcycling is very hard. Oh no, that's not good. Hopefully that shiny thing in the middle of the screen isn't something important either.
Yeah.
Or it could be very expensive.
Gets it going and back in action. But I mean, yes, you're absolutely right. Gets the drive off the line, and it's all about trying to keep that front wheel on the deck, isn't it? So
the front wheel, and also you see a lot of them will battle between standing and sitting. It's very hard to do.
Brody Waters, 14th. We've been keeping an eye out for him. We've been waiting for that time. It looks as though it's not made at the moment, not in the 10. It's a 14th for Brody Waters there. 21.3 shy of the marker laid down by McMahon. He and then even Snodgrass, a couple of spots behind him, don't make the top 10. Here's some of the other updates for you from a class perspective of who's where. We mentioned before, if you've just tuned into the live stream, Maddie Healy with that 5 minute 18.1, best of our ladies.
Corey Banks as well, that's another big name coming through, 78th. Just, it's getting full. Like this, it's such a great look. So many great riders coming in.
Let's say you're a Brody or a Linden or one of those guys. You haven't made the shootout. I mean, the thing to keep in mind is that tomorrow is such a long day. It's not over for those guys, is it? It's far from it, in fact.
I think a lot of these guys also know where they'll place when it comes to Prologue as well, and they kind of aim just for that. Mm-hmm. I think a lot of guys who want to go out to think they're going to win it may not be at that level because they don't have that dedication. The top 10 is filled with guys who are the closest to professional riders that we can get,
Yep.
and they know
Peak
what they're.
form.
Yeah, that's it. They
yeah.
know what it takes to be like that. A lot of these riders would just be happy to get at least in the first row. That's a big aim for them, to be in that first row, or at least to be in a good position to be able to kind of peel out when the buggy goes. You've been a part of it. You can kind of see where you stack in that row can be quite difficult. You really want to be somewhere either at the front or at least clear enough that you're going to be able to have a straight run straight out, because you don't want to have that big wide arc. Those big wide arcs you could see really started throwing riders out. You're starting to have to flat track corner them out of there. It may not work with the way you ride. You may just want a quick kind of peel out. So things like that can really kind of play with your head.
That spectacle, that start tomorrow, I'm really looking forward to.
I'm looking forward to watching you do it. I hope we have 2 cameras just on one on your face to experience it, because you two both look like you were having the absolute time of your lives.
Superb.
And it's tomorrow you get to do it as well with the 450s, the 500s, these big thumpers that just rattle your chest, like just fill your chest cavity. And it is an absolute spectacle to be on a starting line with all those bikes start up. They all start revving. They all warming up. They're all holding onto exhaust to get their hands warm, things like that. You get to sit there and then obviously take off and just feel the power as these bikes go past you. I hope we can put enough cameras on you to kind of capture that moment.
What is race evening like for those competitors? What happens tonight? What do they typically do?
I mean, it's all up to the riders. Some definitely just go hit the casino. No. It all depends, really. A lot of them will have their pre-race kind of activities. Some will be a lot of eating. Some ice baths. Some people, I've even met guys who like to do saunas to try and kind of sweat it all out and reset the body. So it's a lot of different things. They'll play with their bikes a bit. They may change a rear tyre. They may change sprockets. They'll definitely change things like brake pads. They'll look at chain guides, things like that. Just little tricks in here or there. They may change their grips as well, because they can get quite full of sand. They want some fresh grips in the morning. Gotcha. But usually it's just kind of sit down, take a deep breath, get some food, get some water, and just kind of ease into it. That's it. Yeah. It's already a lot going on in your mind. You're already going to be overthinking things. So it's just to sit down, center yourself, and also just remember this is a race. Like, this is just fun with mates. Everyone here is just trying to get through it. And unless you're in the top maybe 30, this is just race to survive. So get through it.
So what are we? We're up to 280 plus competitors through already. Still, they line up. So stay with us. As I said on the live stream, lots to come your way.
I love the old smoker coming through.
Can't miss it, can you?
Some dark clouds over behind us, mate. You see
Let's
that?
keep.
What would you call that? What would you call those kind of clouds?
I won't say that. I will not be saying anything like that. Can we edit that out with AI or something? Just make it a nice, bright, sunny day in the background.
That's a bit
there.
of smoke coming out of
that looks a little worrying, doesn't it?
It didn't look like it was coming out of the exhaust either.
No.
Follow that bike, Mr. Drone Man.
Oh,
straight into the shoulder. Oh, that's not what you want. That's, oh yeah,
and filthy,
he's
livid.
devastated. Oh, you just drove it straight in. Oh, is that Brody? Oh. Oh, he's cooked it again. Oh, he's a bit all over the shop. He's just going a bit trigger happy at the moment.
Just the rhythm is ruined, isn't it?
It's also seemed, I'm not going to too much into it, but I think he may have got his suspension a bit too stiff there. You can really see that it was fighting him. It wasn't settling in. I can't say what his settings are or anything like that, but he wasn't gelling with the bike, and he was physically, you can see he was very frustrated with the bike, and it's never going to work. You're never going to beat the bike. It's not going to happen.
The smoke there, from the fall, is that something in the wake of that? Or?
Thing. It may not be warmed up enough. He may just be burning a little oil. They do sometimes, once again, I can't tell you what his one's doing, but they may run a little richer for when we're at the back. When we're holding it wide open, you just run a little richer to help with the motor. You don't want to lean it out, things like that. So sometimes when it's cooling in the cooler area and it's warming up, it will smoke a little bit. Once it gets warm, it will definitely help it. But because it's a two-stroke and it's deep and hard, it's going to have to definitely maybe be a bit rich to it to give it a longevity. Plus, it runs a little bit cooler as well.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so the last ones we believe are lining up there now. So in, I don't know, depending upon how quickly we send them off and then complete the laps, it might be around about 10 past 4, quarter past 4. Stick with us, whatever you do. Some of the the best action of the day still to come, and we've been treated really to some superb junior races so far.
Yeah, they're really struggling. That sand is
It's
really
like a
starting to form
fucking
up.
Bronco, that thing, isn't it? You know,
Well,
look
it's that real. It's kind of, as I said before, we call it red velvet cake. It's really kind of moist, and which is not a word we're not allowed to use as well. But it's very moist. It's very fluffy, but it gets heavy on the tires. It drains a lot of power. It's kind of like when you fall into deep sand, you can kind of almost stop yourself like a car. So this is what happens to these bikes if you don't keep that momentum. And I suppose that's the word of the day we like to keep saying, momentum, get it through.
Jeremy Cowley from the Dirt Bike Burrito podcast, also cake connoisseur. I did not know that until now. So.
Well, I do love a bit of cake. You know what I'm saying? When Milner came in here, it was my excuse to eat a whole waffle.
You were pretty fast out of the seat, I noticed too. Well played.
Waffle time,
well
waffle
played.
time.
300 plus competitors through so far, and still they keep coming.
I think this is Campbell Hall and Sam Handley, both in the 36, 37. Is that Ray Cole as well in 35th? That's crazy good. I mean, those guys, predominantly not in regards to this desert racing, they do the Fink and the AORC. I mean, it's great to see Paul out here doing this. And Sam's an absolute weapon of a rider as well. So, that was all the berries.
The focal point is this race right now, obviously, but what on, you know, for some of the people that we've been talking about this weekend, I mean, you've got things like 6 Day and all sorts coming up later in the year too, don't you? So
there's so much racing. I think that's the great thing about
Portugal this year, I think, isn't it? Yes,
because it's the 100th. It's the 100th 6 Day, so it's very important. And it's actually the first time Australia's been sending over the most clubbies. I think we've got so you can actually go over not in the team perspective as Australia, but you can go over as a clubman. And this is the first time we're sending the most clubmen ever. It's been amazing to see so many just local everyday riders put their hand up and send a bike over, and now they're going to go race 100, which is huge. There's a big thanks to guys like Alex Sword, Michael Turnbull. Those boys have developed this amazing package for anybody who wants to go race the 6 Day to do it, because the 6 Day is kind of like a Hattah to some people. It's on their bucket list.
And obviously the way things are in terms of shipping and transport, expensive, right? So to be able to stitch something like that together, that's good. That's great.
And even just the amount of companies that have come on board to help riders get bikes, because it means now you have to pretty much buy a second bike to send overseas. That's going to be incredibly expensive nowadays, and we're probably in the worst time for, well, at least he's upright, it's the main thing. It's kind of the worst time to be racing, but it's so great that a lot of companies have come on board to help riders get that second bike.
Within sight of the finish, unfortunately, and that's why the head is tilted back as he crossed the line in frustration. Look at it. Snakes left and right as it looks for traction off the line.
He is going for it. Beautiful. Watch this cornering. See how his feet are. Look at that. Beautiful. Perfect position all the way through, just on the power the whole way.
How's the lean angle too? Going into that corner.
Full
Awesome.
commitment.
Yeah.
Absolute commitment into that. That was phenomenal.
We'll give you a sense of some of the other times. We may be getting close, I reckon, to kind of squaring away that top 10. We'll bring you a bit of the build-up as we get set for that, and then we'll get the final part of the formation of the grid for tomorrow's big one, for the main event, for the Miller Quarries Hattah Desert Race. You can see from that shot there at the start line, that's the last of the competitors, isn't it? The tail of that group there.
That's it, yeah, we can just see them now. So many bikes.
Stunning.
So many bikes.
Talking probably 20, maybe 20 competitors to go or thereabouts. We'll just verify that for you, but I've done an amazing job here today just to keep everything on track. nice bookend to the day. Still some really exciting riding to come from these competitors. Little chance to just catch their breath, those that have made it into the top 10.
I mean, it's great to see we've still got the under-19s coming through now. So we have Oscar Harris. He's an absolute weapon of a kid. I remember watching him as a real young one coming through. And now he stepped up to the big boy bikes, which is great to see. Same as Jackson Rossi. Just crazy to think that these guys now are racing with the big boys. Oh, there we go, Kogan Locke. I thought it was Kogan. He's out there now. He's part of the Locke family who unfortunately lost that shed. It's great to see him out there swinging. He's from a hard enduro background, so completely different from this. And you don't really see many hard enduro guys come across to the desert. It's usually the other way around. So for him to be out there swinging off it and pushing hard, I mean, he's had some great results over the years. So Hattah wasn't the best for him. He came through, he dedicated so much time and more effort and training to learn this style of riding, and I think it's going to pay off for him. So
Guest on the pod with you recently too.
Yeah,
nice
absolutely.
chat with him. So let's see what he can do in.
Oh, just also a fan of his mum and dad. His mum and dad have done amazing things, Roof to Africa together, all those kind of stuff. Owen has done amazing things to build bikes for his wife to then go race hard enduro. It's just a phenomenal family, dedicated.
As we said before, kind of in that fabric of motorcycle racing, aren't they? Lots of, I guess you could call it like family lineage in some respects around the sport. So cool yarn. Let's see how he goes in this one. There's the class updates for you on the left of screen at the moment too, just who's where. Amazing how this event has grown since the late 90s. All that work that was done to, essentially get this event back on the map. It's grown incredibly over the nearly 30 years since then. National stature brings something in the order of 6 to 7 million, I think, to the local region. Huge event from a volunteer perspective. It's become one of the biggest regional sporting events in Victoria on an annual basis. Very cool story. And they don't sit still. That's the thing. The organising group, some of the chats I've had with them go back to, I don't know, like February and March this year, and they're just in it 10 tenths.
Oh, that's a great shot there. We can really see those big ruts starting to form all the way through, all over the shop. Trying to get that traction down. The bike will just kind of step out. Rear will overtake itself, but they've made this track phenomenal. Look at how high that kind of bridge over the water is. We're not seeing any of that mud come through, so they're able to hit it hard. You're really seeing them kind of go up over all these standards. Look at the whooped out section of that sand dune. Look brutal. This is forming up to be an absolutely phenomenal race.
This is actually really intriguing too. It's not, I mean, we've had some amazing shots from the drone throughout the course of the day, but this particular section we haven't seen in detail. It is spectacular, isn't it?
It's beautiful, very technical. Now we're talking about not just holding it wide open. We're talking about the technicality of riding.
Oh, yeah. I thought he was going to run wide there.
It was very close. He managed to hold it really wide open. You could see the power was still on. Even though he was looking like he was going wide, he kept that power on. That inertia in the motor helps the bike stand up once that power's on it. So once you do give it, it helps it stand up. It doesn't lean over anymore. It's things like that. The Yamaha WR450 is renowned for standing up when you have it. I'm very lucky I've got one at the moment, doing some test riding, and it's fantastic. Once you crack that throttle, that bike will just stand straight up, and that's the inertia of the motor, and that's what those bikes are really great for. But they're also absolute demons. They want to kill you every second.
Last two are underway for Prologue as we approach 4 o'clock local time.
This will be a great battle. I'll tell you what, if they're the last ones on the track, the only people they're battling to not overtake them is the sweeps. So if you can catch anyone, and that's the other thing, these riders will have lappers. They're going to try.
Feet off the pegs and manages to kind of wrestle it back under control.
All arms and legs, baby. Ooh. All arms and legs. That was a great shot for what that is.
Well, we may have locked in our top 10 contestants. What happens now for those riders in terms of just the final little things they might want from the motorcycle, and even themselves in that gap between their first run before we get set to watch them in action again, and maybe even, you know, extracting a quicker lap out than they did on the first pass.
Look, it's going to be tough to get a faster lap. It really will be. There's really not much you could really leave out there. I know Milner came back with some feedback from Corey and said that there were some sections that caught him off guard, but now with the track the way it is, there's really not much they're going to grab from it. They could have the same time. They could maybe go a little faster because their bike's a little bit better set for this, but at the same time, it's still going to be hard work for them. And if they can put down a heater and beat it the time they've set, that's something special.
I want to use the term bucket list, but in order for it to be a bucket list, you've actually got to achieve a lot from a kind of national license status and all sorts of things. It's not as straightforward as that, is it? It's not as...
It's. I mean, you just got to do... there's a couple of prerequisites, obviously, to come race it, but if you were serious about it, you would do races beforehand. You wouldn't just come and do this one. You're just obviously not respecting the race and what it deserves, because it's not just something you can kind of turn up, throw a leg over and have it run. Trinidad is definitely the one to go and try beforehand. Casterton is another great one. All those races really lead up for it. In my opinion, Trinidad is better because it really sets you in this kind of sand, this kind of riding. That's just down the road in Oregon. I mean, it's not down the road, but technically it is. That's a better race that will really set you up for these conditions, and also it's so close, so you can really get that dialed in a lot faster and get your bike from a smooth perspective to an incredibly rough perspective. That is the race to do.
So it's an eye-opener, isn't it, for the first timers, that's for sure, and there'll be lots of stories tomorrow afternoon.
And also,
the conclusion.
You want to say bucket list, you almost have to write a bucket list just to get on the entry list of Hattah, because you have to know somebody, or you've had to...
It goes so fast, doesn't it?
It goes incredibly fast. I mean, I don't understand why it goes so fast. There's got to be some sneaky little back doors somewhere, because getting an entry to Hattah feels like you've won the lottery.
Got to know people. Stick around, mate.
Yeah, maybe one day.
Maybe one day.
About 7 years of broadcasting, and I may get an entry. How does that sound?
You're doing a great job. You're underrating how well you're going.
Yeah, so that's the great thing about it, though. It really kind of shows. And now we've got everyone.
Welcome, team.
Oh, there we
Great
go.
to have you with us.
Look at the stadium. Shuckers for days.
Yeah. Just make sure whatever you're doing, we need to follow the direction of the event staff there. So if anyone's politely asking you just to jump off the barrier, just work with them there. There's some great people that on a volunteer basis want to ensure the longevity of this event. We don't want to breach any safety regulations there.
Yeah, what's the saying? You don't want to be the one that ruins the race. So
exactly.
I mean, it does look appealing to get as close as you can, but stay back. Let's just keep this race going, and
pretty special. We
enjoy it from afar.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we're in that kind of final part of the runners here now on the course, and then they'll be prepping, limbering, getting ready to go for the top 10 shootout. I'm not sure if we'll be just from a timing perspective, if we'll be getting Johnny to maybe talk to some of the competitors before they get going. I think that's the aim, certainly. Riley Graham, one of the veterans, 35 to 44, is 10th at the moment. Unreal. And we've got an under-19s rider in there in 8th as well. There's some cool stories in this shootout.
Yeah, a great Coleman Mome, Santashiro. I mean, those two are going to battle all the way through. And 7 under-19 in there. And we've got, Kogan Locke came in 28th. That's phenomenal. Cooper Cheatham came through at 25th. I mean, these are names that if you look in any other way are just crazy fast. So to know that they're just outside the top 20, we know the top 10 guys alone were absolutely flying.
Our director telling me that Johnny Contract will be doing some of that build-up for you, that final stuff before we send them on the way for the top 10 shootout. So he's been around this event from the outset. He knows it well, and we'll be hearing from them before they get going.
Just having a quick observation of the track.
Right near the end too. A few of them have done that, haven't they? So
I tell you what, it's getting late in the day though. That chill's coming in the air. You can see people start rugging up. The wind's picking up. It's going to be hard for those guys who've done that shootout or done their lap. Now they have to warm up again, get ready to go, and it's kind of one of those off you go straight away.
It's that little moment where everything kind of settles down, cools down.
He went on a bit of an adventure. The Door Explorer decided to go off track for a bit. Yes, it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
He's off.
Is that the all clear to say that all competitors are through? Just waiting for the sweep to come into shot, so I couldn't see from the distance of our window in the commentary box here if they were on approach.
We're seeing also the excavator on the far side there, really trying to smooth out some of that track to get those riders up and out. I think this was the last rider here, actually. Coming through. All eyes on him. It's going to be great. That's a big old KX, is it?
Love that.
Hot dog. What an absolute classic.
Throwback O'Neill colours as well. I love that. That's brilliant.
Tell you what, if he gets that 250 across the line, he has more skill than any other rider. I'm putting it out there. That man is doing it tough this weekend.
All right, you can hear Johnny Contract in the background there. So I don't reckon we're too far away before we call the 10-4 that we'll be running in the shootout. So get your vantage points, those that are watching around the venue, and stick with us if you're on the live stream. It's about to come your way. The top 10 shootout for Millawa Quarries Hattah Desert Race 2026. We'll run you through that top 10 shortly. You can just see the rest of the field there. What we're going to do is grab a quick break in between time and then get set for the top 10.
You think I can't break this ground?
You think a girl can't do it?
You think I can't dig deep? You think I can't tear down these walls?
Clear a path
Build bigger?
Go off-road
And turn your lawn
into my territory?
You think I can't make the impossible?
Possible? Watch me.
Watch me.
The Hattah Desert Race is something really special to this region. It brings thousands of people through our backyard, pumps millions into our local economy and gives locals access to one of the best events in the country. At Millawa Quarries, we've always been about supporting this community. We've worked in this community for over 25 years. So when the opportunity came to become the naming rights sponsor of Hattah, we didn't hesitate. We're proud to put our name on it and we'll see you out there.
The new Segway Powersport ATV and UTV side-by-sides have arrived. The Schnule ATV range is engineered for rough conditions on Aussie farms and built tough to work alongside you with exceptional towing and hauling capabilities. Need more grunt? Our 1000cc side-by-sides lead the pack in safety, technology and come in a 3 or 6-seat option. All backed by a 2-year factory warranty and a nationwide dealer network.
bike 824. 824, I need connections of the 824 bike over to the transponder hut, please. Bike number 824. Need connections of that bike over to that transponder hut, please. Your transponder didn't register correctly. Require you to have a chat with the guys in the timing van. Bike number 824. Thank you. Very shortly, we'll have our top 10 for the top 10 shootout. We'll get an opportunity to have a chat to each one of them just quickly before they go out and put down their fastest time they can in this bracket to basically go out and set the order, start for the big race tomorrow. Well, here we are down for the top 10 shootout, and the really funny part about this one, or probably the cruel part about it, is that these guys have put a pretty blistering pace on earlier on today to try and then go hard to get into the 10. Then when you raise all those numbers, we've got to start again. So that means they've got to start digging deep to provide what they'll do as far as their finish for the 10 for tomorrow morning. First of them away will be the 6:04. Look at this, Riley Graham in the Vetties class. Can you believe it? Hey, Riley, what an incredible effort to get into this one in vet class, mate.
Yeah. I think I took advantage of the vet class and knowing that they'd take off, get a bit of a smoother. I've worked.
Yeah, Riley, not the first time you've been in the top 10. Previously, you have.
Yeah, I'm 10th and that's 4 to go, and have a good weekend this weekend, hopefully.
And you're all the very best. Move down the field a little further. Let's move on to the KTM pilot.
Yeah, thanks, mate. It was a good run.
A little bit more deteriorated from what you saw earlier on, but it's the old story. You guys in the 10 just dig deep and give what you got to give, huh?
Go out there and have fun and try and put in a clean lap and see where we end up.
Rightio, first of the, I think the only under 19 in this one. This is, of course, Jackson versus Jackson. Great effort for you, buddy.
Yeah, thank you. Good to be in it.
Hattah is a pretty bittersweet joint. It either gives you what you need or it smacks you hard. Being in the 10's got to be a good position for you. You just got to work out where you sort of sit in that for start tomorrow, yeah?
Yeah, definitely happy with it. Get out there and do another lap and hopefully sit myself in a good position for tomorrow.
Good work, mate. Well done. Rightio, move down the field a little further to, of course, number 14, one of the Yammies. So we've got some KTMs, a Yamaha now, which is a good thing. Chad Sparrow, hey Chad, great to have you here.
Yeah, cheers. That was good.
Good result to get into the 10. Now that dance means you've got to get out and have another crack at it, mate. It's a thing, but it's a good thing, right?
Yeah, that's it. No, it's definitely nerve-wracking coming out here with the big boys, but we'll do our best to put in a good lap and see how we go, yeah.
Good work, well done. Rightio, hopefully the Yamaha and the Blue Crew go well for you. Rightio, move down the field a little further as we now look towards yet another, believe it or not, brand in the pack, and this is Callum Norton, of course, aboard the Ducati. Cal, good to be in the position in the 10 now. You just got to sort of dig deep and give it to it, right?
For sure, yeah. Reasonable lap out there before, and we're a little soft, but it's good. Good to get in the top 10. These boys can all ride great, so good to be here. Get out, do another lap, and we've got big 4 hours tomorrow, so keep the body fresh and looking forward to it.
Good to have an Italian brand on the in the 10, and we'll see how we go for the rest of the weekend, huh?
Definitely, exactly right. No, I'm excited to get this out of the way and on to tomorrow.
Good work. Well done, Callum Norton. Move back a little bit further into the field. We come across, of course, Corey Hammond. Corey, great to have you here.
Yeah, second year in a row now, so just got to put together another good clean lap.
And Corey, another one of those great brands in Honda coming back, and resurgence for you guys, really having a shot out here now and flying the flag for the Reds now, hey?
Yeah, the whole Peter Kittle Honda Racing Australia team's been amazing, and we've got 2 Hondas in the top 10, and our team manager Brody's just outside the top 10, so hopefully put in a good result for Honda this weekend.
Good on you, mate. Go out and give it to it, eh?
Thank you.
Good on you. Move down the field a little further. Jacob Sweet. Hey, Jake, great to have you here this weekend.
Yeah, thank you. It's good to be back in the top 10 shootout.
Mate, Yamaha did well today. Just got to make sure we keep putting it where it needs to be right at the end of the day, huh?
Yeah, definitely. A few clean laps tomorrow and, be where we want.
Good work. All the very best. Move down a little bit further to Jai Dixon. Hey, Jai, great to have you here.
Yeah, thank you. Want to be another top 10 shootout.
Mate, looks like the orange thing's a rocket ship for you, huh?
Yeah, I don't go too bad.
Good work, mate. I know you'll strain every inch out of this thing out there today, and I'm looking for a great shootout to result for you guys.
Yeah, I think the track's going to be a little bit different to what it was before, so keen to get out there and get it clean.
Good on you, well done. We're down into another of the Hondas, as we've called the Peter Kittle guys, putting in a pretty savage hit this weekend to get another local in Sammy Pachira here. Sam, great result for you.
Yeah, no, pretty good. P2 is probably the highest I've got in the Prologue before, so we're going to the top 10 shootout. Feeling good on the bike and just ready to hang it out.
Mate, well, you give it all you got. You know you give it what's required, and let's see if we can have a pretty good solid run today. Looking safe and heading for where you need to go, buddy.
Thank you.
Good work. And of course, top of the heap. Great time for this guy and part of the obviously. EM33 crew, got him to finish, right. Corey, great effort today to get yourself right at the top heap. But How bitter is it now we've got to throw that away? Go again, mate.
No, it's a good test for us, and obviously we've ridden a smooth track now. We're keen to get into a rough track. We know our bike's good in that, so yeah, looking forward to getting back out there. We know the track, and yeah, all the boys will be on it, and yeah, this is what we'll come to watch.
Corey, for you have the unenviable position to actually sit back and let everybody else go in front and degrade it even further, maybe even watch some of the times come up, and then you've got to somehow just go out there and give it what you've got to give it. I know you do it, that's what you do for a job, mate, but by the same token, it's one of those ones that you kind of want, but you just got to see what the track gives you and what you're going to give back, right?
Yeah, 100%. I'm going to stay in my own lane like I normally do, and see what comes of that. We've got a long race tomorrow, and if we can be up the front of this top 10 shootout, that's where we need to be for tomorrow's race.
Mate, it's all about pointing it, pinning it, and staying safe, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Good work. Rightio, guys, this is your top 10, ladies and gentlemen. Wishing not only you, Corey, but literally every one of the guys in the top 10 here this weekend to have a crack at it. Let's see what comes out at the other end. 3 of them we'll talk to, and 1 of them will be the fastest. Who will it be? Unknown. Let's wait and see. Back to you, Rusty and Jeremy, in the commentary box.
On a contract there, and you can tell the energy in his voice. We're excited for this moment. Riley Graham, good story in the Veterans 35 to 44 division, best of the runners in that class, snuck into the top 10 with a really good time, a 4-minute 47.53. He was only 300th shy of 9th fastest in Prologue. He's attacking here. Just to remind you, the times are reset now. So for this 10, it doesn't matter what they did on their first run. If they suddenly do a time that leaves them 10th, but they were second before, it doesn't matter. This determines where they will start in the top 10.
He's had an absolute blast. That first corner caught a lot of people out. Almost caught him out. He went a little bit wide. I mean, we've got to see him this week preparing, and I mean, he's put so much time into this bike. It looks great. The STE team have really got behind him, so hopefully he can hold it all the way to the end. Same as all the Stevens boys. I mean, it's so great to see them here and pushing hard.
Quite just a minor shuffle rearward on the bike as he came through the left-hander there, then the STE.
Oh, I'm so proud of you, Greg. You're picking up. I'm so glad you're learning, mate. This is awesome.
All right, we're away with the next of them now. So Cody Stevens, over 454 stroke, got in the 10. As I said before, with a 4-minute 47.509, 9th fastest time, 300ths of a second quicker than what we saw from Riley Graham. Beautiful. And I love the attack here.
Look at that corner.
Good stuff.
That was textbook. The power, if you were on that corner, you would have just felt him absolutely rail that.
Chad Sparrow.
Making that WR sing. It's so great here. We're seeing so many different manufacturers coming through. You're hearing the different bikes. You're hearing those different places where those gears are changing. We're really going to see him absolutely rail some of these burns coming in. Watch him hold these lines. Hopefully he can hold it all the way through.
He came through on the first pass with a 4-minute 45.41. There was a bunch of them there that were in quite close company, separated by sort of tenths of seconds, really not much in it. You can see the way the bike is dancing there. He is trying hard here. Next to the competitors away, Callum Norton on the number 2.
Oh, that big Ducati sounds absolutely phenomenal. He's put so much time and effort into developing that bike. It's been great to see him. Hopefully he can make it work. Now we're in the tighter stuff. We really wanted to see it push him through that deep sand. He's done a great job at Fink. So let's see if he can push it here as well.
From Goal, I think, from memory, isn't he? Just up the road or adjacent to Mildura, almost like an outer suburb, I guess you could say. He got in the top 10. What are we talking there from Callum with a time of 4-minute 44.508. And there's a lot of international interest in that machine. Imagine what they would be thinking in Italy if that bike has a good run here at the Hattah Desert Race.
Absolutely. He's done so well to put it in. The 4th fastest time on the way home from Fink. So it's a big step up here coming to Hattah, putting it through a lot more cycles for that engine, a lot of heat cycles, a lot of gear changing that can really do damage to a bike, especially under these conditions. So it'd be really interesting to see how that bike works. But I tell you what, those Joe Russell guys don't know how to make an absolute weapon.
Number 7, Jacob Sweet is away now. Came through with a 4-minute 40.436 on the first run.
Corner. Just absolutely nailing those corners. Even from here, we can just hear that bike just getting absolutely spanked down the track.
asking so much of the boy. That's just a joy to watch, isn't it?
This is what we want to see.
Execution, perfect.
Rough corners, whooped out corners. He is just absolutely flying through. That bike is set perfectly for him to be able to do this kind of thing. And that's what we're talking about. These bikes are now set for these conditions. These bikes are set for the absolute roughest and wildest the track will be for the day.
Jai Dixon is away on the number 8. He got in with a 4-minute 37.64. Will we see an improvement from Jai here on this lap? It looks good so far.
We can hear the bikes. Everyone's on their feet. Even in here, we're all standing here, looking out, seeing if bikes come across. We're waiting for Riley to get that first time on the board. Sammy P, look at the eyes on him.
Now, he was chuffed just to get in the top 2. Talked about it being his best Prologue performance. Can he go one better here in the shootout? Local hope, Sammy Prashira, all that experience from racing internationally, but he's pumped at the moment and running on that local support. What do we make of that so far? Nice work.
Absolutely. It's just phenomenal how he's doing it all. Really kind of bringing over that Baja experience into this kind of racing, which obviously he took over there, but he's learned so much more. That aggression that they learned from American style of racing is phenomenal here, then to be able to put into practice. And with Corey McMahon on your tail, I tell you what, it's going to be an absolute steam of a run.
Oh, look at the attitude from the motorcycle. The number 1 plate. McMahon did the fastest time with a 4-minute 28.292. Graham's over the line. Riley Graham with a 4-minute 57.27. That's the first indicator that we've got for you in the top 10 shootout.
What a great time. An awesome time for him to be putting down. So obviously the track's a lot rougher. He had to take it a little bit easier in some of those sections, but he really hung it all out there. So we're going to see exactly what's going to happen with the next one coming across the line.
Nice one. Moto Chick saying, yep, go Jacob Sweet. He's a weapon. So a few of you chiming in on the live stream comments. Thank you for that. We hope you're enjoying the coverage. The 20 is inbound. Cody Stevens, what does he do when he gets to the line? It's a 5-minute 1.91. Awesome ride from Riley Graham with 4.6 in the pocket so far. Graham is on top.
What a great time. Absolutely awesome for Riley. Cody, bit disappointed with himself for that one because it was just outside. I think he may have got caught up, but it'll be interesting to talk to him after this and see exactly what happened on that lap.
The chase from the drone. The view from on high, and it's a heck of a thing to chase as well. Here's the 21, Jackson Verstegen. Final part of the lap. Nice. Oh, nearly into the bales. Nearly into the bales. Sends it into the left-hander.
5:06.
And it's a 5:06.51 in the end. Wow, 9.2 off Riley Graham, who remains on top. Now we're waiting for Chad Sparrow. What's he got in store for us? The Blue Crew. 22 to the line, goes second with that lap. A 5-minute 1.6. They're all in the 5-minute marker with the exception of Riley Graham. What a marker he's laid down. 4-minute 57.27 to remain on top by 4.3 seconds.
Absolutely, that is close time. A 5:01.63, 5:01.97. That is so close.
Norton on approach. What's he got for us? Looks tidy at the moment. Goes close to the bales. Hooks it left. He goes to the top.
He got it.
Callum Norton to the top with a 4-minute 56.26. Change at the top of the order in the top 10 shootout by 0.3 of a second. Callum Norton leads.
Oh, that's what we want to see. That's what we want to see. That's racing.
Oh, man, I need to take a little bit of a breather here. It's getting electric
you've taken all the air out of the room. It's absolutely phenomenal.
Corey Hammond now on the number 10, approaching the end of the lap. What's he got in store? Will he knock off Hammond?
He did it too!
Corey Hammond now at 4:56.95. How's the margin? 0.009, 9,000ths of a second quicker than Callum Norton. That is close.
Holy dooly. That is what we want to see. That is phenomenal. He would have been hanging that all out, especially coming in there. You could really see that he was pushing that bike, getting every ounce of that 450 out of it.
So cool. Jacob Sweet inbound now on the number 7. Is it lucky number 7 for Jacob Sweet? Heads to the line, goes third. Goes third, and there's a narrow margin in it too. He banked
0.036.
Crazy.
Oh,
he and Callum Norton
so
have
close.
both done 4-minute 56-second laps. but the margin is split between them by 0.2 of a second. Sweet missing out on P2 by 0.2. That's unreal.
Oh, mate, that is absolutely crazy to see that close. Let's just see what the rest of them bring it in at.
200s, I beg your pardon. What does I say, 2/10? It's so tight.
It's
crazy,
whatever you want
crazy.
it to be, mate. Whatever you want. Oh, Jai came in 5th at a 4:57. It's still quick. So quick.
Sammy Brashira, what's he got in store for us? The drone struggling to keep up with the number 4. We go to the ground shot
Look at
for
that
you.
bike just perfectly balanced across the line.
Check the body position, goes right
He
up
did
close.
it!
He does it. Sammy
Sammy!
Brashira! Sammy Brashira to the top with a 4-minute 45.45. Look at the margin. What a time.
What a time. Sammy P on it.
Absolutely hits it out of the park. Sammy Brashira on top. Corey McMahon to come. This is unreal.
Here comes Corey. What is he going to do? What's he going to pull? A 4:45 from Sammy P. That's incredible.
That's an unreal time.
Come on, Corey.
Little trouble getting it to hook.
Corey did it!
McMahon
Corey
gets
did it!
Corey McMahon by 0.4 of a second in the end. Well, the story we thought was going to be Sammy Brashira doing it. McMahon steals it on the line by 0.4. Woo. And their lap times are sublime. Both in the 4-minute 45s. That shootout has been electric.
I need to get out of here. I need some air. That's crazy.
Unreal. The top 10 shootout goes the way of Corey McMahon with a last-ditch effort. He gets it by 0.4 over Sammy Brashira, who absolutely hit it out of the park, some 11 seconds quicker than Corey Hammond and Callum Norton. That is rarefied air from those two. Looking forward to hearing from them very shortly. Oh man, a lot to digest from that. Congratulations to Riley Graham in the Veterans 35 to 44 class on that 6:04. He was the first rider to start out. He has gone 6th fastest in the shootout. Take a bow, that is superb. But it's McMahon and Brashira who have absolutely hit this out of the park. Remarkable. 4-minute 45.02 from Corey McMahon. The number 1 takes the top spot in the top 10 shootout from Sammy Brashira by the narrowest of margins. 0.4 in the end, and the pair of them lapping in 4 minutes and 45 seconds. The next best was Corey Hammond with a 4:56. Crowd are starting to filter out here, and they'll be back in droves tomorrow. But on the other side of the road there, where we will set up for the main event Saturday, it's been a super Saturday, and the best is yet to come on Sunday here at the Millewa Quarries Hattah Desert Race 2026. Really enjoyable, that top 10 shootout. Jeremy's already bolted to catch his breath. We'll hear from him and Johnny Contract shortly with our top 3 from that shootout. We really hope you enjoyed it. Oh. I think we're going to take you trackside now and soak up the moment. There is a bit to take away from that one, guys.
McMahon?
McMahon, I think it is.
I didn't want to say that. Ready to go? Cool. All right, Corey McMahon, we're here, mate. Well done. That was an absolute stonker run.
Yeah, I was scared. That one was pretty scary for me, but I had to do it. This is where we're right where we need to be for tomorrow's race. I know my flat track skills are really, really good at the moment, and yeah, that one was scary with all the shadows. That sun came out just before that top 10 started, and man, you couldn't see the holes. It was a lot different to what we rode earlier, and yeah, it was pretty scary.
You've done this enough. Did the track form up like you expected? You've never ridden it this wet. I guess there was a lot of hidden stuff. The grader came through and filled a lot of holes as well. What did it compare to when you were pre-running earlier?
Yeah, for me, I should have been practicing riding at this time of the day, to be honest. Yeah, just missed the mark on vision and the tint then, and just couldn't see the holes, but Yeah, we've been practicing everything we can to be prepared for this race, and the bike was amazing. I hit some big holes and it didn't buck me off, so that's the main thing.
You know, you look super smooth. It got really right out. Those corners look super deep. How did you find that? It does suit your style of riding, though. You're a very aggressive rider, and you kind of show it. This would really be in your element, though.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. The last time it was rough. I missed my mark a little bit, and I feel like we're in the good spot now. We've done all the work, and we've put it on top for Prologue today, and that's one tick off the box, and another 4 hours to tick off tomorrow.
Well, look, man, I look so excited to see what you're going to do. You've actually stomped it. You had some real fierce competition, and they were right at your heels. So congratulations, man. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. Got a shout out to the boys. They're all sending it. It's really, really cool to have Sammy back. We've raced each other a lot. We've done a lot of training together, and man, that was close. I somehow got a bit of luck on my side there, I think.
I mean, over the years, I've watched you race, and I'm so proud of you to see you do this, because it's been a long journey, so congratulations, man. I really hope you enjoy this and go and celebrate it with your team now.
Nah, perfect. Thank you, guys. It was an awesome day, and shout out to the whole committee and all the volunteers that put this a great event on, man. We couldn't even get around to look at the track, and that's a good thing for our sport.
Thanks, mate.
That's awesome. Cheers, man. I didn't even see you last night. I was a bit upset you didn't come see me.
You're a busy man. What are you talking about? I did see you, but then it's like...
Just use the one. That's a lot faster. Well, boys, that's pretty much a wrap for Saturday. Can you believe it, the way things have turned out? We've had an epic battle in the lead-up to what has been an amazing junior cavalcade this morning with the small wheels and big wheels, and it just got hotter and hotter as the day went on with the seniors. Jeremy, for you, not the first for you over Hattah, mate. How does today register against what you had in the past?
Look, from my perspective, phenomenal. Absolutely awesome to see not only the track conditions, but also just the calibre of rider, how far they come. I love watching the junior stuff because their riding skills has kind of surpassed any of our senior skills, and they've got so much room to grow, and I think it's amazing.
And those junior kids, you know, they come in as seniors just so hot and so fast, mate. The sport is in really good hands when you start seeing some of that.
Really, and I think we're holding them just at the right time to release them to the seniors. So we're watching them really develop a whole new style of riding, which is exciting for when they do step up onto the big bikes.
Mate, that was incredible today. And Rusty, for you, first one for you, what's your thoughts on Hattah?
I'm a little miffed at myself for not saving more voice for tomorrow. I mean, you can never tell, Johnny, with live sport what it is going to be like. That built then in the shootout, and I feel like it was just this lovely bookend to the day. We had some great stories come out of the junior competition, which you guys have just reflected on. But those guys, what they did then in the shootout, we've just heard about how the track conditions had changed and so on, the way they laid it on the line, and it has just set the scene for I think, what is going to be a grueling but epic day of racing tomorrow. I cannot wait.
And I think I said to you, Rusty, right from the get-go that you cannot believe what Hattah is about until you've seen the whole story. You get to see that piece tomorrow, and I'm not kidding you, it'll deliver in spades, and it won't be what we think will be traditionally a standard ending. There's a whole raft of things tomorrow, and this guy will tell you as much as I will. Nothing goes to plan here, right? Seriously, we are in for a cracker tomorrow.
We're into that, they often say about that voyage into the unknown. You've got people there with great history, with great skill, but some of that will go out the door tomorrow. We're going to have moments of heartbreak, and we're going to have maybe some special moments of elation, and I can't wait to see what it delivers.
I think the cool thing is that you'll join us with the live stream again tomorrow. You'll get everything out of these cameras that the guys have got floating around, and I think Jeremy and Rusty, I think I can probably vouch for all of us together saying that the coverage we've had today has been second to none. Tomorrow will be just as good, but it'll bring some of the fairy tale stuff, and it'll bring some of the grit and the grime that this place is about. Well, for me and for you guys, anything you want to finish on?
No, absolutely privileged to be here. Thank you so much for having us, and I look forward to seeing what the magic is going to be made tomorrow.
Johnny, thank you. For the people here at the venue, get up nice and early, get the cuppa ready. For those of you watching at home, racing starts at 9, 4+ hours. You'll be glued to the live stream, not just for us, but for what unfolds here at Hattah. Can't wait.
Good on you, well done. Well, that's pretty much us for the day. I won't drop the mic, but we'll just wrap it up, and we'll be ready to do that tomorrow and see where it all pads out. Thank you so much for being involved with our live stream here this weekend for the 2026 Millawa Quarries Hattah Desert Race, and looking forward to tomorrow, boys.
You think I can't break this ground?
You think a girl can't do it?
You think I can't dig deep? You think I can't tear down these walls?
Clear a path,
Build bigger?
go off-road
And turn your lawn?
into my territory?
You think I can't make the impossible?
Possible? Watch me.
Watch me.
Segway Powersport ATV and UTV side-by-sides have arrived. The Schnule ATV range is engineered for rough conditions on Aussie farms and built tough to work alongside you with exceptional towing and hauling capabilities. Need more grunt? Our 1000cc side-by-sides lead the pack in safety, technology and come in a 3 or 6-seat option. All backed by a 2-year factory warranty and a nationwide dealer network.
The Hattah Desert Race is something really special to this region. It brings thousands of people through our backyard, pumps millions into our local economy and gives locals access to one of the best events in the country. At Miller Quarries, we've always been about supporting this community. We've worked in this community for over 25 years. So when the opportunity came to become the naming rights sponsor of Hattah, we didn't hesitate. We're proud to put our name on it and we'll see you out there.